Hi. So if you're watching this is a complete series podfic. I will be cutting all videos endings and intros for this. I will warn you though, this does remove some details. Example being a blooper, me rambling, and all that jazz. So I do recommend just checking out the playlist over this. But if you just want to straight up listen to the fic without me interrupting every few minutes or few after the chapter or before it, then here it is. I will say here that the permission will still only be on chapter 1 of the playlist. The only reason is because the permission is a little funky because it was kind of a strange scenario. And yeah, it's explained in chapter 1, basically. But I thought I wanted to try making this an option. So I'm going to let this play to each chapter. Midoriya had no fucking clue what happened. One moment he was fighting a villain, and the next he was thrown into a forest and trapped in a sea of his own clothes. He finally struggled out of them, unsure why he was so small and or his clothes were so big. In either case, he tripped on the collar of his hero suit and fell face first into the dirt below him. He sat up slowly, shaking his head. He blinked a few times and looked around. The world seemed less vibrant, more yellow and blues. He tried to reach a hand up to rub his face, but a black paw reached up in the corner of his vision instead. He jumped in surprise and found the paw slammed to the ground to help him steady himself. He then looked down at himself, and his eyes widened. Somehow, he was a small cat. And not just any type of cat, but a black one. Pure black from nose to tail, as far as he could see. He tried to stand and walk, but found it to be a bit difficult. He groaned and pushed on, figuring out his new limbs slowly. He walked back and forth to his clothes and slowly tried to grab his panic button. He pressed it with his small paws and sat back down, waiting for help to arrive. The forest was very loud, though, especially now. He could hear the trees rustling, birds chirping and flapping about, a branch falling and hitting the ground, a dog sniffing and panting. Wait. He looked in the direction he heard the beast and hissed loudly. The dog jumped out from the bushes and charged at Izuku. The boy tried to summon one for all to protect himself, but it didn't respond. He couldn't feel it. The dog began to bark excitedly, teeth bashing together and slobber being thrown all around. And Izuku did the only thing he could think of. He turned and ran. The dog chased Izuku through the forest, right towards the other side of it. They jumped over logs, brambles, twigs, and a very angry weasel that hid again as soon as it heard the dog barking. And the dog didn't stop. Izuku couldn't keep running for much longer, though, and he looked around for something until and he saw a small yet soft-looking tree he could sink his claws into and climb. He jumped up the tree and quickly climbed it, slipping only 3 times. The dog, however, stood up on the tree and began to bark at Izuku, while the boy took refuge in the higher branches. He panted and watched as the dog growled and walked away into the city. Izuku took a breath and sat on the branch, laughing to himself with glee and exhaustion. After he was calmer, he took a breath and looked around, and he finally began to panic a little. He had no clue where he was now. The fight was across the forest, and he landed closer to the outer edge of the forest. So he would have to make his way back over to where his stuff was. But he wasn't going through the forest again. He made so many turns to get that dog off his back, and he wasn't risking getting lost in the forest. So he decided to go around. He sighed and jumped down from the tree, running into the city beside him. The concrete was familiar, but it didn't do good on his paws. It actually hurt, and sometimes small pebbles would get in between his toes and on his paw pads, and it would hurt. He was constantly getting them out, but he persisted. The forest went on for a while, and he would have to go around it, so he prepped himself for a long walk. He groaned, and a small growl escaped from his chest. He stopped and looked down at himself, suddenly exited over his new revelation. I mean, I mean, I was a cat, but this shit is cool. He felt like he could grin, but it wasn't possible in this form, so he settled for the best cracked grin he could manage. He began walking again, a bit more pep in his step, going over cat facts in his head. My paw pads and ankles can absorb shocks when I fall. Maybe I can figure out how cats purr while I'm in this form. Cats sleep for 14 hours a day. Cats sleep in the sun to help save metabolism. Cats can see in the dark. Cats are red-green colorblind. He looked around at that statement and confirmed this. The trees looked more yellow than green at the moment, and the stop sign by the road looked yellowish too. He padded on by it, continuing his journey, and finally the street turned and the forest stopped. He grinned and ran towards the corner. He was ready to go home. He skidded to a stop, only to remember to forest maybe longer than it was wide. But it was still wide, even for humans. He groaned, letting his head fall back before continuing onward, and the sky began to darken. He remembered the forecast saying rain, but it wasn't supposed to be for another hour. Maybe being a cat messed with his perception of time. Or maybe he had been passed out for a while. In any case, it simply meant he needed to hurry more. He picked up the pace. Trotting down the sidewalk now, he kept a faster pace than before, only slowing to pick pebbles out of his feet. He was panting by the time he made it to the other turn. He looked around and saw it. The destruction. The fight. He relaxed and padded over to it. He immediately saw his friend, Uraraka, pacing the area. He walked over to her and tried to speak, but it only came out as a meow. Meow. He cursed to himself, but it did get Uraraka's attention. She looked over at him and her eyes widened. She jumped back and stared at him with wide eyes. Shoo! Shoo! This was odd. He knew the girl loved cute things, and he was a cat, and cats were cute. So why was she acting like that? Did he have something on his face, or... He looked down at himself and remembered. He was a black cat, and Uraraka was very superstitious. She shooed him away more, and he tried to get her to understand. Please listen. It's me, Deku. Uraraka, it's me. Please listen. But all that came out was desperate sounding meows, and she shooed him more. Eventually a hero came over, and when he saw what she was doing, tried to help her, though for a different reason than superstition. Go on, kitty. It's not safe here. Shoo. Izuku meowed more desperately. Meow. No, please, it's me. I need help. Uraraka, just relax. But she did not. Eventually the other hero walked over and tried to pick Izuku up, but he was not having it. He hissed at the man and ran between his legs. Sorry, but no. Uraraka jumped away from him, and he sighed. He jumped into the brush of the forest, where he wouldn't be seen, but the other heroes. But he could still see. They all sighed and shrugged, walking away and glad the cat was gone. He sighed and flopped onto the ground, watching the heroes go by. Eventually they all left, Izuku assuming they had found his stuff by then, and deeming him missing. But the Emmets of first responders had to leave after a while. He kept trying to watch for his teacher, but the raven-haired man was nowhere to be seen. Izuku groaned in frustration and felt a prick on his tail. He turned around to look at the offender, who was a little sparrow that had gotten spooked by his movement, fluttering away. Izuku sighed and heaved himself up, the sky beginning to sprinkle. He supposed this was his luck. He padded out from the bush, brush and around the area the remaining heroes were in. The rain began to pick up, and Izuku looked around for anything familiar. Most of these heroes he knew, but didn't know him, at least not right now. But then he saw it. God bless the bright antenna of hair that Present Mike had. Izuku almost jumped for joy and ran over to the man. But when he got there, he also saw his teacher, Mr. Ozawa, hunched over and mumbling, threading his fingers through his raven hair and pulling it, all while Present Mike tried to calm and comfort him. I'm sure he's okay. The kid's tough. We don't know that, Hizashi. He could be anywhere. He could be dead. No, he wouldn't just die like that. He's stubborn. All we found were his clothes, and his panic button was pressed after he fell. It looked like someone messed with his clothes while they were on the ground. Anything could have happened. And now it's raining, and we could lose any sense or... Shota, it'll be okay. Breathe. The raven-haired complied and took a deep breath. Zuko watched in wonder. These two knew each other? On first-name basis? That was new information. Zuko stored this information for later. Zuko shook himself off and patted over. He meowed up at the two, and they both quickly looked down at him. President Mike looked perturbed, but his sensei just looked sad. Meow. President Mike leaned down and began to try and shoo Izuku away. But Izuku didn't budge. President Mike, it's me, Izuku. I'm right here, please. But still, all that was heard were desperate meows. The blonde sighed and reached down to pick him up. Come on, we don't need any more bad luck. I'll take you to a shelter, yeah. Zuko sighed at the man's hands and jumped through his legs. He looked up at his teacher and flung himself at the man, climbing up his black jumpsuit pants. Mitsurasawa was too stunned to do anything, and before President Mike could stand and turn around, hard to do in the rain, and all that goddamn leather, skill issue, Izuku had already clawed into his teacher's scarf. As he did, he immediately understood why Nezu was in here so much. It was warm and spacious. It seemed his teacher was like a furnace. He curled up into the white folds and hissed at the sudden hands that dug into the fabric, trying to find him. They suddenly stopped, and Izuku felt the man whose scarf he was hiding in sigh below him. He also felt the man speak up softly and gravelly. Don't worry about it. I think this is just the cat distribution system, a sign. God damn it, Sho. I'm keeping it. It's tiny and frail looking. Rude, but also he probably was a bit pathetic looking, as it was raining just beyond the white wall of warmth he was in. Zuki eventually heard his English teacher groan and respond moments later. Okay, it may help you calm down and have something else to do. And we were planning on getting another cat anyway. But we're taking it to the vet next week, and you're going home. You've been fighting since 3 p.m. Understood. God, Izuku hoped whatever this was wouldn't last that long. Izuku felt himself being jolted one last time and heard a door closing behind him. Before everything went still, he felt his teacher sigh, and suddenly there was a hand trying to reach in and grab him. He hissed at it and tried to back up, but he felt his teacher speak again, more than he heard it. Shh, it's okay. I gotta get you out of here. Zuko really did not want to leave. It was warm and safe. but he knew he shouldn't cause his teacher any more unnecessary stress and try to let him know that he was okay, so he laid still. The man grabbed him and gently pulled him out of his scarf. Izuku blinked away the bright lights and back at his teacher, who was holding him by the scruff now, in front of his face. The man was studying Izuku, using both hands to prod at his stomach, sides, and back gently. Izuku was sure his teacher would love to do this even when he was human. Izuku huffed and flicked his tail at the man, and the raven hair smirked just a bit. Normally his smile spooked Izuku, but this one felt soft, amused. Feisty thing, huh? Smart though. His teacher set Izuku in his arms and walked over to the bathroom. Izuku groaned, but still did not struggle. The raven-haired man set the cat onto the counter and grabbed some cat soap, turning on the water to warm it up. Izuku watched in annoyance, his tail flicking, but he did not move, understanding that his teacher thought he was a cat and needed to wash him because he thought he was a stray. Better to act as odd as possible so the man would see he was not a cat. His teacher plugged the water and began to fill it, pouring a little soap in it. The man stepped away from the oddly calm cat for a moment, and when he came back, Izuku had taken upon himself to get into the water. His teacher shook his head in bewilderment and walked over to scrub the black cat's fur. Izuku knew it was mostly clean, mainly from just being turned into a cat and the rain washing him off, but he still let his teacher do it, knowing he would just be causing unnecessarily stress if he didn't. The man quickly dried the boy off and set him down on the ground, Izuku shaking himself off. His sensei huffed in amusement and shook his head. You are an odd cat. Izuku looked up at the man and shrugged. The taller man didn't see it, though, as he was putting away the soap, and just laughed at himself. He picked him up again, carrying him to the kitchen and settling him down on the counter. He filled a small bowl up with wet kitten chow, which Izuku huffed at. If the man gave him kibble, he could use it to spell out his name or something. It would have been degrading, but useful. This is just straight up degrading. Izuku glared at the man, and the man huffed in amusement, patting his head, speaking, I gotta get rid of it. Besides, it's wet food. You'll love it. Probably better than what you've eaten on the streets. And then he walked away, leaving Izuku to make the choice to either suck it up and succumb to his hunger, eating the wet food, or bother the man more to let him know who he was. Or try. It seemed his teacher was so distracted by something that he didn't pay close attention to the strange acting cat on his counter. Oh, right, because the thing he was looking for was right there, and he was so stressed about finding it, he couldn't look right in front of him. Azuka groaned and watched as his teacher came back into the kitchen and sat at the table, but with a laptop this time. His teacher immediately hunched over it and began to type on the device. Azuku sighed and ate a little of the food to satisfy his hunger and not worry his teacher any more, while also keeping most of his dignity. He jumped from the counter and onto the table, walking over to his teacher and pawing his arm for attention. He looked over at the small cat and smiled a little. Again, it was soft. Izuku shivered in fear, remembering the man's normal smile. His teacher snorted and patted the cat's head. Yeah, I've been told my smile is a bit disturbing sometimes. Sometimes? Zuko Meow gave his sensei the most disbelieving look he could, and the man snored again. Meow? You're such an expressive cat, and a sucker when you see one. Zuko tried to speak again, but it just came out as a meow. Meow. Because I know you. The man smiled and went back to typing. Izuku, curious, took a peek at what the man was working on. The cat's eyes widened when he saw the security footage of the area around the fight. Police records, his own vitals, everything. The man was searching for him. Izuku put his paw to the screen. His teacher stopped for a moment and looked down at him. What? Izuku took his paw and gestured the best he could to the screen and to himself. The scruffy man seemed to piece things together and made a soft "oh" noise and chuckled. Yeah, that's where you came from. Smart thing. No! Izuku yowled and flopped on his side. He loved his sensei, but God, he was oblivious. Did cats act like this? He wouldn't know himself, as his mother and Bakugo were allergic, and he never got one, nor ever got to interact with one. He glared at the wall in front of him, tail flicking and frustration building. He didn't stay long, but it was upsetting. Cats must be weird. He sighed, and his teacher pat his back side. How dramatic. Zuko huffed and glared at the man, who just snorted and rolled his eyes. Just then the keys he heard in the door, and his teacher stood, immediately walked over to it. Zuko looked at the screen, trying to find a picture of himself to hopefully make the man understand. He heard two voices now, and hurried, but only having paws for hands made using a mouse pad very difficult. He kept trying to navigate the screen, trying to find a picture of him to point to or something. He groaned as the mousepad recognized his and sometimes didn't, while also sometimes not going where he wanted. After a minute of trying, he felt himself get picked up. He was so focused on trying to get the damn laptop to work, he didn't hear people approaching. He went limp, cursing the laptop and trying not to get upset. Wow, he's kinda sweet. Smart thing, too. He got into the bath on his own. His teacher responded. Izuku recognized the first voice and immediately looked back at the man picking him up. His other teacher, President Mike, was holding him by his middle at an arm's length like he was an active bomb. His hair was disheveled, along with the rest of him. To put it simply, the man looked like shit. The English teacher looked at Izuku and seemed to get a little nervous. He's staring a lot. You're holding him like he's an active bomb. I would too. Izuku groaned in exasperation, and the man squeaked and set him down back on the table. Sorry, he hissed at me earlier. I wasn't sure. But he was also messing with your laptop. The man leaned down and looked at the laptop, stared for a moment before sighing and looking back up at the raven-haired. Izuku watched their conversation with interest. While it felt kinda invasive, it wasn't every day you went MLIA because you got turned into a cat and got adopted by your cat-loving teacher into his home and got to see his mysterious personal life. Izuku was a big gossip after all, and he loved new things to gossip about. Didn't I say not to work? Hizashi, I can't just not do anything. The kid just disappeared. Shota, I know, but you're gonna wear yourself thin again. You need to be there for your other students too. The man sighed and rubbed his face. The blonde stood and watched over to him, resting his hand on his shoulder. How about this? I'll go take a shower, you order some takeout, and we'll go look more together for a while. The black-haired smiled and nodded, and the blonde rested his forehead against the other's, whispering something to the other, which made his shoulders relax. The blonde walked away and went to, presumably, shower. Azawa sighed and pulled out his phone, sitting back down at the table. Izuku felt bad for the man. He looked more stressed than normal. Izuku walked over to the man and jumped onto his lap, pushing his face into the man's hands. His teacher hummed and pat the cat's head absent-mindedly. But Izuku saw the man's shoulders relax again, so he took his win and lay down on the man. Before Izuku knew it, he was asleep, his teacher still petting his head. Azuku woke up again, to the ground beneath him shaking. He panicked and jumped, but forgetting he was not a human, but a cat, and where he was, he began to plummet to the floor. He meowed and landed hard on his face, sitting there for a moment, dazed. He felt a hand on his back and a deep voice speaking above him, amused and concerned. Azuku sat up and shook his head, looking back up at the man whose lap he just leapt from. His teacher was smiling down at him, relief crossing his face. His other teacher chuckling behind where the raven man sat. Haired sat on the couch. Sorry, you two. If I'd known shaking you awake would have had that much of a reaction. Sirzawa shook his head and sighed. That's alright. I'm just glad the kiddo is okay. Izuku glared at the two and meowed grumpily. I was comfy, dang it! Wow! They both looked at him and snorted. His teacher picked the small black cat up and stood. Izuku sighed and let him, relaxing into his teacher's hold. Izawa yawned and pet the cat's fur. Sorry, must have fallen asleep after this one did. His teacher gestured to the cat in his arm, and Izuku meowed. The blonde smiled fondly and shook his head. It's all right, Sho. Do you want to go to sleep? The raven-haired shook his head and set the cat back down. I want to look around with you for like an hour. I can't do nothing, Zashi. Sho, it's okay. We will look. The blonde walked over and hugged Izuku's teacher, who shook and hugged back. Much to Izuku's surprise, his teacher shuddered at the blonde pat his back reassuringly. We will find him, Sho. The man just nodded. Izuku left them alone, as he felt he was seeing something that he probably shouldn't. And at this point, he needed to make a plan to let them know who he was. Izuku wandered the house, looking for anything, but his teacher's home was devastatingly clean. There wasn't even dust for him to wipe his name into. The only real mess he found were 3 cat toys scattered in the hallway into the back area of the apartment, and that was it. Though it did mean there was proof that there was another cat here. Hazuku sighed and flopped onto the floor. He watched the wall for a while, tail flicking, listening to his teacher's work on trying to find him in the living room, just behind him. Did you see this camera? From the store across the forest? Yeah, I have. I haven't seen much. A dog running out was the most I saw. What about this one, closer to the fight? Yeah, it just shows him flying into the forest. Zuko groaned. Hopefully this will wear out soon. It was getting tiring. He stood and walked back into the living room. His English teacher and homeroom teacher were sitting together, 2 laptops and many papers around them, going through camera footage, witness reports, criminal history, everything. Zuko felt bad for the two, worrying about him so much, even though he was right there. And he was also felt frustrated. He could tell them who he was. He walked over and sat at the feet of his English teacher, pawing at the man's leg and meowing. Meow, meow. The man looked down at him and smiled, albeit nervously. Sho? Mr. Ozawa looked down at the cat and smiled fondly. He sighed and leaned on the blonde a bit more. He's just wanting attention. Mr. Yamada looked at the other disbelievingly and raised an eyebrow. Ozawa grinned and leaned a hand down at Izuku, and taunting him closer. Izuku sighed and took the bait, walking over to the hand and sitting by it, only to be picked up by said hand and brought into his English teacher's lap. Both him and his teacher stiffened quickly, and Ozawa pet Izuku's head. The raven-haired laughed at the other's nervousness and nudged him. You deal with sushi just fine. What's with you? The blonde looked at the other and shrugged tensely. He's new. I'm scared he's gonna bite me or pee on me. Izuku contemplated it for a moment, but sighed and simply glared at the man, who in a turn squeaked and leaned back on the couch more. His teacher let out a gruff laugh and picked Izuku up, depositing him in his lap. All right, not gonna hurt you. Izuku sighed and nodded, but he wasn't caught by the other two, as an alarm went off on the voice hero's phone, spooking the three of them. The blonde reached over and grabbed the phone, turning the alarm off. That's an hour and a half. Time for bed. His teacher sighed and looked at the laptop more. Izuku watched as his face turned more sad and worried. The boy meowed softly at the man and immediately looked down to the small thing. He smiled and patted his head, sighing. Guess I can't just do this all night. Gotta get some rest so I can do everything tomorrow. That's right. Come on. The blonde stood and offered the eraser hero a hand to stand up with. The man took it and carried Izuku back to the other room, where Izuku hadn't gone. The door had been locked, but now, as his teacher opened the door, he heard a new voice. It sounded a bit like him. Oh, humans! You're finally coming to bed. I hope you know I'm displeased with how long you've been gone, and that you left me in here. Izuku immediately went on edge and hid into his teacher's arms more. The man chuckled and held onto Izuku closer, letting the small creature do as he needed. Izuku heard the other beast stop and heard the door close. The other animal spoke again. Humans, what is that? Izuku stiffened at being noticed and felt his teacher laugh softly below him. The man spoke again, leaning down with one hand, leaving Izuku's back. Hey, Sushi. This is our newest addition. Did you forget to name him? He felt the man holding him grumble and nervously shuffle. Hush, I'll figure something out. His English teacher laughed, and Izuku heard the bed creak, and his English teacher grunt. He assumed the man sat down on the bed, but refused to put his face away from his homeroom teacher's arm. The man below him spoke again, patting Izuku's back as he did so. Hazel. Hazel? Yeah, he's got really green eyes, and came out of a bush. They name him after a bush or something. No. I mean, if you're happy, okay then. Fuck yeah. Izuku almost passed out after hearing his teacher bicker like a married couple, but hearing his own teacher, who yelled at Bakugo for language cursing, curse himself? Izuku wanted to combust right then and there. He heard the bed creak again, and felt his other teacher walk over to where his homeroom teacher held Izuku. And before Izuku knew it, the blonde was pressing into the raven-haired man. Izuku Rista glanced up and quickly panicked. When he said his teachers were arguing like a married couple, he didn't think that it was for a reason. He thought that they were maybe good friends or something. They had been an extra bedroom when he was exploring the apartment. But there was a ring on the finger holding Azawa Sensei's face, and one hanging from a chain around his homeroom teacher's neck. That made him think otherwise. But mainly the fact they were passionately kissing at the moment, like one of those long kisses you may see on the Hallmark Channel. Izuku jumped off his teacher's arms and landed face first on the floor. He sat there dazed for a moment before sitting up and shaking his head off. When his ears stopped ringing, he heard his English teacher laughing his ass off. He looked up and saw the man holding onto his homeroom teacher, head on the other shoulder, while the raven-haired just watched Izuku with worry. Izuku shook himself off and sighed. He made quite the fool of himself, but this felt like a violation of privacy, and Izuku felt like he needed to get away from the two. It did make the two stop, so Izuku guessed that you win some, you lose some. But then a heavy thump was heard behind Zuko, and a rather deep meow. Hello, new cat. Zuko also guessed he lost a lot. Zuko gulped and slowly turned around. Behind him was a large and fluffy tabby cat with a white belly that went up to his muzzle. He had blue eyes and glared at the small intruder. Zuko's tail bushes up a little, and he nervously spoke back to the larger creature. Hello? The bigger cat huffed and walked over to Izuku, who got as low to the ground as possible and fluffed up as much as he could. The bigger cat sniffed at Izuku and prodded at him. You're very small. How old are you? He gulped and took a breath. 16 years? The larger cat blinked at him and sighed. Never mind. I don't understand alley cat talk anyway. Just stay away from my bed and my spot on the human bed, okay? Izuku nodded hurriedly, and the cat grumbled and jumped back onto the bed. Izuku flopped over and laid onto his side, breathing heavily. He heard one of his teachers, Mr. Yamada, his mind supplied, coo and speak softly to the other. Poor thing! I didn't think sushi would scare the poor tot that much. Better than them fighting. I guess so. Though Sushi is not really a fighter. Say that to his face, you bastard. He is a grand warrior. Izuku felt the floor below him creak as someone stepped closer to him. Before someone picked him up, he whimpered quietly at the movement and looked at his homeroom teacher unhappily. The man just smiled and walked the small cat over to the bed, settling him down on the pillow. The other cat was on the other side and watched Izuku carefully. The blond man got into the bed and laid his head down, where there was the least amount of cat. His homeroom teacher yawning and doing the same. The man pet Izuku's fur, and the boy yawned himself. The other cat watched the small one for a while before going to sleep, along with his English teacher, who snored a bit. He watched them both for about an hour before trying to go to sleep. Izuku felt exhausted. He couldn't quite go to sleep, so he flipped around and looked at his other teacher behind him. The man was staring at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. His face looked worried, angry, and sad. Izuku scooched a bit closer to the man's face and curled up against his ear. The man jumped a little, but pet the small creature's side. He whispered softly to the cat. Can't sleep either, huh? Izuku nodded, but his teacher hadn't turned his head to the boy, which was frustrating, but I'm worried and scared. One of my students just disappeared. Sorry, not the best day for your adoption, huh? Izuku stiffened and watched the man. He was still watching the ceiling, with that far-off look on his face. Izuku laid a little closer to the man's head, and he pet his back a little more. You're a good cat, Hazel. Both Izuku and his teacher slowly drifted off after that, the world fading out to the blonde snoring, the raven hairs breathing, and Izuku's purrs. Izuku woke the next morning to a phone camera shutter going off, and the soft snickers over him. He grumbled and leaned into his pillow more. Except pillows weren't this hard, and things weren't this fluffy. He blinked his eyes open again and remembered the day before, sighing. He was still a cat, though he was kind of glad. It would have been weird to wake up curled right next to his teacher's face as a human. He sat up and stretched, someone behind him awing in disappointment. Aw. He looked over at the shores to see his other teacher holding his phone at them like he was going to take a picture, which he probably did. Izuku huffed and glared at the man, who chuckled nervously and put his phone away. The man stood from the bed and walked out of the room, the larger cat following behind. Izuku turned to watch his other teacher, who was still asleep. Izuku didn't want to leave the man, or have another encounter with the large cat, so he curled back up next to his teacher and closed his eyes. A while later, he heard Mr. Yamada come into the room again, gently calling him. Hazel! Hazel, kitty kitty, come here. Izuku didn't move from his spot, though. He was kinda hungry, but he was also extremely comfortable. His homeroom teacher was like a furnace somehow, and to Izuku's cat body, it was the best thing ever. And heard the man enter the room and walk over to them. Izuku grumpily opened his eyes and looked at the offending man, who laughed softly at Izuku's disgruntled face. Come on, kiddo, you gotta eat. Izuku huffed, but didn't move still. He didn't want to deal with the other cat, and he was comfortable. Two very good reasons to not move. But he also needed to find a way to let his teachers know who he was. So he sighed and stood, trying to not disturb his resting teacher, and walked over to the blonde. The man chuckled and picked Izuku up, still holding him at his arm's length. Izuku glared at him. While it didn't hurt to be held under the armpits like this, it was uncomfortable. The man chuckled nervously and apologized, quickly walking into the kitchen and setting him down in front of a bowl full of wet food. Izuku sighed and ate a little bit of it. The other cat walked over and looked at him and his food. You gonna finish that? Izuku looked at him and back at his food before pushing it towards the other cat with his paw. No, I'm alright. Finish it up. The larger cat licked his lip and knelt down to the food, chowing down on it. Your loss. Izuku sighed and walked away. Mr. Yamada was cooking something and unaware of the two, so Izuku explored more. It was the same as last night, and the laptops were put away, so Izuku couldn't access them. He huffed and walked back to the bedroom, where his home teacher was still sleeping. To be fair, it was Saturday, and God knows Izuku wouldn't get up unless he had to before 9, and it was only 8:12, according to the electric clock on the man's nightstand. Izuku explored the room. Like the rest of the house, it was pretty clean. Nothing he could use. He grumbled and dug around their closet for anything. But again, it was clean. After a few minutes, the light suddenly came on and spooked Izuku, making him run deeper into the closet. He heard his homeroom teacher groan and the other chuckle lightly. Come on, Shota. You gotta get up. Eri is coming today. He heard his teacher groan and the bed creak before the other man spoke groggily. Yeah, I know. The blonde laughed a bit and the door shut. Izuku heard the man sigh. He quietly crept over to the closet to look at his teacher, and he saw the man rubbing his face. The man sniffled and took a deep breath before standing and walking out of the room. His eyes were really red. A part of his quirk, or was he crying? Izuku didn't have time to think about it when he heard his teacher speak up from the kitchen. Where's Hazel? Izuku jumped out of the closet and walked out of the room, meowing at the two for attention. Meow, meow, meow. Here I am, Azawa-sensei. The man looked down and smiled at him, picking him up and holding him. Mr. Yamada cooed at the display and began plaguing food. He's a strange cat. Yeah, I know. He was cuddling with you most of the night, I think. Really? The man holding him looked down at the blonde, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I woke up and he was sleeping right by your head. I have a picture. It's so cute. If Nemuri gets her hands on it, I'll kill you. But it's too cute not to share show. You already sent it, didn't you? I may have already sent it. Mr. Ozawa then took a deep breath, set Izuku down, and tackled his other teacher, who yelped and wriggled around like crazy, quickly settling the food he was preparing on the counter. Show! The man didn't respond, though, and began to tickle the other. The man began to laugh hysterically and gasp for breath. I yield! I yield! His teacher huffed and picked the man up, heaving him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. You better. I hope you know there will be consequences. Izuku left before he heard the smack of his teacher slapping the other's ass. Around 10 minutes later, a knock on the door was heard. Izuku has hidden himself in the bathroom, contemplating life after the display in the kitchen. He heard a male voice and a small female voice greeting her before the door shut. Chairs scraping in the kitchen and voices were heard. So, Eri, we have a surprise for you. Mr. Ozawa spoke softly to her. Zuko was slightly envious, but he knew the man cared for them the same as he did Eri. The girl spoke up. What kind of surprise? Well, we have a new addition to the house. A new cat. His name is Hazel. And we got him yesterday, so be gentle. Okay, Mr. Zashi, sir. Izuku walked into the kitchen at that moment, meowing to make himself known. Meow! Meow! Hello, Eri. The girl looked down at him and gasped happily. Before the two adults to scold her, she slid off the chair and walked over to him. Izuku knew she wouldn't hurt him, so she let him pick her up. It was a little uncomfortable, but he dealt with it. Kitty! Hello, Hazel! Eri practically shouted in his ear. Zuko kind of understood why animals hated toddlers now. But he liked Eri, so he began to purr and bumped his head against her instinctually. The girl giggled, and Izuku looked. I've wrapped the two teachers. The blonde had his mouth agape and wide-eyed look, stopped in time as he was reaching out for Eri. The other just looked shocked. Izuku grinned as best as a cat could. They're starting to get it. I'm not a normal cat. His homeroom teacher just sighed and shrugged before speaking. Okay, Eri, put him down. Let's finish your food and you can play with him before lessons, okay? The girl nodded and set Izuku down, pat his head, and walked back to the table, jumping into the chair and eating her food. Izuku had the urge to fix his fur, so he bent down to lick it, and it was somehow relaxing and disgusting at the same time. He shook himself off once he was done and wandered to the living room. He jumped onto the couch and laid there for a while. Before Eri, his English teacher, walked into the room. They both sat down on the floor around the coffee table with a pen and some books. Hazuku straightened and watched what they were doing. Yamada pulled out a book and opened it. It was a writing book for kids to work on their kanji. Oh, fuck yeah, Hazuku thought. He jumped off the couch and onto the coffee table, but was gently set back down onto the ground by the blonde man. Sorry, Hazel. No cats on the table while we're working. Zuko glared at the man. He could have spelled out his name. The man nervously patted the cat's head and went back to instructing Eri. After a few minutes, Mr. Ozawa came out, except he was in full hero gear. Mr. Yamada told Eri to keep working and stood, walking over to the man and quietly talking to him. Izuku took his chance and jumped onto the table. Eri looked at him and quietly shushed and tried to shoo him away. Bad kitty, bad. Mr. Zashi said not kitties while we were working. Izuku silently apologized to the girl and looked at her paper. She was working on the kanji alphabet, which was Great. He pointed to the first one of his name. The girl looked confused. She wrote down the kanji and looked back up to Izuku. Izuku pointed to the next one, and the process repeated until she had spelt his name. He tapped the table twice, and Eri looked between him and the letters, confused. She didn't write them all in a line, and some of the page was filled out, but Izuku hoped the message got across. The front door opened and closed gently, and a very tired-looking Mr. Yamada walked in and sat down, gently picking up the cat and putting him down on the ground. The man looked down at the paper and saw what Eri had written. Very good. Let's keep going, kiddo. Eri giggled and nodded. Hazel helped me pick with which letters. The man smiled and rubbed the girl's head. Oh, well, let's try and find the kanji to his name. Okay, Mr. Zashi. Izuku thought this was really sweet, but come on! He worked hard to do that. He hid in the closet again, and totally didn't pout. This was harder than anticipated. Shota was scared. One of his kids was gone, without a trace. Zashi wanted to stop him before he left to go look again, to make the man rest from the large fight they had the day before. But he couldn't. He had a kid to find. The mother of said kid was distraught, and All Might himself was worrying a lot. Shota didn't really understand All Might, but this case was enough to cause a great worry in the man, and even more in himself. Because Midoriya was his kid, his responsibility, and he had failed that kid so many times this year. And he was there with that kid when he had jumped in to defend his teammate against the incoming attack, got blasted by it and thrown into the fucking stratosphere, and then disappeared without a trace. Should have walked into the police station and straight to Sakachi, who was already at his desk with papers that he set in front of him. I need you to sign these, and I can let you interrogate the guys we caught. Shota sighed and relaxed a bit, sitting down to sign all the paperwork. Thank you, Sakachi. Anytime, buddy. Shota didn't notice how stiff the man was. Knowledge of a powerful secret within him, and worry for the future of said secret, quietly blistering within him. Izuku padded around the apartment, bored. Eri and Mr. Yamada were deep in a study session, and the man pushed him away each time he came close. His other teacher was gone, and the other cat, Sushi, his mind supplied, wanted nothing to do with Izuku. And Izuku couldn't blame the creature. Izuku barely wanted anything to do with the larger beast at the moment, either. He didn't know if it was his new instincts or what, but Izuku didn't like the animal much. Something about the cat made Izuku want to either run and hide or fight the other. As it seemed neither of them wanted either, they kept away from each other as much as possible, and Izuku was just fine with that. Izuku walked down the hallway of the apartment, back to the two's bedroom. For some odd reason, he felt safe in his teacher's closet. He shuffled into the small, dark space and went into the corner. He had found a pink sweater that smelled like his homeroom teacher, but had his English teacher's name on the tag. It was very soft and warm, and Izuku grabbed it and a few other clothes that were on the ground and piled them into the back corner, where he was out of sight and he could see the door. For some reason, the placement put him at ease, but he didn't question it, troubled by the more pressing question. How am I going to get their attention? The apartment was small, clean, and devoid of anything he could use to write out his name, or even give a hint as to who he was. He didn't even try and act like a normal cat, but somehow they never saw him respond to them, or thought he was being a strange cat. He wasn't sure how it wasn't obvious that he wasn't a normal cat, or a cat at all. But again, Izuku had never had a cat before, and barely interacted with the feline species. He was at a loss for any of this. The worst was sucking it up and using the litter box. He did that very quickly and moved on with his life. He did try to use litter to create some kanji, and his English teacher did walk in on it complete. But Izuku guessed it must have been illegible or something, because the man just sighed and complained about how, Hazel, you're already making too many messes. He was banished from the bathroom and locked out, and to his dismay, he heard the man using the restroom and immediately walked away. He saw Eri sitting on the couch and walked over to her. She gasped in delight as he jumped up next to her. Hi, kitty. Izuku meowed in response. Meow. Hello, Eri. The girl giggled and picked the small black cat up, holding him close. She kissed the top of his head and pet him. Good kitty. It felt nice, so Izuku sighed and let the girl. He was stressed and wasn't going to disappoint the girl by jumping off her lap, so he stayed. He didn't even realize he slowly began to purr until he felt large rumbling in his chest and heard himself. He could purr loud. That was kind of cool. Izuku rubbed his chin against the girl's hand and relaxed. The girl giggled and squeezed him tighter. It was uncomfortable, but Izuku didn't mind it. You can jump off, new guy. You don't have to let her hold you like that. Izuku looked up to see Sushi, sitting on the top of the cat tree, watching them both. The larger cat's tail was lazily flickering to side, and Eri continued to pet him obliviously. You can come up here. She can't get you higher up. Izuku blinked at the larger cat in surprise and responded, I'm alright. It doesn't hurt all that bad. The other cat huffed and shrugged, turning away and going back to sleep. Eri continued to giggle above him, and Izuku looked to boop his nose on her chin. She squealed and began wiping her face, so Izuku got out of her grip. But he sat down beside the girl again, who was delighted he stayed. A few moments later, his English teacher came in and sat down beside the two. So, Eri, you want to watch something? The little girl looked up happily and nodded furiously. Yeah, we should watch up. The older man chuckled. Again? Okay, kiddo. The man kept a soft and happy smile on his face as he turned on the TV and found the movie. Eri grabbed Izuku and dumped him on his teacher's lap, before scooching closer to the blonde. Both Izuku and the man stiffened as this occurred, but Eri kept petting Izuku again, so he thought that it wasn't too bad. So he lay down on his teacher's lap. The man watched the cat, shocked but slowly relaxed, and began to pet the small black animal. Izuku was happily purring again, slowly drifting off to sleep, soothed by the sounds of people around him and the movie playing. Izuku woke up to a grumpy hiss. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down to see a very angry-looking Sushi. That's mine. Izuku tilted his head in confusion and sat up. He could feel the man below him tense. What's yours? Sushi growled and lashed his tail. That man, you're on his lap. He's mine. Izuku blinked in surprise and looked up at the man who was nervously trying to get a sleeping Eri off him so he could deal with the peeved cat. Oh, I'm sorry. Eri put me on his lap before the movie. I'll get off. You better, street cat. Izuku sighed at the bigger cat and jumped off his teacher's lap, but it was immediately reclaimed by the very territorial Sushi, who began to run on the man and dig his claws into his thighs. Izuku giggled at the pained and confused look on the blonde's face, but he jumped back up to sit beside Eri again. Sushi glared at him and tried to take up as much space on the other's lap as possible. Izuku ignored the territorial beast and laid on Eri more. Eri slowly began to stir after the commotion. She perked up at the sound of the movie playing and opened her eyes to watch it again. One of her hands went to pet Izuku on the blonde's lap, but Sushi was there instead. Eri looked over, confused, but Izuku pat her side with one of his paws. The little girl looked over and smiled, pulling the small creature onto her lap and hugging him close. Izuku sighed and resigned himself to his fate. Though his English teacher would pay for laughing at him after he sighed. The asshole. They got to the part where the dogs were all chasing the old man. Eri leaned down to Izuku and whispered into Izuku's ear. Doggies are so gross and mean. Besides for Doug, cats are so much better. Izuku snorted at the little girl's statement and nodded. Eri gasped in surprise, and Present Might looked down. Eri, what is it? She giggled and hugged the cat closer. Hazel responded to me. The blonde chuckled and looked at Izuku. Well, hello, Hazel. Feeling responsive today? And Izuku nodded. His teacher went wide-eyed and pale. Azawa was so tired of this. None of these damned villains were budging, and they all said the same things. My secret shall rot with me! Azawa was about tired of it. He slammed his fist on the interrogation table and shouted at his current villain, giving him this spiel. Yeah, well, I'll actually let you rot if you don't tell me where my damn kid is. The man before him flinched, but did not respond. Zawa glared at the man and leaned forward. Now then, the green-haired boy, what happened to him? I could give less of a shit about your secrets. I want to know about my kid. The man before him glared and spoke again. My secret shall rot with... Zawa stood and quickly rounded the table, grabbing the man by the collar and hefting him up to his face. I told you, if you cooperate, I could give you community service instead of jail time. But I'm about to give you a trip to the hospital if you don't speak up. The man gulped and seemed to be debating something. Azawa dropped the man and glared. Start talking. Suddenly, the door burst open and Tsukachi stood there. You have a call. Azawa sighed and walked off, not before giving a hard glare to the man in the room. What is it? Hizashi. Says it's important. Is Eri okay? Not sure. Just said he needed to talk to you ASAP. Azawa sighed and walked faster. He got to Tsukachi's office and picked up the phone. Hizashi? Hey Shota. What's wrong? Hizashi took a deep breath and sighed. You know how weird our new cat is, right? Yeah? I think it's sentient. Hizashi, what? Azawa hung up the phone with his husband and rubbed the bridge of his nose, sighing. His husband claimed that their new cat, Hazel, had responded to both him and Eri when they spoke to it with a nod. The man groaned and took a deep breath, tilting his head up to the ceiling and begging the gods. He didn't believe in them, but he needed strength at the moment. For strength. Takachi walked out into his office where Azawa stood, begging for mercy on him, and laughed softly. That bad? He's gone crazy. Oh. Azawa turned to face the man. Apparently, our cat is trying to talk to us. Oh, the new one? Yes. He apparently nodded to him and Eri when they talked to them. I can give you a pair of cuffs. You want to give him away from whatever he's reading? Nah, I'm good. I have this. Zawa gestured to his cap scarf, and Tsukachi snorted and grinned. Shibare? Tsukachi! I swear to God! Izuku finally got his teacher's attention, or at least one of them. The blonde kept questioning him. Are you a quirked animal? Izuku shook his head. Are you sentient? Izuku shrugged. He picked his shoulders up as much as he could. Kinda hurt. Are you God? Izuku glared at the man and shook his head, slamming his paw on his face in disappointment and exasperation. What are you? Izuku meowed. Meow! Meow! I would tell you if I could, Mr. Yamada. The blonde hummed and sighed. Right, you're a cat. You can't talk. The man hummed and began to think. After a while, he perked up and looked at Izuku again. Can you read? Izuku eagerly nodded. The blonde grinned and ran into their bedroom. Eri sat beside Izuku and picked the cat up again, cuddling him. You're a special kitty, Hazel. Zuko shook his head and looked up at the now confused girl. No, I'm Izuku, Eri. The girl tilted her head at him, confused, and the blonde came back into the room with his laptop, opening it and opening a Word document. Here, Hazel, type in here. Izuku sighed and reached a paw over to type, but when he pressed a key, all the keys around it were pressed. He felt his teacher stiffen and try not to giggle. But Izuku sighed and slammed his face into the keyboard. All Izuku wanted was to talk to them, but some higher power stopped him. Oops. Sorry, Hazel. Maybe when we get back to school, I'll see if I can talk to Nezu. Well, that was nice. They were all off for another 4 days, if what he heard from his teachers were correct. Zuko picked his head up and saw the tabs from where they were searching for him still open. He began to meow and paw at them desperately. Meow! 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 The blonde was about to question this when the front door opened and a gruff voice called into the house. So, where is this sentient cat? Mr. Yamada picked Izuku up and carried him over to the dark-haired man, taking his shoes off. Izuku was lifted to the man's face, and the man sighed tiredly. Hello, Hazel. Izuku meowed at him. Meow. Hello, Mr. Ozawa. The man raised an eyebrow and sighed. Hazashi, he's just talkative. The blonde shook his head and turned the cat to face him. No, look, Hazel, can you understand us? Zuko shook his head. Ozawa huffed. That proves nothing. You're holding him. The blonde huffed and walked Zuko over into the kitchen and set him on the counter. Okay, Hazel, can you understand us? Zuko once again nodded. Ozawa's eyebrows shot up and he leaned in. Hazel? Zuko looked over to him and meowed. Meow. Zuko. The man studied the small black cat for a while longer and poked his side. So, you can understand human speech. Are you a quirked animal? Zuko shook his head. Zawa narrowed his eyes. Are you a human? Zuko nodded enthusiastically. They were getting closer. His teacher's eyes widened in surprise. Okay, so I'm guessing you ran up to me for a reason when we first met then. Zuko nodded again, even more enthused. His teacher seemed to be deeper in thought and stared at the boy harder. Are you a missing child? Zuko nodded again. Finally! That kid that went missing in the woods a few months back? God damn it! Zuko face planted into the table with a groan. Both his teachers watched him, concerned and confused. The blonde shook his head at the other. No, they solved that case 2 months ago. The kid got back to his family. Glad they tell me these things. We spent 3 days out there looking for that kid, before they just gave the case away. Both the men sighed and looked back at Izuku, who squirmed under the attention. The blonde man hummed and looked closer at him, while his homeroom teacher seemed to be deep in thought, watching him with calculating eyes. Zuko shifted on paw to ba. It's the inspection making him nervous. He looked away from them both, looking at Eri, who was happily sitting on the couch, watching them. Zuko perked up when he saw her, and his tail flicked. But he got a bit spooked when Mr. Yamada spoke again. So, then, a missing child. Just then, someone knocked at the door. They all jumped, and the English teacher stood to get it, while the raven-haired continued to stare intensely at Izuku, until his own phone rang. The man stood and walked over to take the call, watching Izuku from the side of his eye. Zuko then heard a familiar cheery voice call from the door. Eri, you ready to go? Almost, Mirio. Eri called back to him. Zuko relaxed a bit knowing Eri was leaving with Mirio. The upperclassman would take good care of her. Meanwhile, Mr. Ozawa was standing to the side, an intense look on his face. Zuko watched as the small girl ran towards the door, waving goodbye to Izuku and Mr. Ozawa as she went. Izuku watched as the raven-haired man walked over to her and pat her head. speaking to her softly. She nodded determinedly and ran off towards the door. His teacher standing and walking back towards the bedrooms. Zuko kept sitting on the counter. The door closed, and Izuku watched as his blonde teacher walked back in. The man startled at seeing Izuku there alone and chuckled nervously. Where's Shota? Izuku looked towards the bedrooms, and his English teacher laughed nervously, slowly moving towards the bedroom. Thanks, kiddo. And promptly walked away to find the other man. Izuku hopped off the counter and followed him, the man nervously looking behind him to watch the cat. They walked into the bedroom, the blonde calling out for the raven-haired man. Zuko followed along close behind, but as soon as he passed the threshold of the door, he was lifted swiftly. He yowled in surprise and fear. "Ow!" And Mr. Yamada jumped and yelped, though Zuko saw red above him and knew who was holding him. He looked up and saw his homeroom teacher looking at the other with his quirk activated, letting it go with a blink and a sigh, looking down to Izuku. Sho, what are you doing? We are going on a field trip. What? I found my kid. Isn't that right, Izuku? Izuku jerked and swiveled his head to look up at his teacher and began to nod vigorously, smiling as best as he could. Azawa sighed and adjusted his grip on the boy, so he was holding him by the scruff and proceeded to bring him up to his face and look the cat in the eyes. Zuko stared at his teacher, scowling but seemingly relieved expression, as his teacher gruffly barked out, 3 suicide sprints each day for a week after school. Zuko huffed and bumped his head on the man's chin, purring loudly. I'm glad I'm okay too. Okay. Where are we going and what's going on? Zawa held Izuku normally and looked over to the other man. Zuko looked up at his teacher and tilted his head, curious himself. One of those bastards is ready to confess. Zuko smacked his teacher's face with his paw and glared. The man blinked in surprise and looked down at the boy in his arms. Sorry, the very not nice man. Zuko grinned and laughed at the man, and Izuku would swear he saw the man's shoulders relax and a small smirk appear on his face. Fuck Mr. Ozawa, actually. The man should go throw himself into a river, he grumbled at the man in the front seat as the other shifted nervously. The raven-haired seemed rather pleased with himself. Why do we have to do this? The blonde asked the man in the passenger seat. I don't trust him. Also, we are going into a police station, so his protection. We are about to talk to a dangerous criminal, the other replied. Zuko meowed loudly and angrily. Meow! Meow! He did not need to be stuck in a cat carrier. He was a person! He already had to eat cat food for the past 2 days. Now this? The boy glared at the man up front, who was grinning. Normally, this would be scary, but Izuku had seen the man making out with his other beside him and making so many sex jokes, along with the cursing. The boy's perception of the man was ruined. The fear was gone. His tail flicked and hit the sides of the cat carrier hard as the blonde continued to drive, making the man flinch. Are you sure that's Izuku? The blonde looked at him through the rear view mirror, and Izuku didn't look at him, but continued to glare at the smug man in the passenger seat. Positive. The blonde sighed and kept looking at the road. If you say so. Zuko huffed and meowed at the man, asking for freedom. Meow! 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 But the benevolent man just smirked more and put his face into his capture weapon. Zuko sighed and flopped onto his side, his tail thumping up and down. They eventually arrived at the police station, and Izawa carried Izuku in his carrier inside. To Izuku's great disdain, though the boy was kind of glad for it, and as the hustle and bustle of the police station spooked him. His increased senses overloaded with different smells, sights, and sounds. He backed into the carrier, closer to his teacher, whose warmth he could feel through the cheap plastic of the carrier. The two others kept walking through, the yelling men in shining cuffs, the smell of coffee and exhaustion, the grumbling and slouched officers, the people running around hurriedly to get somewhere. Zuko covered his ears with his paws and closed his eyes, holding his breath and waiting until the carrier thumped and stopped swaying. And Zuko opened his eyes again. In front of him was a man with dark hair and blue eyes. He stood up and spoke over the carrier to someone above him. "So this is your kid?" "Yep." The man tapped the top of the carrier a few times and leaned down to look inside. "Hello, Izuku." Izuku took his paw and flapped it up and down a few times to indicate waving. The man's eyes widened and he stood up again. "Well, he definitely understands us at the very least." "Yes, we're aware. Didn't want to leave him. Can I talk to the bastard?" "Hey, watch your goddamn language around your kid." Someone else piped in from beside him. "Hey, watch your fucking language. Don't tell me to watch my fucking language. Hey, stop fucking cursing." "Why must I suffer like this?" His teacher drawled. The two were arguing began to laugh, the man in front of the carrier bending down and clutching his stomach. Zuko peeked through the holes in the side of the carrier to see the other person. It was a man with a cat head, which made the fur on Izuku's neck stand on end. His English teacher was standing to the side nervously, and he turned to see his raven-haired teacher standing close to his carrier, so Izuku could see his face. Izuku huffed and smacked the side of the carrier, meowing at the man. "Meow! Meow! Mr. Izawa! Let me out!" The cat man snorted behind him and spoke up. "He's not very happy. Can you understand him?" Zuko could feel the man's displeasure. Just because I have a cat head does not mean I can understand cats. Even humans turned cats. I can just kind of tell his emotions. "I was just wondering, you've never talked about it before. Never came up in conversation." His English teacher sighed and spoke up. "While this is endearing and all, shouldn't we be interrogating the villain?" The dark-haired officer spoke up. "We are just waiting on one of my other officers to give the guy the rundown. Then he'll come in and Izawa and I will go in to interrogate him. You will all watch from behind the window." Zuko meowed and pawed at the carrier. "Meow! Meow!" "Including you as well, Zuko. Don't worry." The boy meowed again and stuck his paw out of the box, trying to convey the fact he wanted out. "Meow! Meow!" The box was stuffy and made him feel claustrophobic. The cat man spoke up again. "He's upset, uncomfortable, and a little scared." "All that from a meow?" Dark-haired man said with a wide grin. The cat began to bristle and glared at him playfully. "Shut your bitch!" He was interrupted by Izawa sighing and reached forward to open the carrier, talking lowly to Izuku. "Stay near us, don't wander, and don't get into trouble." Zuko nodded and walked out of the carrier, stretching happily and curling his tail in the air. He could feel the men around him stiffen. "You brought a black cat here?" "It's my kid." "It's bad luck, is what it is." Zuko glared at who he now saw as Detective Sakachi, and the cat being his partner, though that didn't make up for the man's statement. Zuko huffed and flicked his tail at the man, eyes narrowing. The man backed up off nervously and chuckled. "Are you sure that's a Zuko? Never seen him glare like that before." "Yes, and I have." Zuko turned to look at the teacher, who was watching Sukachi with a tired expression. "I have no doubts. I'm honestly disappointed we didn't see it earlier. It came from the same spot as Zuko disappeared. Ran up to me and Hazashi and appeared same time we lost Zuko. Also, his eyes are literally the same color as Izuku." Trust me, I've looked at them all the time because this is a trouble magnet. And when he gets scolded, he makes sure to look you in the eyes. The man pat Izuku's small back and looked down at him. The boy looked up at the man with mock annoyance at his quip, but it was just made the man smile and nod a bit at the boy. This is my kid. Izuku sighed and relaxed before nodding up at the man, knowing his points were valid and not made in hate or actual disdain. He began to purr, butting his head into the man's arm. Zukuachi sighed and shrugged. I mean, the evidence is there. His homeroom teacher nodded. Indeed. The four men went quiet for a while, Zuko eventually crawling up his teacher's arm to hide in his capture scarf again. The man sighed but relented, allowing Zuko to hide within the warmth. After about 10 more minutes, someone knocked at the door and came in. He's ready for you all. Azuka was set back in the cage and given to his English teacher, and they all began to walk down the halls again. Azuka was sat on a table in a dark room, where he could see the window. Inside was a man, and he saw just before he was flung into the forest, looking nervous and frightened. Azuka felt bad for the man, but also wanted to know what happened. Azuka lay down in the dark carrier and watched through the wire door as his teacher and detective walked into the room, making the other man stiffen. The detective sat down in front of the man, while his teacher stood to the side, behind the detective. The man in front of them gulped as Sukachi pulled out a file of papers. Mr. Yamamoto, correct? The man nodded. Verbal response, please. Yes, I am. The man nervously stuttered out. Zukachi sighed and nodded. Good. We were told you could tell us about what happened to the green-haired boy during your capture. The man nodded and gulped. They're probably gonna kill me anyway, if or when I get released, but it's my quirk, sir. Elaborate, please. I can turn people into cats for as many days as they are old. So how old they are relates to how long they stay cats? Correct. And their color relates to my mood. Sukachi nodded and wrote all of that down. Suka looked over to see his teacher relax and watching the scene carefully. Now, who are they? The man began to explain, but his English teacher grabbed him and his carrier and took him from the room, back to the car. Zuko wanted to know what was going on, but he thought it might be better to hold off for the time being. Now, who are they? Sukachi asked the man. Azawa perked up, curious to hear more background behind all of this madness, though the man stiffened and shook his head, his voice getting louder. No, no, no. You just said the information about the kid. Nothing about that. No, 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 no. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Sugachi gently waved his arms and leaned back. We did say that. I will keep my word. I was just curious and heard you say it. The man took a large gulp of air and nodded, relaxing only slightly. Sukachi stood and grabbed all his paper. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. We'll be in touch. Sukachi bowed and left the room, Zawa close behind. The man took him back to the room they had been in before and sat down along with Sansa. So we at least know where your kid is. For sure, at least. Zawa nodded. Yep, now we have another mystery. I want to run background checks on all the new hires. Something doesn't feel right. Sansa said and Sakachi nodded. Might as well double check. Until then, there is the question of where the boy will stay and alerting his mother. I'll take care of his mother. I'll call her shortly. Sounds good, Azawa. 20 minutes later, Zawa walked out of the station, trudging along to the car and hopping in. He rested his head on the headrest and groaned. His English teacher put his hands on the man's shoulder and questioned him. What happened? The man turned his head and eye to the side and grinned. So, Zuga's mother is apparently allergic to cats. and I figured it would be a good idea to keep him close for the rest of the time he's a cat. So, we are taking him home? The man nodded and looked at Izuku. That's okay with him, then yes, he will be. Izuku nodded at the man, but didn't see the point in going somewhere else. And he trusted the two teachers. The man nodded and reached back to pat the top of the carrier a few times. It's settled then. Izuku was released back into the couple's apartment and jumped onto the couch, flopping onto it and sighing. He was ready to take a long nap. His homeroom teacher chuckled softly and went to put the carrier away, while the blonde walked over to him and sat on the other side of the couch. The man groaned and leaned his head back over the back of the couch, sighing tiredly. The other man walked in and sat beside the blonde. Between him and Izuku, the raven-haired man looked down at Izuku and grinned. So, we should talk about what you've seen and heard. I know for a fact we have done some things in the past few days that were not quite PG-13. Izuku glared at the man and shook his head. He would rather forget all he saw. Thank you very much. Though the man chuckled fondly and pat the boy's side. Just don't talk about any of what you saw, please. I don't want the class to find out I'm married, especially to their English teacher. The boy looked up at the man and nodded, too tired to care, and let his head flop back down onto the soft cushion of the couch. The man above him chuckled more and picked Izuku up, much to the boy's disdain. He was comfortable and he didn't want to be moved. He began petting him behind the ears. That spot felt really good as a cat. His teacher chuckled and kept petting him, reaching an arm around his partner and leaning against him. Sushi jumped onto the blonde's lap and turned his nose up at Izuku, kneading the man's lap and twisting into a circle, eventually plopping down onto the now awake and bewildered man's lap. His homeroom teacher chuckled and reached over to pet the cat's head. He was appreciative of the attention. Izuku yawned and relaxed, as the man would probably bring him back if he moved off him, so he closed his eyes and enjoyed the other's warmth. Azal watched as those around him fell asleep, the long day wearing them thin. He still had to think for food for Midoriya, as the boy probably wasn't eating due to the food being cat food. Azawa himself probably wouldn't eat it either if he was in the boy's position, though he was happy as the boy was close to him, and he officially knew where he was. The stress of his child disappearing after a fight disappearing quickly. His husband beside him was beginning to snore, Sushi finally content on his lap and purring slowly, coming to a stop as the fluff ball fell asleep himself. Zuko was laid on his side on his lap, breathing slowly. The man watched him breathe for a while, ensuring himself that the boy was indeed alive and well. After a while his phone buzzed, and he slowly shimmied it from his pocket, doing his best not to disturb those sleeping around him. He turned it on and saw a text from the rat Satan himself, Nezu. He sighed and opened it to read. Hello, Azawa. I hope you've had a good evening. I'm sending you the contact information for Midoriya's mother. She would love to see her son. I will let you make those arrangements. Also, for your other questions, yes, the boy is welcome to come to school when it begins in 2 days, though he may not participate in physical activities for obvious reasons. Be sure he stays close to you, and here are some cat-safe human foods you may feed him. Best wishes, Nezu. Link. Azawa sighed. The rat always messaged like he was sending a fucking letter, though it was informal. Azawa replied to him with a simple thanks and opened the link. He read it thoroughly, absentmindedly petting the cat on his lap. Eventually his eyes grew heavy and he yawned, turning his phone off and setting it onto his lap before leaning onto his husband's shoulder and slowly falling asleep himself and joining the other members of his household in dreamland. Zuko awoke to a loud and rapid knocking at the door, spooking all the occupants of the apartment. The blond man grumbled and stood, walking over to the door, while the man whose lap Zuko was still on blinked slowly as if he was trying to figure out where and who he was. Zuko sat up on the man's lap and crawled up onto his shoulder, bumping his face into his cheek. The man watched him curiously and chuckled once Zuko bumped into him. Hello, what's that for? Zuko shrugged and jumped off him, walking towards the door to see who had arrived. Though, as he entered the hall, he heard a shrill squeal that made his fur stand on end. Oh, honey, he's adorable! Zuko slowly looked over to see his arts and history teacher running at him at full speed. Before he could react and run off, he was scooped up into her arms and twirled around while being hugged tightly. God, he's so fucking cute! He meowed unhappily and tried to wiggle out of the woman's tight hold. As he was uncomfortably close to her chest and he had already ruined his view of his homeroom teacher and English teacher. Namuri put him down. His saving grace, he meowed desperately at his homeroom teacher. Meow! 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 And the woman sighed and deposited the boy back onto the floor, where he promptly ran off and jumped onto the counter to be safe. The woman watched him curiously and with a big grin. Oh, so now we're letting His homeroom teacher was quick to slap a hand on the woman's mouth to silence her, but Izuku already had to deal with her sex jokes during the sports festival. How that was allowed, he didn't know. The woman pulled his hand back and grinned at him. Why, can't my fat puss can't sit on it, but he can? His teacher sighed tiredly and the blonde began to snicker. He has fur and paws. I do too. Namuri! The man glared at the snickering woman as she began to burst out into laughter. The blonde in the hall following her lead. His homeroom teacher sighed and rubbed his temple. Zuko tilted his head at the man and meowed. Meow. You good? The man looked over at him and sighed, walking over to pat his back. Don't tell anyone about this. I will hear about it. Zuko nodded quickly and looked at his two teachers, now slowing their laughter. Zuko sighed and flicked his tail a few times, the man above him huffing in amusement. So, what brings you here, Nem, Murray? The woman sighed and wiped a tear from her eye, standing. I heard they found the wayward child, and that you had him. We were told you would give us more info the day before we come back during that meeting, but... She grinned and its teacher sighed. You came here. Yep, so where's the child? She began to look around, and before the men above him could reply, Zuko stopped him, flicking his ear. The man looked at him for a moment before grinning. In a box in our closet. The blonde looked at him curiously, but before he could correct the man, the woman was already up and running towards their bedroom, looking around for him. As she was calling out for him and looking around, his homeroom teacher pushed her in and slammed the door shut and locked it, leaning on the outside while she banged on the door. Shoda, open this door! Get out of my house! I'm stuck in your closet! Zoro looked down as Zuko gave him a look that said, You hearing this? Zuko huffed, amused, and jumped onto the bed, scrambling up haphazardly. The man chuckled at him and The banging stopped. The blonde came into the room and sighed. "Sho, let her out of the closet. You're being a bad example. She started it." The blonde sighed and walked over, having a steering contest with the other before swiping his feet out from under his homeroom teacher and making him fall, dragging him away from the door and unlocking it. "Bully. You're the one shoving people in closets like some 80s bully. That's bullying." The closet door opened and the dark-haired woman stepped out. "Asshole, where's the child?" The blonde pointed to Izuku, who was sitting on the bed, watching the three. His homeroom teacher sighed and laid fully on the ground, giving up the deception. The woman looked over at him and scoffed. "Your new cat you've been sending me pictures of?" Izuku glanced at the other man. When had he taken pictures of him? Oh, right. The morning after he was turned, when he was curled up by his teacher's head. Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head. The woman walked over to pat his head. "This cutie? That's a cat." Zuko shook his head at the woman in response and watched as she paled quicker and she barged into the apartment. She slowly picked Izuku up and held him close to her face, inspecting him. "Izuku?" The boy nodded. "Oh God, I cursed in front of a child." "You did worse than cuss in front of him." "I've made so many sex jokes before, that's fine." Also, that one did worse yesterday. His English teacher spoke and pointed down to the raven-haired on the floor. "Oh God. Damn, this child has so much blackmail." She lifted him up and Izuku shook his head quickly, which made his homeroom teacher snort. "That's right. He doesn't know jack shit." "Sho, did you threaten him?" "No." The blonde looked at Izuku. "It's okay. If the asshole on the floor threatened you, child, don't listen to him." The woman holding him in the air brought him close and hugged him. "You're safe now from the mean man, kiddo. Use all that blackmail." "Please don't." "I encourage the use of blackmail on your teachers." "Namuri, stop." She laughed and ran out of the room with Izuku. "Use it to make Izawa tie himself up again with his rope. Namuri, I'm going to fucking kill you." Izuku heard loud footsteps and his English teacher's now familiar yelp of surprise. Zuko wiggled out of the woman's hold just as his homeroom teacher barreled into the woman, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Zuko ran and hid under the couch as they began to roll around the room, fighting. The blonde walked in and sighed, shaking his head and watching them like it was a normal occurrence. Zuko bolted from under the couch towards the calmer man after the two slammed into the couch and moved it. In a panic, he climbed up the man's leg, who hissed in pain and picked the boy-turned-cat up and held him. The man patted his head and walked away from it into their kitchen. "They'll stop when they get tired. I can't stop them, though. Last time, Nem's quirk got activated and I woke up with two guilty-looking shits and a black eye." Zuko laughed at the thought, and he was set on the counter. His English teacher rustled around in the fridge before pulling out some deli meat and setting it on a platter and sliding it to him. "Here, I'm sure cat food was a little dehumanizing. I'm sure you're hungry." Zuko nodded and clumsily bowed in thanks to the man before chowing down onto the food. The man smiled fondly and shook his head. "Yeah, I figured." There was a thump and some muffled cursing in the living room before the fighting continued. The blonde sighed once again, and Izuku flicked his tail, amused. The man sat on the counters behind him and watched the two in the living area from the safety of the counters. Once Izuku was finished, he watched with the man, sit closer to the edge so he could see over. Though once his homeroom teacher threw a book at the other's head and it missed and hit the edge of the counter, Zuko jumped back and the blonde picked the boy up and held him in his arms, where he could still watch, but it was safer than before. Though after the two bumped into a table and a very expensive lamp wobbled dangerously, he yelled at them, "Okay, that's enough!" They both immediately stopped what they were doing, mid swings at each other, and got off each other like children being scolded. The man holding him snorted quietly and set Izuku back down on the counter. He stood up and racked both of them on the backs of their head. "I'm not cleaning this." They both chuckled and nodded, immediately beginning to clean their mess. Izuku watched as they did, flicking his ear. He had the urge to clean himself. Like everything was uncomfortable, he leaned his head back and took a tentative lick, which helped immensely. He sighed and began to clean himself as the two in the living room kept cleaning, being sternly observed by the blond man, with his arms crossed like an angry parent. Zuko thought it was amusing to see their dynamics at home in their home, and how they seemed scared of him using the information he has against them. Yet they haven't seemed to restrain themselves against their normal dynamics or actions. He twisted around to fix the fur on his back, and he found the more he did this, the more relaxed his mind began. He was so focused on the itchy feeling fading and being soothed by the calmness that he didn't notice when the adults finished cleaning and walked over to him before he was lifted into the air by the woman again. She hugged up close to her chest, which made Izuku wiggle and meow unhappily. Meow! 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 Oh, poor boy, being abused by this cruel man. The Murray put him down. He obviously doesn't like it. The woman stuck her tongue out at him and held him under his armpits and up towards the ceiling. "He doesn't mind, do you, baby?" Izuku quickly nodded, as yes, he did mind. She ruined his hard work. He wiggled it more in her hold, trying to break free. The dark-haired man snorted and crossed his arms. "Yeah, he looks and sounds real happy right now." The woman sighed and set him back down on the counter, where he walked away out of her reach. The blonde sighed and sat down on the counter again. "So, are you hungry?" The two looked at each other and shrugged. "Sure, if you want to order in." "I thought we could go out and eat." "I'm not leaving him here alone." His teacher butted quickly and pointed to Izuku, who flicked his tail at the attention and looked at the adults. "Well, we do need more cat-safe foods to give him," the blonde pointed out. "Then I'll send you two a list, but I'm not leaving him." "Boo! Loser!" The Murray jeered at him, and the blonde sighed and stood from the counter. "I'll go with you, Murray, and bring both of you some food. Sound good?" The dark-haired man nodded. "Sounds great." The man nodded and went to the room to get changed, though the dark-haired woman wrapped her arms around his homeroom teacher's shoulder, which made the man grumble. "You're like a dad, honestly. You want to have a round too?" The man turned his head and looked at the woman with a challenge in his eyes. She grinned and poked his cheek. "So I can beat your ass again? Hell yeah. You did not beat my ass, you. Don't start that bullshit again." The blonde came out of the bedroom and walked over to the two. "Besides, Izuku has a call with his mother in an hour, remember?" "Yeah, I know. Another reason I wanted to stay." They both looked at him disbelievingly, and he rolled his eyes. "Just leave before Namuri decides to throw hands again." "Beach, I'll beat your ass." "Oh, wait, that's his job." She was promptly dragged from the room by his English teacher, cackling. Once the door closed, his homeroom teacher sighed and looked over to the counters to address Izuku. But Izuku was long gone, not wanting to listen to that conversation. But he was stopped on his way to the bathroom to hide by Sushi, the large cat watching him grumpily. Izuku chuckled nervously and backed up a little. Hey, what's up? The cat's ears folded back and growled. This is my territory and those are my humans. You need to leave. Zuko backed up a little more and prepared to bolt. I can't. He's supposed to be. Before he could finish, the cat hissed and jumped at him, clawing Zuko's nose. Zuko jumped back with a yelp and ran. His eyes were watering and he smelled blood, which made him panic more. The cat yowled again and gave chase. Ow! Zuko jumped under the couch where the cat couldn't reach, and the large cat slammed into the fabric. Once he regained his balance, he leaned down and began to swipe under the couch. Come back here, you dumb alley cat. Zuko panted and scooched under the couch more. Sushi was lifted into the air by his homeroom teacher, and the man walked away carrying the beast. Sushi, I know Azashi said I was being a bad influence, but that was uncalled for. The cat hissed and tried to wiggle out of the man's hold before being dispensed into the bathroom and locked inside. The cat desperately meowing, meow, meow, and reaching under the door pathetically. The man sighed and walked back to the living room to collect the child the damn cat had scared. He sat on the ground in front of the couch and held out his hand. It didn't seem right to talk to a scared cat otherwise. Come on out, Zuko. I put him away. Zuko slowly crept out from under the couch and towards the man's hand. His teacher gently grabbed him and inspected his nose. There was a small cut, but it wasn't bleeding much. The man sighed and wiped off the blood with a tissue from their coffee table. Sorry, kid. I don't know what got into him. Zuko bumped his head into his hand and purred, letting him know it was all right, even if he was still violently shaking. The man sighed and picked him up, setting him on the couch where the boy lay down and closed his eyes. The man sighed and leaned his head into the couch, watching him. Maybe when you're human again, he'll like you better. He's normally pretty chill with all humans. Izuku flicked his tail in response and huffed, cracking open an eye to glare at the man, which made him chuckle. He looked at the cat. He looked the cat up and down and reached over to touch his nose. Your nose feel okay? Zuko nodded. It stung, but it stopped bleeding and didn't hurt a lot, so it was fine. The man nodded and laid his face on the plush couch, talking into it. It was muffled, but Zuko didn't even care to try and translate his muttering. Flicking his tail and closing his eyes once more, the man sighed, and Zuko felt him move before he felt a hand on his side. Zuko jumped a little but relaxed as the man began to pet him. Purring softly, the man chuckled and rubbed behind his ear, whispering, Don't tell anyone, okay? Zuko nodded slightly and fell asleep, trusting the man he called his teacher. Zuko woke to his teacher lightly shaking him awake. He sat up and yawned, stretching and shaking himself off. The man above him chuckled. Hey, kiddo, you got a call with your mom. Zuko looked up at him and waved his tail happily. The man picked him up and brought him to the kitchen counter, where he set him down in front of his computer, opening up to a video calling page. The man looked down at him and pat his back gently. You ready? Zuko nodded, and the man reached over and pressed the join button. It opened up to a page where he saw his mother, Detective Sukachi, and Principal Nezu. Once they joined, their conversation stopped, and his mother leaned closer to the screen and called out, Azuku, my baby! He meowed, meow, and carefully walked up to the camera, butting his head against it and purring. Hello, Mom. Sorry for worrying you again. The woman chuckled behind the screen and spoke again. You need to be more careful, Zoo. Zuko meowed and nodded. Meow. Stepping back so he could see the screen better, his mother was starting to cry and sniffling loudly. Detective Sukachi was working on something else, and the principal was watching with his beady eyes. It made Izuku uncomfortable in this small form, but he powered through it so he could talk with his mother, even if it was a one-sided conversation. His mother sniffled, and Nezu cleared his throat. Pardon me, but I do have some things I would like to discuss before we get too involved in catching up. His mother nodded and wiped her eyes, while Detective Sakachi set down what he was doing and looked at the screen finally. Izuku sat up a bit more to listen to what he had to say. I'm sure Izuku would like to come back to school in 2 days, when we begin school again. Izuku nodded furiously. Then we will have accommodations made for you, and you will be staying with Izawa. If both parties are fine with that. Izuku nodded, and the man behind him leaned in closer to Izuku so he could be seen in the screen more. I'm fine with that. Fantastic! Then, with that out of the way, Izuku will obviously not be involved with the physical aspects of his day until he returns to normal. So while the heroics teams are going out to train, he could stay with me in my office. If there's something he needs to see, I, I'm sure arrangements can be made. Yeah, I can. His teacher nodded behind him, and Nezu clapped his paws together happily. Well then, anything else of importance? Detective Sukachi shook his head and spoke. That was it, really. I just had to be here to observe. Then, then we will let the Midoriyas catch up. Well then, good day to you both. Detective Sukachi and Nezu bowed their heads and left the call, leaving his mom to begin talking to Izuku, who responded as best as he could. Ozawa stepped back and left the room, leaving Midoriya to talk to his mother. He sighed and sat down in the living room, pulling out his phone and messaging his husband to update him on what happened and the plan for the next 2 weeks. The man did not respond, so Ozawa assumed they were either shopping or eating. In either case, Ozawa was exhausted. He laid on the couch and closed his eyes, though a pathetic, long, and loud meow broke from his slumber. Meow! He sighed and stood, walking over to the bedroom and walking into the bedroom to deal with the bastard. Said bastard wrapped around his legs, purring as he entered, happily waving his tail. He sighed and picked the small fuck up, holding him close to his face. Why did you do it? The cat murped at him and licked his nose. He sighed and tossed the cat onto the bed, where he righted himself and began meowing at Izawa again. Meow! 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 The man sat down on the bed and the cat jumped onto his lap. Sushi wasn't ever this affectionate with him, so he raised an eyebrow and looked at the little shit. You're jealous, aren't you? The cat just spun in a circle, kneading his lap and purring. He sighed and pat the cat's back. Fucking piece of shit. The cat suddenly bit his hand and ran off. Eventually, Izuku's mother had to leave. It sucked, but he meowed until its teacher came back in. Meow! Meow! And took the computer. Izuku butted his head against the man's arm as he picked up his computer. The man chuckled softly and picked him up. I think Sushi has calmed down, but I'll put him in the bathroom tonight to be safe. Izuku nodded and relaxed against the man's arm. All he wanted was a nap, even though he had one not an hour ago. So when his teacher set him on a pillow and walked away, he laid on his side and closed his eyes, falling asleep. Azawa came back from locking Hizasui's white and tabby shit in the bathroom, who was now pawing under the door desperately. He walked into the bedroom and shut the door, sighing as he did, the yowling being quieted. Meow! Wow. The man turned around to address his student, but saw the boy was asleep, sprawled out on his pillow, small mouth slightly agape. He sighed and shook his head fondly, walking over to him and sitting down on the bed beside him. He reached for his computer to do some work, though once he opened it, his mind blanked. The case of the group that attacked them did not make him want to work on it. Having worked on this case nonstop over the past few days looking for the kid he now knew was safe and sound beside him, and the stress of it over, it made him rather want to kill himself than continue looking through the boring ass online forums to find slivers of information on the group that was mostly imprisoned. He shut the laptop and put it back where it was, laying down on his bed, careful not to lay his head onto the boy turned cat on his pillow. He quietly groaned in his exhaustion and closed his eyes, relieving his pounding headache and dry eyes. Though he felt something move and soft fur move against his face. He cracked open his eye and looked over to see dark fur curled up against his face, slowly moving up and down with a small breath. He huffed in amusement and reached up to gently pet the cat. While it felt a little odd to be doing this with a student, especially one with enough blackmail against him, he couldn't resist petting a cat, especially one so cuddly with him. He yawned and closed his eyes again, soft purrs slowly building beside his ear. He smiled softly and reached over to turn off his bedside lamp, casting the room into darkness and helping the two within the room drift off to sleep. Hisashi slowly opened the door to his and his husband's apartment and walked inside, carrying a few bags of grocery with Namuri behind him, carrying her own load. She had taken it upon herself to haul all that he couldn't bring up herself, because Mama didn't raise no two-trip bitch, apparently. In either case, they both set their bags onto the counter, and the woman audibly announced her relief as she released weight upon her arm. God, those bags are heavy! What did you buy? Nothing too heavy. You just took all of it. My mama didn't raise no two-trip bitch. Your mother would be appalled if she knew you used that kind of language. She already is. I'm a pro hero. An R-rated one. She don't give a shit about that. It's all sexism, bitch. You need therapy. I don't need to pay someone to tell me I'm delusional. I get told that for free by news websites all the time. And my mother. But my trauma was a gift from my mother, and I don't get rid of gifts from her, as they are rarer than gold. Which isn't that rare. I'm still technically right. The man rolled his eyes and began putting the groceries away. The woman laid her head on the counter and sat on the bar stool. He began taking everything out of their bags, setting them on the counter to be put away, and throwing the bags into the bin under their sink. Once everything was set out, he began to put anything cold away. The woman groaned and looked up at him, head leaning on her arm. He ignored her and kept putting away his groceries. She rapped on the counter. He kept doing his chores. She eventually stood and walked over to him, sitting on the counter beside where he was working. But he just moved around her. He kept ignoring her pestering until she stole the butter, holding it above her. Pay attention to me. He sighed and reached up and took it from her hands. No. And walked away from the squawking Namuri. Traitor! Suffer! She cried out and flopped backwards onto the counter. Betrayal of the highest kind! I allow you to fornicate with my little brother, and this is how you repay me? He gave her an unimpressed glare and threw a cooking book at her. The point landed on her stomach, and she grunted, clutching her stomach and rolling on her side as he continued to put away his groceries. He finished and stood over the woman suffering on his countertops. You done? She weakly lifted her hand and sighed and reached to take it, but it turned into a middle finger as she rasped out, "Fuck you." He sighed and picked her up. She yelped and began to writhe, but he held strong and deposited her out of his home. She landed with an oof onto their welcome mat, and he began closing the door. "Bye, bitch." She laughed and looked up at him. "Bye, abuser." He shut the door on her and heard her laughing. He locked it for safety and walked back into his home. He made sure everything was put away and walked into the living area to see if his husband was laying on the couch. But he wasn't there. He raised an eyebrow and began searching the apartment for him. He walked into the hall and saw a white paw sticking out from under it, reaching for anything. He walked over and released his cat from his tile prison. "What did you do?" He said down to the cat, arms on his hips. The cat meowed up at him innocently, "Meow," and weaved through his legs. He sighed and picked the little shit up. "I know you did something." The cat purred and bumped his head into his chin. He chuckled softly and pet the small animal's head. The beast purred happily and continued pushing his head on any part of Sashi that came close. "I'll be sure to ask your crimes when I find your jailer." The cat meowed and wiggled out of his arms. "Meow, meow," running towards the bedroom. The door was closed and the cat began to paw at it. The man sighed and shook his head fondly before he followed him and opened the door just a crack to see his husband on the bed, with the small black fluffy mass by his head. He cooed and picked up the small tabby menace, trying to worm his way in, and shut the door, knowing his husband needed his rest from a long and stressful events of this week. And that if the man could sleep now, then it was best not to bother the insomniac or his ward. He walked back into the living room with the writhing tabby menace and sat on the couch, pulling out his phone. He had gotten messages from his husband. Curious, he opened them and began to read through them. They read, "Hubby, 6:47. Your cat is a bastard. 6:47. He's attacking my student. 6:51. He's been locked in the bathroom for his crimes. Don't let him out. 7:14. Meeting went well. Same plan as before. He's coming with us and we have to take care of him. But if the kids are just training, he's staying with Nezu. 7:28. Taking a nap." He felt bad for not seeing the messages, but he was glad the plan was solidified. He looked at the fluffy gremlin on his lap and glared at it. "You asshole." The little shit meowed. "Meow, meow." Jail time. The cat ran away as soon as he reached for it and hid. Zashi sighed and lay back on the couch, giving up. He was pissed. The fucker had been missing for 2 days, and no one had told him anything. He wanted to punch something and send it to hell. He grit his teeth and took a few deep breaths, his hands tightening into fists. There was a knock at his door, and his mother came in. "Child?" He glared at her from the darkness of his room. "What do you want, hag?" She held up the phone. His mother called. They found him. Bakugo sat up quicker than he had ever set off an explosion. Azawa woke up slowly, eyes dry and sticking together. He sat up and yawned, rubbing his eyes. Though when he looked back down, he saw a small black bundle, now rolled into his back in the middle of his pillow, looking awfully disgruntled. The man snorted and pet the boy, who made a small noise of confusion and surprise, "Meow," turning into contentment. The man sighed and stood up, stretching again and checking his phone. His husband had read his text, but had not messaged him back. He shrugged and put his phone away, trusting his partner. Hopefully, the man had not released the criminal that he had jailed the other day. He put his phone away and walked over to the door, leaving the small boy to rest a little longer. Though, as he walked out of the room, a small tabby blur tried to rush in. The man shut the door to a crack and bent down to lift the small blur into his arms. Now, what are you doing out? The cat looked up at him with large blue eyes that radiated innocence and meowed pathetically. Meow, meow. Carefully trying to wiggle out of his arms and to freedom, he sighed and walked out of the room, shutting the door behind him. The cat relaxed in his arms as his point of interest was closed, and tried to slide out from the man's hold. He sighed and let the cat drop to the ground, who landed not so gracefully on 3 paws. The man rolled his eyes at the small ball of idiocy and walked to find his husband. The man was on the couch sleeping, like he had been sentenced there by Azawa, though for the jailbreak he and his cat got up to, the man might actually be banished to the couch, at least until Midoriya was normal again. Though, when the man rolled onto his side and grunted in his sleep, the position looking uncomfortable, the man sighed and walked over to him. He knelt down beside the sleeping man and gently shook him awake. Zashi, wake up. The man mumbled and smooshed his face into the cushion below his head. Zawa laughed softly and kissed the man's forehead, which made him wake a little more. The man lifted his head from the cushions below him and slowly blinked at the other. Once he saw the other man, though, a small smile appeared on his face. Hello. Zawa chuckled softly and rested his forehead on the other. Hi. Sorry, didn't mean to fall asleep. It's fine, Zashi. Though you did release a wanted criminal from his prison. I thought he served enough time. Azawa laughed and kissed the other man, who reciprocated after a moment. When they pulled back, Azawa brought their foreheads together again, holding the other man's head close with his hand on his back and his other's head. They remained like that for a while, just breathing together, until they were disturbed by a small but distressed meowing coming from the bedroom. Meow! 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 Zawa sighed and sat back, his husband now awake and giggling at the other. I see, he's learned to use his voice. Zashi commented. Zawa sat back on his legs and nodded, grinning slightly. Yep, there's not gonna be any peace. The man in front of him laughed and sat up. Zawa groaned and stood himself, going to free the menace within the other room. I'll start supper then. Zawa nodded and yawned, opening the door to release Izuku from the confines of the dark bedroom. Izuku woke up partly when his teacher moved, making him roll onto the center of the man's pillow. He grumbled as the movement was quick and spooked him, scrunching his face and cracking an eye open to glare at the man who had moved. Though the bastard just laughed, and Izuku flicked his tail angrily. Though the man moved closer and pet him, and all was well again. Izuku closed his eyes. The man's offense was forgiven, and went back to sleep, barely hearing the man stand and leave the room, or the struggle that occurred. A while later he woke again, still in a dark room, but now alone. His fur was sticking up in different directions. It was very uncomfortable. So he groaned and sat up, fixing his fur. It still felt odd, but comforting. Once his cat brain was satisfied, he jumped off the bed and began walk towards the door, only to find it closed and locked. So he did the only rational thing he could think of. He sat by the door and began to meow. Meow! 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 Letting the others know he was awake. He heard some laughing and hushed whispers before he heard the now familiar footsteps of his homeroom teacher approaching the door. He stepped back as the man opened it and walked through, the man looking down at him and sighing, shaking his head almost fondly. But then there was a thumping coming towards him, and when he looked over, he was barreled into by a white blur, and the door behind him was slammed shut. The thing above him hissed and jumped off him, running at the door. Zuko sat there and blinked a few times, surprised. The man picked the white ball of anger up and carried him to the bathroom. Panicked steps rushing into the hall as his homeroom teacher threw the other cat into the bathroom and shut the door. The man stood panting, looking at the mess before him. Izuku was on his back, looking up at him with wide, confused eyes, and the other man standing at the bathroom door grumbled about the dumbass cat under his breath. The raven-haired walked over and picked Zuko up, holding him. The man walked over towards the other, who made way for the other. The man stopped beside the other, and the blonde tilted his head at the other. What happened? Are you both okay? The other man sighed and nodded. The criminal tried to get in the room when I tried to release the child and ran over him. Zuko hadn't moved, though, the entire thing. Though now he moved to right himself, as he was still on his back, being moved around by the man holding him. And it was getting quite uncomfortable, so he wiggled and righted himself, the two above him still talking, though his teacher subconsciously making sure the boy did fall from his arms, as he continued to wiggle around and right himself. Once he was righted, the man pat his back and began to walk towards the kitchen, the blonde following behind. His teacher set him onto the counter and sat down on a bar stool, while the other walked back towards the microwave, pulling out a plate with some noodles on it and setting it in front of the raven-haired man. Your food? The other man smiled softly and took the plate from the other man, setting it in front of him and looking back at the other man. Izuku stiffened, not quite wanting to see the admittedly sweet thing they were about to do. Still felt like an invasion of privacy. Thanks, Zashi. The blonde smiled and leaned down to kiss the other's forehead, which Izuku quickly looked away for until he was addressed again. All right, Izuku, ready to eat? Zuko perked up, and his head swiveled over to look at the man. He began to laugh and walk towards the fridge to get his food. Zuko walked towards the edge of the counter, waving his tail in the air happily, and pacing the edge until his laughing teacher brought over some fancy-ass cat food and set it in front of him. It had ham, some broth, and other stuff. It didn't look or smell like cat food, so Izuku hungrily dug in, both his teachers breathing similar sighs of relief. They had gone to bed that night, his homeroom teacher asking him if the boy would rather sleep in a cat bed or on the pillow, as he had been. Izuku chose the pillow. It was comfortable, and the man was warm. Much more so than the cat bed that smelled like the grumpy old cat that had been released from his cold tile prison and was glaring at him as he was introduced to the cat bed on the shelf of their bookcase. So Izuku made what seemed like the smart choice and laid on the pillow next to his teacher, which seemed safer and seemed to appease the fluffy ball of rage on the opposite side of his English teacher's head, though the cat now kept trying to smother his English teacher, trying to claim the man. The man kept choking on fur every 10 minutes or so, making the raven-haired man to Izuku's left chuckle quietly as he read his book. Though it did surprise Izuku a little to know the man wore glasses, though it made sense. The blonde eventually set the cat back into his cold prison with his cat bed, shutting the door to block out the monster's desperate cries. Meow! Meow! Meow. What has gotten into him? His English teacher said as he walked back in and shut the door behind him. The man sat back down on his side of the bed and sighed. His homeroom teacher setting his book down and looking at the other over his glasses with a mischievous smile on his face. Izuku watched his teacher and sighed, hoping that the banter about to happen would be child appropriate this time. Your cat is just an asshole. His homeroom teacher said matter of factly. The blonde huffed, took off his own glasses, and replied, "It's technically yours. It chose you, therefore it is a traitor and your cat. You're just jealous. No, that's your cat. You're just jealous that he gets to sit on my face more than you." Zuko quickly shot down that conversation by smacking his English teacher's face, which had been creeping closer as their conversation continued. The man looked down at Zuko and flushed, looking away and clearing his throat. Though his homeroom teacher did something that would haunt Zuko forever. The man goddamn laughed. It was a sweet sound, genuine and pure, if not for the context in which he was laughing. Zuko's tail bushed up as he walked over to his English teacher, sitting on the man's lap to get away from his homeroom teacher, but to also spook his English teacher as revenge. Which worked, as the man still had not become comfortable with him completely yet. The man stiffened and Izuku glared at him, tail lashing slowly side to side. "Show help." The man snorted and looked back at his book. "On your own." The man above him gawked at the other, but it did nothing as the man nonchalantly turned to the next page of his book. Izuku stomped a paw on the ground, once which made the man above him jump, jerking his head down to look at Izuku. The boy glared at the man further, as their eyes met. The man gulped nervously. "Hey there, little dude." Izuku flicked his tail a little harder, and the man squeaked. A small chuckle came from his right, and his homeroom teacher quietly addressed Izuku. "Yeah, get him, kid." "Don't encourage this!" "Get him, tiger." The man was grinning, and his English teacher looked like he half wanted to strangle the man and run away, but was stuck by the small creature on his lap and the shaking in his arms. The other finally looked over and sighed, bookmarking his book and looking over at the man. What has you got? What has got you so worked up, Hazashi? Just Midoriya, and you're not scared of sushi." The man sighed and picked the small cat up, and deposited him back on the other's lap. Izuku curled up into a ball, and the man looked down at the boy as his hands drifted away from the tiny black beast he just moved. I I was raised very superstitiously, and still am. This'll take some getting used to. I'm sorry, Midoriya." He sighed and flicked his tail. Another superstitious person. But he knew the man was trying, and he had been getting better, so Izuku nodded at the man and laid his head down on his paws. The man sighed and pat the boy's head gently, which Izuku leaned into. His homeroom teacher nodded and yawned, setting the book to the side and taking off his glasses and putting them on his book. He spoke up while he was getting comfortable. "You're glad to know, Zashi. Can I still have my one pet car? This counts as your one more pet. The man countered immediately. The other holding him pointed down at him. No, it's a child. You used your one pet card. On a child. Go to sleep, you heathen. Azuku woke the next day by his homeroom teacher's head again, the man softly snoring. Azuku sat up and began to lick his fur that was sticking up in odd positions and making him uncomfortable, which woke the man beside him, though slowly. Azuku watched as the man blinked slowly, as if processing the ceiling above him. It was funny to watch his teacher sigh and decide to go back to sleep, closing his eyes again with a soft grunt. He sighed and walked towards the end of the bed to lose a bit more of his dignity to the litter box. But the door was closed, and Izuku remembered the other cat was trapped within the bathroom, where the box was located. He decided he could hold it until his teachers woke and sat down. After about 5 minutes, though, he relented and went to wake his homeroom teacher. He walked back to the man's pillow and pawed at the man's face gently. The man rolled away from his paw and grumbled. Azuku meowed quietly. Meow, 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 into the man's ear, which made him mumble and sit up. Azuku sat back and waited for his teacher to wake up. The man looked down at him and sighed. He yawned and quietly mumbled. What's up, kid? Azuku jumped off the bed and walked towards the door. He gently pawed at it when the man sighed and stand, picking the boy up and walking towards the restroom. The man opened it for Sushi, who went bolting out and back into the bedroom, and set Azuku down. Hurry along now. Azuku walked in and sighed, preparing himself to lose more of his dignity before stepping into the sand. Once everyone was awake and fed, there was a knock at the door. Azuku was on the counter cleaning himself after his meal, and curiously looked towards the hall that led to the door. Mr. Azashi got up and walked over to the door, and Azuku heard a small little girl greet the man. Eri! He sat up immediately and saw the little girl running in, followed by his English teacher and Mario, who immediately looked at Azuku. So, Eri tells me the cat can talk. His homeroom teacher sat up. It's Midoriya turned into a cat. Shut up! His English teacher cried, but the man just shrugged and put his head down, leaving the younger blonde confused and bewildered. What? Azuku sighed and laughed softly at the boy's face as the other looked between his homeroom teacher and him. His English teacher pat the boy's back and began to explain better. There was a quirk that temporarily turned Midoriya into a cat. He will return to his normal form 2 weeks from now. He came and found us when we were searching for him, and we didn't know it was him until he responded to our questions. The younger blonde nodded and looked down at Midoriya, who flicked his tail and meowed. Meow! The younger man knelt down to be at his level, where he sat on the counter and held out his fist. You good, Azuku? Azuku bumped the man's fist with his paw, meowing happily. Meow! 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 Which made the other chuckle. Good to know, little dude. Mario stayed for a little longer before leaving, promising to return for Eri at 5. The little girl was holding Azuku happily and giggling, Azuku letting her and going limp. His legs swayed as she twirled. The girl held him and talked to him, walking around the apartment and holding him. The girl had been worried and kept panicking whenever he was out of view, so Izuku stayed close just while the girl was there. Both of his teachers kept quietly checking up on him, but he waved them off each time. His fur felt gross, but the girl who held him in her lap while she watched Moana, kept panicking whenever he walked away, and he felt bad. So he let the girl haul him around, ignoring the jeering calls of Sushi, who kept on top of the cat tower and out of reach. Eri eventually fell asleep, so Izuku crept off her and sat down close, fixing his fur. His homeroom teacher came in and sat down gently beside the girl, covering her in a blanket. He leaned forward and looked down at Izuku, who was intensely trying to fix a cowlick on his back. The man chuckled and reached out to gently help fix it, which Izuku appreciated, but it didn't help much when it popped back up again. The man snorted while Izuku glared it down. The man quietly spoke down to Izuku. "I'll give you a bath later if it will help." Izuku nodded as he'd been picking Cheerios out of his fur for a little bit. Harry was sweet, and while grown more than most children, was still a child. While Izuku was glad she could be a child, it was still messy, especially on his fur. He flicked his ear and shook himself off, his teacher reaching behind his head to scratch there, and pull out a Cheerio he had missed. The man chuckled and rubbed just behind his ears. Izuku began purring. The man chuckled and lifted him from the ground with a small groan, setting the boy on his lap. Zuko went limp as he was lifted and set onto the man's lap, sitting back on the couch and continuing to pet the boy on him. Zuko sighed and settled down, curling his paw under his chest and closing his eyes, relaxing and slowly drifting off to sleep. Though this peace didn't last long, as Eri woke not 10 minutes later, all recharged, and grabbed the boy from his teacher's lap, spooking him awake and dragging the small cat to the kitchen for more Cheerios. Eri eventually left, after a long movie marathon and a board game, in which Eri dominated as the seasoned heroes let her win, and the pieces were hard to move with paws. Mirio gave Zuko another fist bump, and they left. Eri excitedly telling the boy about her day. The two men collapsed on the couch and sighed, having entertained a child for the past 15 hours. The blonde on the couch chuckled and looked over at the other. "God, I remember why I don't want kids now." The man beside him snorted and sat up again. "She's a good kid, though I suppose I should help the other child she terrorized today." They both looked over to Izuku, who had been the victim of Aries' glitter spell, where she dumped a ton of pink glitter onto the boy's fur. The girl had felt terrible, but Izuku purred and comforted her through her plight, though he could hear both of his teachers trying their damnedest not to laugh in the kitchen behind him. Izuku flicked his tail and walked over to both of them, jumping onto the couch, much to both of their dismay, and shaking himself off. They both yelled and laughed. His homeroom teacher swiftly lifted him and carried him to the bathroom, chuckling softly. "You little shit. You're lucky Hisashi buys the best vacuums around." Zuko meowed incessantly. The man set him on the bathroom counter as he waggled his finger in the small beast's face. "Don't even. I'll let him use it on you, you little shit." Zuko hit the man's face with his paw and gave him an unimpressed stare, the boy finally catching the cursing once more, though the man just grinned. "You can't talk, so I'm gonna assume you need to be dunked in cold water." Zuko yowled and jumped off the counter, though was caught halfway down on his descent to the ground by his teacher, who set him back on the counter and turned on the hot water, warming the water up. "I'll give you mercy, child." Zuko nodded and sat down, flicking his tail and leaning back to fix the uncomfortable feeling on his back, though being stopped by the bright pink glitter coating his unkempt and uncomfortable fur, much to his dismay. After Izuku was finished, and the man had assaulted the hairdryer, and with a towel, he let Izuku free from the confines of the bathroom, getting back onto the couch and finally fixing his fur. Though a thump was felt beside him, when Izuku looked up, Sushi was there beside him, looking down on the boy. Zuko tensed up and slowly began to rise, preparing to bolt, though the cat just grumbled and sauntered closer, grabbing the boy by the scruff and settling him down in front of the other tabby, cleaning the boy's fur. Your fur is a mess. It's painful to look at. Zuko was stunned for a while, but slowly relaxed into the larger cat's care. Still unsure, but the beast wasn't trying to kill him. After a while, his English teacher called for everyone to come to dinner, and Sushi jumped off him. Izuku shakily followed close behind. He was lifted by his English teacher and sat onto the counter, both the cats receiving special food, and Izuku happily eating after the long day. Both his teachers were having noodles, and God, Izuku wanted some so badly. He missed human food. Once Izuku was done, he sat at the edge of the counter, watching everyone. The two finished their respected dinners, and his homeroom teacher took the dishes to the sink and began to wash them. His English teacher grabbed Sushi and walked back to the bedroom to get ready for bed, Izuku assumed. So Izuku walked along the counters until he reached the sink, where his homeroom teacher stood cleaning all the dishes used to make their supper that night. He sat down and the man continued to clean, almost finished, though the bastard flicked some water at Izuku. Izuku jumped in surprise when the warm water flicked on him and stumbled back, making the man chuckle. Izuku flicked his tail and dipped his paw into the water, flicking some back at the older man, which made him laugh. He finished the dishes and drained the water, drying his hands and picking up Izuku, who used the man's shirt to dry off his own paw. The man sat him down on the bed and grabbed some pajamas and went to the bathroom to change. His English teacher was sitting on the bed, immensely focused on some papers he'd been laying on his lap, chewing on the end of a pencil. Izuku looked up at him and meowed, "Meow!" tilting his head at the blonde, who looked down at him with a smile. "Hey, little dude, what's up?" Izuku shrugged and sat down, which made the man snort and pet him. "I'm just grading some papers from before this impromptu break. You can't see, though." Izuku nodded and turned to face his back towards the taller man, who laughed and rubbed his back. "Yeah, that'll work." His homeroom teacher came back in and tossed his dirty clothes into the hamper they had left by their bedroom door, and lay down on his spot on the bed. Zuko clambered up and took his spot by the man's head. It was still a little weird to sleep by his teacher, but he was small and the man was warm, so he kept curling up to him. The man chuckled and patted the back of the boy, laying his head down on the pillow and yawning. The blonde sighed and put his own papers away, taking off his glasses and setting them on the nightstand next to his side of the bed. His homeroom teacher turned off the light on his own nightstand and curled up under the covers. He watched both of his teachers get comfortable in the dark room, Sushi taking up residence once more on the blonde's pillow. He put his head on his paws and closed his eyes, drifting to sleep, soothed by the soft breathing of the man beside him, and the hand of said man that was pressed to his side, keeping him close and warm. He meowed, more sad this time, though his teachers paid him no heed. The bright antenna of hair that was his English teacher watched the road carefully, while the polar opposite of the man sat beside him in the passenger seat, hunched, trying to ignore his calls. Well, it was their fault for putting him back in the damn carrier. It stank and it was small, too small. Though they finally parked and the carrier was lifted by his teacher, who grumbled and walked in with him, both of them walked into the teacher's lounge, where Zuko was not allowed to explore, even as a cat. The assholes! He waited patiently, and after a while, his teachers picked him up and carried him out. Waving goodbye to his English teacher, they walked down the hall. Izuku slowly swaying side to side in the carrier, making him a little sick. Though he saw the 1A classroom and he perked up. The man felt his quick movement and grunted, pulling the carrier up to his face and to whisper into it. I'm not letting you out until they calm down. Zuko huffed and flicked his tail hard on the side of the carrier, which made the man snort and gently drop the carrier again, before opening the door. The class went quiet, and Izuku felt the atmosphere thicken as they walked in. The carrier was set on the teacher stand, and Izawa began to address the class. But Izuku was focused on the red eyes boring into the carrier with knowledge he knew the other had. Izuku gulped and backed away, a bit nervous of the boy from his childhood. His teacher waited until the class stopped talking to speak himself. Their silence quickened by his glare. He sighed and pat the top of the carrier gently, which made Izuku break the staring contest with the red eyes that normally sat in front of him. As you all know, Midoriya went missing during the fight last week. He has been found, but he doesn't look like himself at the moment. Do not try to overwhelm him, and do not touch him unless he says it's okay. The man waited a moment and reached down to unlock the carrier, opening the door. He took a deep breath and carefully patted out. Small gasps sounded around the room. He sat down on the podium, and his teacher set the carrier on the floor to have more room. Midoriya will be participating in class with us, but he will not be joining us in training or outside this classroom. You can ask your questions now, as you wouldn't be able to do anything until your questions are answered anyway. The entire room had their hands raised, and Izuku flicked his tail nervously. Izuku went down the rows. How did this happen? A villain turned him into a cat for 16 days. Half the class set their hands down. He chose the next person in the row with their hands still up. Are you sure that's him? Izuku sighed and picked Izuku up and spoke to him. Izuku, wanna wave? Izuku nodded and waved with his paw. The entire class gaped with awe. His teacher set him down again and pointed at the next person. Where's he staying? With me until he returns to normal. Then Koda raised his hand. Azawa pointed at him, and the boy meekly whimpered something not even Izuku could hear. The man gestured for him to speak up, and the boy shakily spoke up, just enough to be heard. Can I try to talk to him? Izuku perked up. He had forgotten about Koda's quirk in his recent crisis, and he stood and waved his tail happily. The man behind him shrugged and gestured for the boy to come forward. So Koda stood on shaky legs and walked to the front of the class and kneeled in front of Izuku and spoke quietly. Hello, Izuku? Izuku meowed back at him. Meow! Hello, Koda. The boy scrunched his face up. Izawa looked down at him and tilted his head. What's wrong, Koda? The boy looked up to the man, and Izuku continued to watch him. The boy spoke to their teacher. It's all jarbled. I kinda know what he's saying, but I can't understand him like I would other animals. I'm sorry. The man walked over and pat the boy's back reassuringly. It's alright, Koda. Thank you for trying. The boy went to sit back down, and the man picked Izuku up and brought him over to his desk, setting him onto it. He will sit here. Do not touch him unless he says so. Says okay. Back off if he asks, and don't pick him up. The man walked away, but not before setting a hand on the shoulder of the boy that sat in front of him. And do not be starting fights with cats. The boy glared up at the man, and the man just stared back with a tired glare. The boy finally relented and nodded, the man releasing his shoulder and clambering into his sleeping bag and flopping sideways on the floor and going to sleep. As soon as he did, he was surrounded by all the girls who were cooing over him. They reached their hands out to silently ask if they could pet him, and Izuku nodded slowly, which was something he would come to regret, as they all began petting him, and they all smelled of different perfumes and odors. He choked on the fumes as he was pushed and petted by the enthusiastic girls, who were flooding his senses with coos and adoration. He meowed uncomfortably. Meow, meow, meow. And the girls relented their assault slightly. Though their pets did feel good, his senses were overwhelmed. They backed up and let someone else through, who Izuku registered as Ida, who was separating the girls from Izuku. Loudly, but he got a break from being grabbed at. He shook himself off and looked around, saw the entire class watching him, besides for Bakugo, who was grumpily moving away from the crowd that surged around him, and Mineta, who was too short to see anything. Asuka stood and waved his tail in the air as a hello, greeting his class with a more happy meow. Meow! Meow! Hello, everyone! All the girls cooed at the noise, and Izuku saw Ida visibly flinch at the unexpected sound. The girls made way for some of the guys, Kirishima, Sero, and Kaminari, all coming forward to pet him. They were also smelly and loud, but there were less of them. Though Kirishima was yelling at Kaminari, was yelling and Kaminari was excited, and the electricity from his quirk was making his fur stand on end. It was uncomfortable, and Izuku kept reaching back to try and get the fur to stop sticking up. He eventually got shocked by his fur, and he was yelped before falling backwards and landing on his butt. The entire class softly laughing, and Kaminari apologizing quickly. Zuko shook himself off and patted the boy's hand with one of his paws to comfort him, which made the girls croon again. They stepped aside and saw Todoroki step forward. He walked towards the boy immediately, waving his tail and meowing at him. The split-haired boy looked a bit taken aback by his actions, but slowly reached a hand forward to pet Izuku. Izuku rubbed his face on the other hand, but when his whiskers touched the boy, they frosted over. He sneezed and shook himself off, which made the entire class croon. The boy reached for Izuku with his left hand, and it felt so nice. The warmth that radiated from this side made Izuku rub his full body on the other. He ignored the class's call now and purred into the boy's arm. Izuku looked up to see the boy smiling, the temperature cooling down as the boy calmed. Izuku touched his nose to the other boy's arm, which made the boy smile just a bit more. The split-haired boy rubbed Izuku's head and backed up to let others in the class step forward. The rest of the class stepped forward, and one at a time now, which helped Izuku immensely. Even the girls came forward again, Araka a little hesitantly, just as she had been before, though Izuku didn't notice. The last member of the class to come forward was a familiar ash blonde, who glared down at the boy. Izuku gulped and flicked his tail nervously, though the blonde just huffed and shoved people who were standing by his desk away before sitting at his desk and putting his head down. Zuko flicked his tail nervously and looked back at the people around the room, who were also a bit nervous. Though before anyone could acknowledge what had happened, the bell rang, and Mr. Ozawa left the room, making room for their first class, History of the Arts with Miss Midnight. Classes went well that day. The attention of the class on him had for the majority of it. There wasn't much done that day. As the bell rang for lunch after English with Mr. Yamada, where the class walked up to say goodbye to him before they went off to lunch. The class had walked out of the classroom and went to lunch, though Bakugo remained, sitting at his desk. Mr. Yamada looked at the younger blonde and spoke up. Bakugo, are you right? Why don't you... Bakugo interrupted the man by whipping around and looking at the small cat behind him. Zuko tensed up and backed up. Though he didn't get far as Bakugo grabbed him by the scruff and lifted him to the other's face. Zuko went still, looking at the other's eyes. They were right in front of his face. Zuko gulped as Bakugo just eeped him there, shaking him slightly and growling at Zuko. Why the fuck did you let this happen? His English teacher was panicking, thinking Bakugo was trying to start a fight. But Izuku saw something different. He could see the boy's eyes well up in tears. He could feel the boy holding him shaking. He could practically smell the sadness, fear, and relief from the other. So Izuku shook his head and put a paw on the boy's cheek, which made the boy sniffle and set the other down. Bakugo lightly whacked the back of Izuku's head and grumbled, "Idiot, be more careful." Zuko swished his tail and meowed at the other. Meow! As soon as you do the same. The other didn't understand him, but he snorted and patted his head before walking out of the room, leaving the stunned and paled Mr. Yamada in the room with Zuko. Zuko wanted a moment before meowing again. Meow! Meow! To break the man from his daze. He shook his head and sighed, walking over to Zuko. Oh my god, that was scary, I thought. The world seemed to think his English teacher deserved to be interrupted today, because before the blonde could finish, his homeroom teacher slammed open the door and glared inside the room. His English teacher yelped and grabbed Zuko, turning to look at the intruder, before relaxing at the sight of his husband. The raven-haired walked in and surveyed the room. I don't see any evidence or smell any of Bakugo's explosions. You said they were fighting? The raven-haired looked at the blonde, who was still a bit shook. Zuko looked up at the other, who held the Zuko out to the raven-haired man. I thought so. I'm not sure what happened, actually. His teacher hummed thoughtfully and looked down at Zuko, who meowed. Meow, as if to say he couldn't tell the other. The man sighed and grabbed the small being, taking him from the other. I'll talk to Bakugo then, after heroics. The man then pat the other's head before walking out of the room, Izuku in his hold. The man looked down at him and walked and sighed tiredly. He bounced the boy in his arms a few times and mumbled something to himself. Izuku didn't catch it over the bouncing, but the man laughed softly in his bewildered state. They entered the teacher's lounge, was seated at a table, and given his food. Some hand with blended dried food on it. He ate it, and his homeroom teacher sitting down and opening his bento box, setting another beside him. A few minutes later, his English teacher walked in and sat beside the other, opening the second bento box and digging in. There were a few other teachers in the room, though none of them paid any attention to the men or to Izuku. That was until Miss Midnight came into the room. As soon as she stepped in, she ran over to Izuku and picked him up, cooing in his ears. Ooh! Hello, baby! Have they been treating you well? It's okay to use blackmail, remember that. Oh, and she was cut off by a white scarf suddenly wrapping around her face, pulling her to the ground. Zuko jumped off as she fell, landing back on the table he was just on. The woman below writhed and screamed through the bindings, while his homeroom teacher kept holding the scarf tight while casually eating his food with his other hand, ignoring the squirming and muffled pleas of the woman on the floor. Zuko sighed, himself sighed and finished his food, jumping from the table he was on to the one his teacher sat at, albeit clumsily. Though his teachers both watched him and were making sure he didn't fall and hurt himself, he padded over to his homeroom teacher and placed a paw gently on the hand holding the scarf that was trapping the woman on the ground. He meowed, "Meow," and the man sighed, releasing the woman and putting his capture weapon back where it belonged. The woman took a large and dramatic breath as she was released, eyes bulging from her head. She lay on the ground, panting for a moment before standing and whacking his teacher on the back of the head. The man was about to retaliate, but his English teacher stood and pushed them apart from each other, grabbing his bento box and setting it in the sink to be washed and taken back home to be used again the next day. The woman leaned forward on the table and looked down at Izuku. "Well, I see he's been abusing you terribly. Do you want Auntie Nem to take you?" The man beside her sighed deeply. "Now, Murray, I will throw you into a pit of snakes. Leave him alone." The one just chuckled and pat the other's head. "Oh, you're just nervous for what Nezu has planned for him while you're abusing your other children." Azuku chose to ignore the last comment, more interested in the first and the man's reaction. He groaned and rubbed his eyes. His English teacher walked back and rubbed the man's back. Nezu's probably going to see if he can communicate with Azuku. Not much more or else. The woman chuckled and shook her head, sitting on the table and gently booping Azuku's nose. "He's a smart rat who knows what he wants." Namuri grinned and rebutted the blonde, who was trying to comfort his husband. The man squawked and swung at the woman, who ducked her swing while laughing. Zuko had a good idea of what the principal wanted, and even if he was a human, he didn't think he could tell his teachers. His homeroom teacher groaned and pushed the woman off the table, who didn't fall but instead stood back up and turned to him. "And you gotta deal with it if he decides he wants to see if catnip works on Izuku." The man groaned more, so Izuku padded over to the man and curled up in his arms, which made him chuckle and rub the boy's head. "Alright then, lunch is almost over. Let's make our way over there then." The man stood and walked with Izuku in his arms out of the room, leaving behind his English teacher who was scolding his arts teacher, who in turn was laughing. The man holding him sighed and kept petting him as they walked. They eventually got to the elevator that went to the floor the principal's office was on. After a long elevator ride, they made it to the office. His teacher took a deep breath and whispered down to Izuku, "Be good. Let me know if you don't want to do this anymore." Izuku nodded, and the man knocked on the door, to which a cheery voice called through the door for them to enter. So his teacher took him inside, and the desk sat the principal, who gestured for them to come closer. "Ready for our first lesson, Izuku?" He nodded nervously at his teacher and sat him on the man's desk and pat his back before walking out of the room and leaving him alone with the man rat bear thing in front of him. Izuku was set on the principal's desk, and his teacher pat his back before leaving him with the other. He waved with his paw, and the mammal grinned as best as being like him could. It was a little unnerving. "Hello there, young Midoriya. We have a lot to go over. I want to talk to you about your quirk theory and other such things." The principal set down one of Izuku's notebooks on the desk, one from Izuku's things. "The police went through your things when you went missing for clues on your location. Forgive me, but I went through this after they gave it to me for investigation. I found it quite interesting." The principal opened the first page up to show the first entry, Urarakas. The principal grinned. This is very good and well done, though it could use work. And while you are unable to use your quirk or physically train with the rest of your classmates, I thought it'd help you sharpen and cultivate this skill to use more efficiently, especially in the field. Azuku flushed a little at the praise, though it was not seen under the black fur, though his ears flicked nervously and bashfully, along with his tail, which he was sure was not missed by the intelligent teacher before him. Azuku nodded and came a little closer to the creature, who smiled a little more. I'm glad. Let's begin here. You did good. The, the principal evaluated his work on the first day, giving him pointers on how to organize his work, even giving the boy examples. He was itching to write this down, his paws flexing uselessly below him, as he listened intently to the principal beside him and the others lecture. Izuku was enthralled by the mammal's teaching. The small creature showed him the ways to format his work, organize it, and how to analyze better, and many other things, all of which the mammal said they would delve further into while he was still a cat. Izuku felt his fur puff up in excitement, his paws happily tapping the desk below him as the mammal went on a longer. He was actually in a bit of pain with the struggle of not being able to write down everything the other was saying. Though after what felt like just an hour, which was actually 4, his raven-haired teacher entered the room, looking down at Izuku and the other mammal. The white creature had a whiteboard out and data of his own pulled up, and looked like hieroglyphics to those who couldn't read them. The man looked away as soon as he saw them, and down at Izuku, who was smiling as best as a cat could, purring and swishing his tail happily. The man sighed and shook his head fondly at the boy, walking over and speaking up. So that went well then? Izuku shook his head, and Nezu spoke up as he did. I believe so. Despite our limited communication, Izuku is a bright young man. I think he will do well with our other lessons. Azawa paled a little more as the words were spoken, and a little more as Izuku nodded happily and meowed in confirmation. Meow, meow, meow. The raven-haired sighed and picked the small butter black beast up and held him. Anything else, sir? Nezu shook his head and sat back down in his chair. This was fun. Such a better use for my time than paperwork. Though, alas, I must care for a few things that are imperative for me to do. You both are free to go. Have a good evening, both of you. Hazawa waved the man goodbye, and gruffly huffed out some semblance of good evening. Though Zuko waved at the creature with his paw as Hazawa left the room. The man took a deep breath and sighed as they got further away, petting Izuku's back. It felt nice, though. Something about the man felt off. Not in the I'm worried about what Nezu did, but like and there's something on my mind way. So Izuku meowed. Meow, 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 and rubbed his head against the man's jaw, which made him chuckle, and the feeling went away slightly. The man took them to the teacher's lounge, where President Mike was packing things up, preparing to go home. As soon as the two of them entered, the man grabbed the carrier, which made Izuku pout, but they decided to give him grace and carry him to the car, putting him in when they got to the car and taking them out after they got home. Not even bothering to take the carrier inside as they arrived home. They set him on the counter, and the blonde went to the shower to get the gel out of his hair, while the raven-haired man got into his more comfortable clothes and began to prepare dinner. Though Izuku did note the juice pouch the man stole and sipped on while the blonde was in the shower. They had a simple dinner that night. Rice, pork, and a few vegetables all fried in a pot. The blonde prepared his and Sushi's food, and they all ate. Sushi was the first to finish, immediately going and sitting under the raven-haired man to beg for food, though one look from the blonde kept him from feeding the white tabby beast anything. Zuko ignored the small piece of pork dropped down below him onto the floor, and his teacher was none the wiser. The blonde did the dishes that night, and Azawa grabbed Zuko from the counter and took him to the bedroom. The man set him on the bed and lay down on it himself, setting an alarm on his phone for something, and then yawned and looked over at Zuko, humming thoughtfully. He gave he gave you ideas on how to take over the world. Izuku laughed a little and nodded very seriously. The man snorted and rolled onto his stomach with a muffle of "I knew it." Zuko began to purr and walked up beside the man's head, curling up in his usual spot. He felt tired as well, and it seemed the man was going to take a nap, so Zuko thought he would do the same. So he yawned and closed his eyes, resting, resting beside the head of his teacher. Ozawa sat in his classroom, the explosive child he called his student before him, scowling at the floor. The man sighed and looked the boy in the eyes, even as the boy avoided his. So, you started a fight with a cat after I told you not to. The boy shrunk into himself more, but it was more of only thing that told Ozawa he was affected by the man's words. He sighed again and leaned back in his chair. Zuko asked me not to get you in trouble. I will abide by that wish, if you could tell me what happened. The boy perked up a little and looked up to the raven-haired man, who raised an eyebrow at the boy. The ash blonde sighed and looked away from the older down at the floor and spoke very softly. You scared me. Zawa sighed and nodded, ignoring the boy's shaking. If you need to talk to anyone, please don't hesitate to come to me or the school counselor, okay? The boy nodded and wiped his eyes furiously, which made Zawa sigh and stand. He rocked around the table beside the boy and pat his back gently. It made the boy stiffen, so he took his hand away and just stood there. The boy eventually nodded and stood, walking towards the door to the room. Well, very well. Good evening, Bucko. And don't be starting any more fights with cats, okay? He nodded and promptly left the room, leaving Azawa to worry a bit more about the boy's mental health, but able to do nothing about it. Azuku woke up to his teacher's alarm, and the man groaned and turned over to turn it off. Azuku rolled onto his back as the man sat up from the bed and stretched, leaving Azuku to suffer on his back in the dip where his head lay. Zuko flicked his tail and hit the man's wrist that sat close to the pillow, and the man looked down at him and snorted, picking him up right hitting him on the pillow. Sorry, kid. Gotta do 2 hours of patrol. I'll be back. Zuko meowed up at him, and the man stood, grabbing his hero suit and leaving for the bathroom to change. Zuko jumped off the bed, following him to the restroom, confused as to why the man had patrol on a school night, though before he could sit outside the bathroom, his English teacher came up behind him and lifted him up, taking him back to the bedroom and setting him on and Sushi on the bed. The man was ready for bed himself, hair brushed and comfortable bed clothes on. His homeroom teacher came back into the room, dressed in his costume, and walked over to the blonde side of the bed, kissing him on the forehead and whispering good night to the man. Sushi meowed, meow, and Azawa chuckled, petting the feline. Azuku watched as the man waved at him and left the room, and Azuku heard him walk towards the door, open and shut it again. locking it behind him. Then there was just silence. After an hour, the man beside him went to sleep, Sushi falling asleep on his chest, the larger cats purring slowly dying out. Though Zuko had a problem. Normally he slept with some noise. Though this was unfamiliar and odd, the breathing of his teacher and the man's warmth kept him sane enough. But the noises here were too much and too little at the same time. His English teacher snoring kept spooking him awake, as oddly quiet as it was for the voice hero. And they didn't live in a populated area like he did, so there were no noise sounds of the city to keep him occupied. So after another 10 minutes of trying, he gave up and quietly jumped off the bed, padding out of the room and walking around the small apartment. There was the window, but it was still too quiet, so he walked away. The fridge was nice with soft humming, so he laid in front of it and tried. But when it refilled its ice or made strange noises, it spooked him awake. He walked around for a little while longer, but nothing helped him, so he laid in front of the door to their apartment, waiting for his teacher to come home. He had a quiet patrol. It was odd. Only a mugger or two, and then his 2 hours patrol was over. It was nice to swing home, not to be beat up or bruised by any villains. He landed on his balcony to his apartment inside, unlocking the front door and walking inside. Though as he opened the door, there was some resistance opening it, and a small insulted meow. He looked down and saw a student sitting there beside in the door, having obviously been pushed. The child looked up at him and meowed quietly but happily, meow, wiggling around and standing, walking to his feet. The man sighed and picked him up, shutting and locking the door behind him. He set the child down outside the bathroom door and told him to wait, before walking in and undressing, taking a quick shower and drying quickly. His husband left him some night clothes, and he sighed in relief, putting them on and exiting the bathroom. Though there was a small black mass waiting beside the door, breathing softly, fast asleep. Zawa hummed, amused, and picked the boy up, trying his best not to disturb him. But the boy was dead weight in his arms, which made him chuckle softly. He set the child-turned cat on his pillow and lay down himself, careful not to disturb anyone else. Though no one stirred, he smiled softly and laid his head down, the small black fluff rolling by his head as he did so. He smiled softly and reached up to pet the small beast, who curled by his head more. The familiar sound and soft fur by his head lulled the elder man to sleep, hands still curled around his student. 3 days passed. Zuko continued to go to school and sit on his desk whilst listening to his teachers. Each day the itch to write down what he was learning grew, especially as Nezu kept tutoring him. Bakugo avoided him, and Izuku kept trying to get him to talk to him, or even look at him, but each time he tried, something got in the way. It hurt. But either way, he still got to be the center of attention around his friends. They were all still head over heels for him. A few were a bit shy because he was a black cat, but Izuku shrugged it off and kept his distance. To make them feel better, before he knew it, 3 days had passed and it was finally the weekend. He was laying on the couch watching his homeroom and English teacher talk quietly on the couch, without actually listening to their conversation, when the doorbell rang. He sat up and his English teacher stood and walked over to the door. When the door opened, Izuku heard the familiar greeting of Eri. He perked up more and watched as Eri ran up to the couch, greeting Azawa distractedly as she grabbed Izuku and lifted him up, hugging him tightly and swinging him around. Zuko gasped for breath as his homeroom teacher laughed softly and responded to her quick hello with a hello to you too. Mirio and Mr. Yamato walked into the living room, watching as Zuko was swung around by an excited Eri. They were obviously trying not to laugh at Zuko's plight, but the boy didn't mind. Eri was happy, and that's all he cared about. Mira set a bag of things on the counter and looked over at the other blonde, who was focused on the twirling Eri and Izuku. Are you sure you're okay with taking her for the weekend? You have Izuku, and it may be more than usual. The blonde put a hand on the other's shoulder and patted comfortably, smiling at him. We will be fine, kiddo. You need some time to be a kid also. You and your friends, go on. We will be fine. The younger blondes sighed and nodded, saying a final goodbye to a distracted Eri and now dizzy Izuku before leaving them be. His English teacher shut the door behind the boy, and he left, and Azala pat the young girl's back gently, making her stop spinning and look up at the man. Izuku was grateful that he began to feel like he was going to throw up. The man laughed softly at the small cat's dilemma and looked down at the girl. All right then. Have you eaten? Eri shook her head, and his homeroom teacher nodded. The man stood and made his way to the kitchen, but was stopped by his English teacher. Nope, I'll make lunch. You sit and take care of Eri. The raven-haired man sighed and nodded, going back to sit down on the couch. Eri climbed up onto the couch with Izuku in her arms and sat down beside the man. She looked up at him and smiled. Can we watch Up? The man smiled and nodded, grabbing the remote. Zuko wiggled around, trying to get comfortable on the girl's lap, but he heard a small snickering to the side of him. He looked over to see Sushi to the side, being the source of the noise. Just as Zuko was about to respond to the other, Eri moved him around and put him on the other man's lap. Then she got off the couch and moved over to Sushi, who stiffened and ran off, jumping up to the safety of his cat tower, watching Eri down below. Eri huffed and walked over to a box of cat toys, grabbing a feather on a string connected to a long stick, began to wave it in front of the other cat to try and lure him down. Though Sushi turned his nose to the other way and ignored it, turning so his large fluffy butt draped off the edge of the place he sat. Eric gasped and looked back at the man behind Izuku, who was laughing softly at the little interaction. He doesn't like to play much. He's a lazy thing. Eri huffed and walked back towards Izuku with the toy and gave it to wave it in front of him. To amuse the girl, he swiped at it, though the more he did so, the more the urge to write went away, and more his instincts were appeased. So he got more involved in the play, letting his cat brain take over. He lost himself to them until he was lifted by a large set of callous hands, lifted him up. He made a little noise to voice his confusion. The person holding him laughed. He zoned back in to hear Aries' high-pitched giggling and squealing. He saw the feather swinging into his vision again. He zoned back in on it and reached out to try and grab it, though he's moved away by the hands holding him, and they laughed again. Come on. Dinner is done, Airy. We have to eat, honey. Put the feather away for now and you can play more later, okay? Izuku saw Eri nod and run to put the feather back in the box she got it from, and his teacher lifted him up and looked him in the eyes. Izuku was still feeling the effects of his instincts. It wasn't fully out of them yet, so he tilted his head curiously at the man, who let his body be as limp as a noodle. The man snorted and smirked. You okay, kid? Your eyes are blown out really wide. Zuko perked at him and pawed at his face. The feeling of the scruff of his beard on his paw helped him come back to himself. The man laughed softly and rolled his eyes. Glad you enjoyed yourself, kid. Let's go eat. The man carried him and led Ari to the kitchen, where his English teacher was setting up the table. The man laid Zuko on the counter and helped Ari into her chair with the booster seat. His English teacher served both of them and sushi, while Ari and the other humans ate katsudon. Zuko whined in displeasure, though he had a plan. He finished his food and hopped down, sitting below Azawa. The man looked down at him nervously, and Zuko gave the elder his best kitten eyes. Not quite puppy eyes, because he was a cat, he thought to himself. Zuko knew the man was weak to the feline gaze, and as soon as a small piece of pork dropped down to him, the others at the table were somehow none the wiser. Though Zuko did suspect some of it came with the time he spent sneaking the fat bastard that was Sushi's snacks, and his time as an underground hero. Either way, Zuko happily gnawed on his piece of meat, and Sushi hopped down to get his piece. After supper, Ari and his teachers all settled on the couch, and his English teacher turned on another older Disney cartoon. Frozen. Ari watched with rapt attention, Zuko having been dragged onto her lap as they settled in. Much to his dismay, his homeroom teacher was doing the dishes, and his English teacher was in the restroom. And no one was there to save him from Ari's post-supper wiggles as she spun the poor boy into the next dimension. Zuko swore time was still slowing down. He felt a bit like Superman saving Lois Lane. Though halfway into the movie, he felt Ari slump and lean onto his homeroom teacher, who smiled and wrapped an arm, both protectively and comfortingly, around the child. Soon the movie ended, and Ari was still asleep, along with his English teacher. He looked back at his homeroom teacher, who yawned and gently lifted Izuku off of Ari and set him to the side before lifting the small girl and carrying her to her bedroom they had for her in the apartment. He came back in after she was tucked in and gently shook his husband awake, who woke and yawned. Oh, before nodding and mumbling that he was moving as he picked up the cat and lumbered off to their shared bedroom. He felt familiar hands lift him up and carry him off. He was willingly went limp for them. The man chuckled and laid him down on his spot on the man's pillow before laying down himself. Zuko curled up next to the man's head and fell asleep just as quickly as the elder did, purring happily. That one right there. He's the one who made him spill. The man pointed at the dark-haired man, carrying a small black feline. He hummed thoughtfully, and his eyes widened in recognition. Hey, that cat's the man's quirk right there. That's Person. The one beside him grinned and looked over at his accomplice. His eyes filled with malice and a plan as he spoke to his friend. He chuckled as he spoke. I guess we have a cat to nap, don't we? The man blinked a few times, looking at like the other had gone crazy. No, why don't we kidnap him instead? I want to kill the kid or make him nap. That's inhumane, and the other's stupid. Don't be stupid. The first man rubbed his temple and groaned. Never mind, you dumbass. Azuku woke up to something jumping on the bed. Not big enough to be one of his teachers, but too big to be Sushi. He opened his eyes just in time to see Ari crawling up to him and laying her head beside him on Ozawa's pillow. She giggled quietly and reached out to pet him, and he gently huffed and began to purr for the girl. The sun wasn't up yet, And when Zuko shifted to look at the clock, it read 6 a.m. He sighed and laid his head back down, letting Aries scoot closer and curl up next to him more. He felt his teacher begin to stir beside him. The raven-haired man groaned softly and opened his eyes, looking over. He saw Aerie and smiled softly, reaching over and gently rubbed her arm, and whispered to her, Aerie, what are you doing up? She shrugged and whispered back to him, still petting Zuko. I woke up, and it was scary. He hummed and nodded, reaching over and pulling the girl closer. Okay then, kiddo. She smiled and yawned, curling into the man. Zuko was squished between their heads, but not uncomfortably. He let himself close his eyes again and relaxed. He felt Aerie slowly stop petting his fur, and her hand relaxed as she fell back asleep. And he listened to his teacher's breathing until he had fallen asleep, before he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Hasashi woke up with a new weight by his side, and he grumbled and opened his eyes. Sushi was laying on his chest as normal, and he looked over and felt himself melt at the sight. Eri was curled up right beside Shota, with the small black hat and the raven-haired man's head. The man was drooling slightly onto his pillow. Hasashi watched them all rest for a moment, before taking a quick picture and carefully sliding out of bed. He gently set Sushi outside the room and carefully shut the door. The cat walked away with his tail raised high, and Hasashi chuckled softly at the small beast's sass. He walked into the kitchen and began to prepare a simple breakfast for the inhabitants of his and his husband's shared apartment. He turned on some soft music and hummed along with it as he cooked, dancing and working into the rhythm of the music. He kept going until he felt a pair of large cold hands slide under his shirt and around his middle, and someone pressed up to his back. He jumped a little at the cold hands and looked back to see his husband with incredulous glare. Sashi whispered to the man, What the heck, man? Your hands are cold! The man behind him simply hummed and let his hands crawl higher, thrust himself into the blonde more, and the man in front of him sighed. Sashi knew the man wasn't moving, especially as he rested his forehead on the man's back. Sashi sighed and kept working as best as he could. If one of those kids wakes up, you're gonna traumatize that poor boy even more, Sho. The man chuckled, and Hasashi could feel it more than hear it. Man hugged him tighter. He'll live. I want my husband. Sashi sighed and set his cooking to the side, turning around in the raven-haired man's hold. He looked down at the other two, looked right back up at him with an innocent and happy smile. Sashi melted and hugged the man back. Your class? You teach them too. Yeah, but you're around them more. The man chuckled again before leaning up to kiss the blonde, who happily reciprocated. They stood for a moment just like that, before the other broke the kiss and set their foreheads together gently, holding him close. The blonde sighed and smiled, closing his eyes and holding the other man back. It was lovely and peaceful, until Aerie woke up. What are you two doing? His husband sighed and chuckled, and let go of the other and turned to walk to Aerie to pick the young girl up. Zuko was in her arms, his body long and limp, as she held onto the small kitten by hugging him with her arms under his front legs. His husband leaned down and lifted the child up, holding her close. Nothing, sweetie. Want to let Midoriya go and have breakfast? Eri nodded and let the man gently take the small black beast from her and set him on the counter, where he flopped down onto the cold marble Eri giggled at him, and she was set in her seat. Zashi watched his husband with pure adoration. He turned back around and began to prep their food and serve it. Eri began to dig in, and his husband happily waited for the other to feed the cats and sit down before beginning to eat himself. He told the other not to share his food, but he knew the man was sneaking food to them. What surprised him was Izuku hopping down and begging for some of Shota's food. Sashi knew his husband thought that the blonde was oblivious to the other's spoiling, but he was not. After all, Sushi was not that fat just from his kibble and wet food. So he just chuckled to himself and went back to his meal, pretending to be none the wiser. Shota sat on the floor beside Eri, looking down at the simple math she was trying to figure out. He was very patient with her, and she learned quickly. He had Midoriya on his leg, who was there watching them both work quietly. Currently, Eri was stuck on a multiplication problem, and she couldn't get past it. Zawa leaned forward and was trying to explain, but it wasn't helping. Eri slowly got more and more frustrated and began to cry a little, though Izuku jumped on her lap and made them both pause. Zawa watched him point to the multiplication problem she had just finished and tapped it. She watched him carefully, and as did Zawa. The young boy tapped the problem 7 times and looked up at Eri, who tilted her head at him. Izuku jumped on the table and tapped the problem again, where he wrote the answer. Drew a sort of plus sign, and tapped the problem twice. And Zawa understood what he was trying to say. He's telling you to add 7 to this, because multiplying is the same thing as adding 7 this many times. Eri's face lit up in understanding and she hurriedly wrote the answer. She looked up back at Zawa with big eyes, now filled with tears of happiness, and hugged the man. He chuckled and patted her back gently, half hugging her back while not putting any pressure onto her or trapping her. She let go of him after a moment and picked up Izuku again, who went limp in her hold and let her twirl him around. Azawa watched them with fondness and sympathy for the small boy who was being manhandled. Cat-handled? Either way, Eri sat him back down after a moment where he stood swaying for a while until he regained his balance, and Eri sat back down to continue working on her work. He smiled and leaned forward to keep helping her, and the small weight it back on his leg. He reached down to pet the small beast while he helped the small girl beside him, unaware of the blonde watching him fondly behind. Eri didn't want to sleep in her bed that night. She begged the raven-haired teacher to let her sleep with them, as she had that morning. Zuko helped her because by looking up at the man with the best puppy eyes, the blonde man was laughing softly at the man's dilemma behind him, also lightly teasing the man and helping to beg. The man finally relented and picked the girl up, helping her get ready for bed before setting her in the teacher's shared bed. She giggled and crawled up to the raven-haired man's pillow, and Zawa set Izuku where he normally slept, though carefully not to at him on the small girl invading his space. Eri hugged Izuku and pulled him off the pillow, though, much to his dismay, his teacher chuckled and crawled into bed beside the two, Eri curling up next to him immediately. The man yawned and laid down. Eri began to get comfortable and fall asleep, though before she could, his English teacher walked in, finished his nighttime routine, and playfully pouted as he saw the trio. Getting comfy without me? The blonde set Sushi on the bed and curled up next to them all. Throwing his arm around Eri and his homeroom teacher, Izuku could feel the man's content hum, where his back was pressed against the man's chest. He wiggled a bit, trying to get comfortable before his teacher moved him a bit and helped them. He sighed and laid back down, Eri holding on to him, reminiscent of how one would hold a teddy bear. It was warm, safe, and soon Izuku saw Sushi curl up under Eri's legs between the two men. Not long after that, the little girl holding him fell asleep, quickly followed by the two men surrounding her, and the small cat between them. The next day, Mirio came for Eri. After a touching goodbye, Eri holding on for dear life onto Izuku and Ozawa's leg, having to be bribed with promises of sliced apples and caramel back at UA, both men sat down onto their couch, leaving Izuku to fix his fur. He walked away from the two who seemed to be having a moment and went to their bedroom to sit on their bed and clean himself. Sushi walked in after a few moments and joined him, looking over at the smaller. They are sharing tongues again. It's gross and I don't like to watch. Izuku chuckled and nodded. Me either. It's kinda weird to even think about. And I'm not gonna. The larger cat huffed and began to clean himself as well, licking his tail clean. Both of them sat like that for a while, fixing their furs and curling up on the sofa comforter on the couple's bed, until Yamada called for them. Here, kiddies, food time! Hazashi, don't call them like that. Like what? Atsuku is a human, and sushi comes when you clank two bowls together. Yeah, well, Izuku tuned them out as he and Sushi began to make their way to the kitchen. He jumped onto the counter along with Sushi, who struggled a bit with his round belly, and Hizashi set their foods in front of them, grabbing some leftovers for themselves. The two men ate quietly, and his homeroom teacher spoke up while he was washing the dishes. We need to go shopping. Izuku looked up at the other teacher did. I guess we do, but we can't exactly take Izuku with us. His homeroom teacher shrugged. I'm sure we can leave him here alone with Sushi for an hour. The other man paused and looked over at the raven-haired man like he lost his mind. Are you sure? The man looked over at his lover, smiling. Positive, so long as the kid's okay with it. The men looked over to Izuku, who was still sitting on the counter. The boy nodded. He was fine with them leaving. The blonde sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Okay, then. I'll go get our stuff. The man left the room, and the raven-haired dried his hands on the towel that was nearby the sink. Zugu walked over to the man on the counter and sat by his hands, looking up at him. The man sighed and pet his head. Be good, kid. Don't make us regret this. Zugu purred and pushed his head into the man's hand reassuringly. The man sighed again, a short burst of amused breath that tickled the boy's spine. The man patted his head gently and walked away, grabbing his shoes and coat as the blonde walked back in with a small purse and a cheap disguise on. The blonde wore dark clothes paired with a pair of sunglasses and a fake mustache that made him look much different. When the raven-haired looked at the man, he sighed and stood, grabbing his coat. You've been watching too many American movies. The blonde stumbled back with a dramatic gasp. He looked at the raven-haired man like he had insulted him greatly, and spoke with a very American accent. Excuse you, sir. There is no such thing. The man looked at the other with his normal emotionless glare. He gave Izuku and his peers, except with more annoyance, disappointment, and exasperation on his expression. Speak normally. Hazashi huffed and crossed his arms. Fine, but I want ice cream. You're not getting any. The man turned and walked out of the apartment, the blonde squeaking and stumbling after him. But why, Sho? My love! Please! The door shut on their conversation, but Izuku wasn't exactly listening after his English teacher's bit ended. He jumped off the counter and made his way to the couch, where he lay down and curled up, sleeping. And they're gone. The man put down his binoculars. The man beside him groaning and rubbing his temples. For the last time, it's daylight. You don't need those damn things. Just look at them with your eyes. The other pouted, looking at the grouchy man beside him. They make the experience more immersive. The other man swore he could feel an ulcer forming. It's breaking and entering into not one, but two well-trained and seasoned pro heroes' home to steal their fucking cat not immersive enough for you? The other man shrugged. I need to spice it in my life. The man groaned and face-palmed, sighing loudly. Fine. Let's just get this over with. Roger, Roger. They jumped down onto the man's balcony, careful as it was daylight, and the first man's body turned flat, and he slid through the sliding door, unlocking it for his friend, who walked in. They were met by the couple's other cat, who hissed at them furiously. Zuko woke up to Sushi's hissing. Looking around, his eyes widened and his fur fluffed up when he saw two unfamiliar men stopping around his teacher's home. They cursed to themselves and tried to swat at Sushi, but she hissed and swiped at them, making the smaller one yelp. He jumped down and hid under the couch, tail puffed out. The man chuckled at Sushi and began to move further into the apartment, much to his and Sushi's dismay. Both men stomped around the living room, looking for something, though Sushi had had enough, and with a great yow, Izuku heard the man she swiped at earlier yelp loudly, "This fucking cat is crazy!" The other man laughed at his accomplice's dilemma, a deep chuckle that made Izuku's fur stand on even more on end. Kitty's got some anger to him. Get it off me! The other man sighed, and Izuku felt his footsteps walk over to his partner. He heard Sushi's yowls of terror and anger as he was taken off the other man, and he was dropped to the floor, and Sushi darted under the couch, immediately shoving Izuku under his belly fur. Izuku struggled under him, but he hissed at the smaller's movement, hiding Izuku under his fluffy white underbelly. Be still, you idiot! There's danger! Sushi growled out to Izuku, who immediately stilled at the cat's words. He was just barely able to see and breathe through the cat's fur, while he was trapped and pinned flat to the ground. The man looked under the couch, scratches on his face and neck, glaring at Sushi. Stupid cat. The airman hummed thoughtfully, though, which made the man looking at Sushi look up, staring at this large feline. What? It's not here. What? Armin hastily stood and walked over to his fellow conspicutor. Give me that. Hey, it's not nice to take things out of other people's hands like that. Oh, shut up. It was quiet for a moment as the man walked around the room, and the first sighed. I told you, there's no other heat sources other than that feral cat under the couch. The man paused after a moment and spoke up. You didn't shut the balcony door, you idiot! The man ran over to the door, and Izuku heard the creak of railings as the man leaned over it. Get over here, that cat could be miles away by now. Izuku heard the thudding footsteps of the larger man and the sliding of the glass door before all was at peace again. He sighed and tried to get out from the cat's hold, but the larger growled and pressed more weight onto the boy. We don't move till the humans come back. Our humans. Zuko sighed and resigned himself to his fate, hoping they would be back soon. Azawa yawned as he entered his home again. setting his pair of bags onto the counter and helping his husband with his own load. As the man had taken most of the heavy things to prove he was still strong, like carrying a few cans and some milk was gonna make Izawa think the man was still able to carry him to bed when his husband was incinerating him. Though what was odd was the fact there was no greeting when they came home. Not a single peep. Azawa thought it was odd, and once his husband's load was safely on the counter, and his husband sat on the bar stool to rest, he began to look for the small beasts. He checked Sushi's tower, but found nothing. Then the bedroom. He checked under the couch, seeing a very fluffed up Sushi, obviously checking something again. He sighed and reached under, rubbing the cat's fur, which was fluffed up angrily as he touched it. Something must have really spooked the poor beast. He chuckled and spoke to the massive ball of anger and protectiveness. Hey, Sushi, come on, let it go. The sound of his voice as the cat perked up and stood, walking to him happily, revealing a very flat Izuku, who was taking great gasps for breath like he'd been suffocated, which probably wasn't far from the truth. He reached over and grabbed the boy, bringing him over and out from under the couch, setting him on on his leg as Sushi curled up to him. Something must have really spooked the poor beast. So he lifted both of them up into his arms and held them, walking back to his husband, who smiled tiredly. The man sighed and handed the blonde his cat, who curled into him instantaneously. Whoa, hey, Sushi. Sawa chuckled and held Izuku closer to his chest, who was still trying to regain his sense of being 3D. Something spooked him again. His husband looked up to the other with big green, knowing eyes that sparkled with amusement. Oh no, was he chickening something again? Sawa nodded and pointed to Izuku. The man burst out laughing. Softly, of course, to not disturb the upset pile of fluff on his lap, but still. Oh, poor Midoriya! Forgot to warn him. Zawa chuckled and scratched the boy's back, smiling down at him. He'll be fine, but I'm giving you both of them while I put up the groceries. The blonde sighed and reached out. Sorry, love. I promise I'll make it up to you tonight. Will you do the dishes? The man sighed and nodded. Yeah, I guess that would be fair. Azuka woke up a while later, his English teacher's voice in his ears trying to rouse him. He whined and tried to clumsily swat the intrusion to his slumber away, but for all his efforts was a small laugh and a finger to his side gently poking him. He huffed and opened his eyes slowly, looking up at the blonde who was smiling down at him. Good evening, sir. Supper's ready. He groaned and rolled onto his feet, regaining his sense of balance. Sushi was quite heavy and, oh god, the intruders! He sat up quicker than a rocket and began to try and tell the blonde, though all that came out was panic meows. Meow, 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 meow. His teacher watched him curiously, smiling softly and rubbing his head. All right, kid, I know. I'll get you to your food before Sushi eats it. No! Meow! Though the man couldn't understand his dilemma, it set him on the counter in front of his food. Though he stood immediately and began panically meowing again. Meow, 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 trying to get their attention. The man rubbed his head again and went to sit at the table, ignoring his calls, though his homeroom teacher was watching him with a strange look. He sighed and pointed to Izuku's food. Eat first, then I'll come get you. Izuku sat down, tail flicking frustratedly behind him, his ears pinned back. He looked at the man a bit more before quickly going over to his food and woofing it down. After he was done, he stood at the edge of the counter again and began meowing more. Meow, meow, meow. His teachers were still talking, and weren't watching him eat so quickly, though they looked over in surprise and a bit of annoyance as he began meowing again. His homeroom teacher sighed and stood, abandoning his food and walking over to Izuku. He reached to pick him up, though Izuku jumped off the counter and towards the balcony door. His teacher watched him go, and with a sigh and a bit of annoyance, his arms falling to his side. Izuku, what in the hell are you doing? He sat by the door, looking around for any signs of the men. The teacher walked over, watching him. The man sighed and shook his head, hands on his hips as he watched the child panically sniff the door. He crouched down by the boy and watched him. Izuku, what the hell are you doing? Izuku meowed up at him. Meow! And pawed at the door. The man looked at it suspiciously. He reached forward and inspected it, finally seeing the unlocked door. He sighed and turned to the man now standing in the hallway to the kitchen, watching the scene unfold. You forgot to lock the balcony door. The man shook his head and walked over, inspecting it himself. No, I didn't. I checked it off my list before we left. He began to inspect the door, and the raven-haired man shrugged and pat the blonde's back. It's okay. It happens, Zashi. The man shook his head, relocking the door. He stepped back and inspected the door more, eyes narrowing. No, I wouldn't forget about this, and I crossed it off my list. I don't do that unless I do something. The raven-haired man sighed and began to look around. The blonde turned as he did and began helping. Zuko jumped onto the couch and watched them, while his homeroom teacher sighed and shrugged. If someone was in here, they took nothing and left nothing. His English teacher sighed and tapped his foot on the ground, rubbing his mustache with his pointer and thumb, smoothing it against his upper hip. Azuka watched as his homeroom teacher sighed and walked over to the man, hugging him gently from behind. The raven-haired man set his head on the other's shoulder and began to slowly rock the other, who groaned and rubbed his face, speaking again. Something happened. I would not have forgotten to do that, and I didn't. It was checked off. The other man sighed and hugged him tighter. Zosh, it's okay. Everyone's safe. I can look into it. You didn't mean to, and some things happened. You probably got distracted thinking about Zuko alone with your asshole cat. The blonde stood for a moment, letting the other's words soak in before finally taking a deep breath and looking back at the others, whose face was still on his shoulder. Okay, fine. I trust you, Sho. The other smiled back as Zuko turned as they began to kiss. It began to get a little heated, so he interrupted them. His English teacher chuckled and leaned down, scooping him up. Sorry, Zuko watched the man pause mid-sentence, looking up at him. The man's eyes were less than happy and more serious now, staring at something on the floor with an intense stare. His homeroom teacher knelt down beside the other and rubbed his hand on the man's shoulder. Zosh, what's wrong? The man pointed down to the floor, and then Izuku saw it. A footprint left by the big guy! His homeroom teacher saw it quickly too, his eyes narrowing and face turning serious as well. The man's arm wrapped around his husband, and he looked at it, and the other over to Izuku, who was in the blonde's arm. Izuku, was someone in the apartment? Izuku nodded and meowed. Meow! Meow! Using his paw to point at the balcony door, and the blonde's grip tightened slightly on the small black feline. His homeroom teacher grunted and nodded, looking up at his husband, who looked over at him at the same time. A moment of silent communication was whispered between them before they nodded and stood, both bustling around the room. Azuka was set on the counter as they worked. His homeroom teacher took quick pictures of the footprint while the other called the police. After both him and Sushi were set in carriers by his homeroom teacher and placed on the counter, Azuku sighed and resigned himself to the dark plastic cell once more. Though the energy in the apartment had changed drastically from the bright and happy energy the two normally carried in their own home to a more dark and serious one. Azuka found the darkness of the plastic quite comforting for one instead of restricting. So the little black cat curled himself into the dark box, and he could feel Sushi moving around in the carrier beside him, doing the same in his carrier right beside him. He could feel the cat's warmth and smell him from where he was curled up, and it comforted him as the apartment was invaded by loud men and bright lights. The police investigated the couple's apartment, and after an hour, the majority of them left. His homeroom teacher tapped his cage and looked in to see Izuku still curled up on the wall beside Sushi. He sighed as he saw them and spoke softly. Izuku, are you up? Izuku looked over at the man, who smiled reassuringly at the small mammal. The man opened the carrier and held out his hands. We want to talk to you and hear what you know, kid. Izuku stood and nodded, walking over to the man and out of the carrier, letting the elder pick him up and carry him. You could hear Sushi behind him as the man turned, yowling and trying to call Izuku back. Osamu sighed and ignored the poor beast. Continuing on, they walked over to the couch, where Scotch sat with another man, a cat mutation. Izuku was sat on the coffee table, and the attention was turned on him, which made him shrink. Sukachi spoke up, pulling out a recorder. I know you can't talk, but I'm gonna record this. Is that okay? Izuku nodded, and the recorder was set aside. The man pulled out a notepad and pen and looked down at Izuku. So, I don't exactly have a way to talk with you directly, so I'm gonna ask you questions. Number 1, did you see the intruders? Izuku nodded, and the man wrote something down. Did you interact with them? Izuku shook his head, pointed over to where Sushi was, still stuck in the carrier. The man looked over to where Izuku was pointing, and the detective looked back at him. Did the other cat interact with the men? Izuku nodded and looked up to his teachers, who were both staring in Sushi's direction. Stunned looks adorning both their faces. Did he engage in fighting with these men? Izuku nodded, and his teacher's stunned faces increased. The man wrote something else down on his notepad. What were they looking for? Izuku pointed to himself, then shrugged. The man wrote something down, looking like he was putting something together in his head. You think they were looking for you? Izuku nodded. His English teacher paled a bit, while his homeroom teacher's face hardened. The detective wrote down more, ignoring or not seeing the reaction of the pair. He looked back up to Izuku and sighed. So, how did they get in? Did they use quirks? Izuku nodded, and the man wrote it down. His English teacher leaned forward and spoke to Izuku. Did they unlock the door? Izuku nodded again, pointing to the man who Izuku looked up at Izuku. They looked a bit confused, but his homeroom teacher spoke up. Are you saying they unlocked the door with a quirk? Izuku nodded. The detective wrote that down, and his English teacher seemed to both relax and panic a bit more at the statement. His homeroom teacher rubbed his husband's back as the detective spoke up again. How many were in here? Izuku tapped his paw twice on the coffee table. The detective wrote it down. Okay, so, two quirked individuals broke into your house with the intent to potentially kidnap you, Izuku Midoriya, who is still under the quirk effect of being a cat, with an unknown motive so far. Is that correct? Izuku nodded up at the man. That summed it up pretty well. The man sighed and stood, his friend standing with him. Well, I don't suppose you saw much of them. Zuko saw a glimpse of them before Sushi shoved him to the floor. He had their builds and heights. He nodded. Detective grabbed his phone and showed Izuku a picture. These are my two top suspects at the moment. Do they look familiar? Izuku looked. It was a security video frame of the fight where he was turned into a cat. In the picture were two men highlighted by a red circle. The builds and heights were quite similar, and their faces seemed familiar. He thought these men were indeed familiar, so he nodded, and the detective sighed, putting his phone away. Well then, I have my work cut out for me. Thank you for your cooperation, Midoriya. Zuko nodded and meowed up to the man. Meow, meow, meow. He nodded and bowed before leaving the room, his friend in tow. His homeroom teacher followed the pair, talking to them quietly by the door. Zuko didn't get much time to snoop, however. He was lifted by his English teacher and taken back to his carrier. He didn't want to go back in there and made it known by wiggling and meowing pathetically. Meow! 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 His English teacher sighed and hugged the boy close. I'm sorry, but we need to figure out what we're gonna do, and we need both of you in one safe place. Zuko looked at him with pleading eyes, but the man would not budge, and he heard a sigh from within the other carrier in Sushi's voice. Just try and get it to my cage, kid. You can huddle up with me. Zuko didn't know why the cat said that, as he made it clear of his aversion to Izuku. But he didn't really want to be alone right now, so he wiggled out of his English teacher's arms into Sushi's carrier. The man let him go, thinking he was going to his carrier, but surprised to see he was going to Sushi's. The large cat looked over at Izuku with a tired glare, moving over in the much larger carrier. Izuku pawed at the cage door, and after a moment his English teacher hesitantly opened it. He shimmied inside, curling up beside Sushi, and began to lick his fur clean as he settled. It felt nice, and Sushi began to deep rumbling purr, which relaxed Izuku further. His English teacher watched the display in astonishment, shutting the door to the carrier and backing away, leaving the two be. Izuku sighed, leaning against the large beast more, who turned rumbling questioningly. What is it? Izuku shrugged and looked up at the other, who was staring right back at him with big blue eyes. Just, this has been so exhausting. The larger cat sighed and shuffled the smaller beast closer to his side, cleaning his fur more. Then rest. I'll keep an eye out for anything. Zuko sighed and laid his head down on the tabby and white beast, who purred happily and continued cleaning the boy's head. Zuko relaxed into it, too tired to care about anything else, and ignored his English teacher's coos. Shota sighed to himself. Nothing could go right for him, could it? Sukachi said that they had been chasing the pair since the fight just a week ago, and they hadn't had much luck. The pair had been seen once around a bank nearby, but they hadn't had any more leads until tonight. While their motive was unknown, Sukachi seemed to think they were after Izuku because they might somehow know that the boy was not a cat, but rather a human turned cat. The man reasoned that they may be after revenge, or need something from the boy. Whichever it was, Shota didn't care. He sighed and rubbed his eyes, nodding to the other dark-haired man. He didn't care at the moment, as these men gotten into his home, his space, where he and his husband lived, his sanctuary. and they were after one of his own, and that wasn't going to slide. He was going to protect what was his, and he was going to make damn sure he didn't fail. They said they were going to send some items to help secure the home, and Shota thanked them. They said their goodbyes before the last of the intruders departed. Shota closed the door behind them, his head hitting the wood with a thunk as the door clicked shut. He groaned softly, closing his eyes for a moment. He heard his husband's soft giggling in the kitchen and decided to see what the blonde man found so funny. He composed himself and walked into the kitchen, where he found his husband standing, looking into Susie's cage with a big smile, cooing softly into the large cat's area. He sighed and walked over, quietly speaking. Zosh, what are you doing? The man in question looked over at him and grinned, scooting over to make room for Shota beside him. He sighed and walked over, looking inside the carrier to see what the fuss was about. To his shock, there sat Sushi, with a small black blob laid on his side, a stark contrast to the other cat's white underbelly and light brown tabby fur. Said blob seemed to be asleep, and the large ball of fur was glaring at the pair outside the door of the carrier with obvious distaste. Shota sighed and smiled softly. At least there was something good going his way tonight. He felt his husband's arms wrap around his back and pull him close to the other man. He smiled softly and stood up from where he was bent over, bringing the blonde with him. Said man looked at Shota with a confused expression, and Shota smiled at him softly. He took the man's head in his hands gently and pulled him closer to kiss him with just as much care. Hazashi froze a bit, but soon returned the gesture, smiling softly. Shota sighed happily and hugged the man, pulling him close and backing into the counter. After a while, they pulled apart, panting softly. He rested his forehead on his partner, closing his eyes and feeling the man before him, letting the other do the same. They stayed like that for a while until the blonde sighed and whispered to the other man, You want to check the house while I draw a bath? Shota smiled and kissed his lover's nose. That'd be lovely. Get comfy. I'll be there. The blonde smiled and detached themselves. Shota watched his partner walk away into their bedroom, gathering comforting clothes for after their bath. He smiled to himself. He walked around the house, doing a check over of everything. It took him a long while to satisfy his paranoia, though once he was able, he walked into the bathroom he and his husband shared and smiled. He smiled as he saw that his husband had listened to him and was settled into the bath. He smiled and sighed and walked over to join him. Maybe things would be okay. He slid in behind the man and began to wash his hair, feeling the stains in his hair as his husband sighed and relaxed into him, safe and sound. The domestic feeling calmed him, and soon he found his paranoia dripping away, and he let the soothing aura of his husband calm him, just for now. Azuka woke up the next morning to Sushi shifting underneath him. He grunted and sat up, looking over at the older cat blearily. Said cat looked down at him as soon as he began to move and sighed. Sorry, I have to use the square. The humans are asleep. Normally I'm free at night. Azuku sat up more and sighed, looking up at the other cat. What's the square? Sushi sighed and shifted uncomfortably once more. The place where we relieve ourselves, small one. It is what it's called. Izuku sighed and decided not to argue with the other cat. He got up off the older cat and walked over to the door. The carrier was shut by a simple pin that slid into a small slot. Izuku smiled to himself and reached his paw through the small hole within the carrier and pushed the pin up, sliding it out of place and pushing the door open. He walked out of the carrier and made way for Sushi, who grumbled a thanks before running off to the bathroom. Zuko sighed and jumped off the counter as well, walking to his teacher's bedroom. The door was open just a crack, so he slid inside. He climbed up onto the bed to find both of his teachers curled up close together under the covers. He sighed and gently walked over, curling up by his home teacher's head as usual. The man startled slightly, waking from his slumber, much to Izuku's dismay. He purred softly, letting the man know he was there. The raven-haired man looked up from where his head lay and over to where Izuku sat. He sighed tiredly at the sight of the small black cat by his head, though laid his head back down with a tired grumble. Izuku curled closer to the man and purred a little softer, and listened as the man's breathing slowed and eventually evened out. He planned to follow the man into slumber, though his English teacher jumped and grunted out suddenly, waking everyone up. When Izuku looked over, Sushi had jumped onto the bed and then onto Mr. Yamada's side. The blonde blinked confusedly a few times and his homeroom teacher sighed before moving the heavy cat off the blonde's side. Sushi settled between the two, and his teacher readjusted under the covers, getting comfortable again. Izuku did the same by his homeroom teacher's head, though he was interrupted from his comfort once more when his English teacher spoke up with a sleepy voice. What? How did they get out? His homeroom teacher huffed amusedly and kissed the man's forehead. He spoke up softly, with the same sleepy tone. I think Midoriya let them out. He would be caterwauling and jumping around us if something else happened. Don't worry about it. Sleep. The blonde sighed at the man's logic and listened to his command, relaxing beside the other again. Izuku purred softly against the raven-haired man's head, letting them know that yes, everything was okay. The man sighed beside him and bumped his body to the side with his head, chuckling softly at the small insulted meow that Izuku released. Meow! Eventually the group went to sleep, Sushi beside the two men as they curled up close to each other, and Izuku by his homeroom teacher's head, blanketed in the warm hair of his sensei. Izuku was rudely awoken the next morning by his teacher rolling him off the pillow and onto the mattress. He yowled loudly and landed on his back, looking up at the offender. Said offender was his homeroom teacher, who was looking down at Izuku with a small grin. That's what you get, you little shit. Izuku, Izuku huffed and flicked his tail. He used his back paw to point to where Sushi was sitting on the edge of the bed, cleaning his fur. The man looked over at the cat and then back at Izuku. What about him? Izuku huffed and flicked his tail again. He rolled off his back and jumped off the bed, trotting to the bathroom. Confused yet intrigued, his homeroom teacher followed. Izuku sat by the litter box and pointed to it. His homeroom teacher leaned on the bathroom door frame and looked down at him. What? The litter box? Izuku nodded and pointed back to the bedroom where Sushi still sat. His homeroom teacher looked back and shrugged, looking down at Izuku again. What? Izuku sighed and grumbled, though his English teacher came to his rescue. Oh, Sushi has a bad bladder. He was letting Sushi out. His room His homeroom teacher sighed as Izuku meowed an affirmative to his statement. Meow, meow. The raven-haired man leaned down and lifted the small beast, holding him up to eye level with him. Still doesn't mean he should wake us up at ass in the morning by jumping on the bed. His English teacher giggled and Izuku stuck his tongue out, which made the man sigh and blow a huff of air into the smaller's face. Izuku meowed and pawed at the man's face, who chuckled softly. Meow! Meow! Still, don't curse around him either, Sho. The man shrugged and placed Izuku back on the floor, walking over to the other man who was standing in the hall behind them. Why, I've heard worse from that class of his. Zashi chuckled softly to himself, and Izuku shuffled nervously where he stood. The two men walked around, continuing to get ready. Izuku and Sushi sat on the couch, allowing them their privacy. Also, Sushi insisted his fur was in dire need of proper grooming, as it stuck out everywhere. Izuku allowed the larger cat to do as he pleased, as this was better than the other yowling and hissing at him. Also, the tabby cat was kinda right. His fur did stick up everywhere, a trait that seemed to have been passed down from his own curly hair as a human. His English teacher walked out in full hero attire, yawning and walking over to the kitchen, where he began to prepare a simple breakfast for him and one for the two cats that were sitting on the couch. Neither Zuko or Sushi moved until the man called for them. They both jumped off the couch and walked over to the man, who set their food on the counter. Both of them clambered up onto the cold countertop, Sushi landing more gracefully than Izuku. Though they both settled by their respective bowls and began to eat all the same. His homeroom teacher walked in after a few moments, seeing the scene in front of him. The blonde, who was finishing preparing the food, turned and smiled at the other man, gesturing for him to walk over. The other man complied and walked over to his husband, who smiled and handed him some food that he had been preparing, taking some for himself. They both spoke softly, though Izuku didn't care to listen to what they were saying, too focused on eating the food before him. Before Sushi walked over to attack his fur once more, as he had been doing since he got comfortable with the smaller cat. Just as Izuku had predicted, after the fat cat had finished his meal, he waddled over and pinned Izuku down. Izuku meowed indignantly, Meow! Meow! As the larger cat pinned him down and began cleaning him again. Izuku was almost finished with his food, so he quickly scarfed the rest of it down and pushed the small bowl away. After this, he tried to get out of Sushi's hold, though the larger cat growled softly, not in anger, but rather to get the smaller to stop squirming. A scolding. Izuku huffed softly and succumbed to his fate, going limp under the fat and fluffy beast. The surrender made Sushi quite happy, and he began to purr as he continued to fix the young cat's fur, much to his dismay. His English teacher had been taking a video of his struggle, laughing softly to himself. His homeroom teacher was in a similar state, though without the recording device. Izuku glared at them, tail flicking angrily, where it poked out from under Sushi's white underbelly, which only seemed to spur their amusement on further. Izuku finally huffed and scrambled out of the cat's hold, who had let him go this time with an annoyed huff. Both his teachers kept laughing at him as he shook himself off and jumped off the counter, running to the bedroom to hide under the bed. After another 10 minutes, his homeroom teacher called for him, as it was time to leave for UA. Izuku sighed and slid out from under the two men's bed, walking over to the raven-haired man who stood in the hall waiting for him patiently. The man knelt down as Zuko appeared from the bedroom and lifted him from the floor, carrying him back to the kitchen and to the dreaded carrier, though the man stopped in front of Sushi's carrier, which once again was full of the tabby feline. The man set Izuku down in front of it and sighed. We are taking both of you to school today. Sushi will stay in the lounge for now with the other teachers. Do you want to ride with him to school, or do you want to ride in your own carrier? Zuko thought for a moment, Sushi looking at him with a tilted head. What, small one? What troubles you? Zuko sighed and replied, He asked me if I'd like to ride with you on the way to school. The larger cat sighed and flicked his tail, annoyed. He grumbled out his own reply, ears tilted back. Speak using words I know, little street cat. I don't know what any of that means. Zuko perked up and thought for a moment. Think of how to convey his message to the larger cat. After a few minutes, he figured it out, tail flicking. We are going in the car, outside, to the big building where humans work. The larger cat looked at him for a few moments before sighing, scooting back in his carrier. Stay in yours, then, little thing. I don't like to be in the loud beast, and I'd rather you not be subject to my claws, or land on me when the beast shifts. Zuko nodded, understanding, and walked over to his carrier, which his homeroom teacher opened for him. He walked inside, and the door was closed behind him. Zuko turned around and looked up to his teacher, who was looking down at him with a perplexed stare, though he snapped out of it when the large blond man walked in and spoke to the other, telling him that he was ready to go. The raven-haired man sighed and grabbed both carriers, and all four of them walked out the door, the blonde locking it harshly behind them. The ride to school was mostly quiet, save for Sushi's agitated growling when the blonde man drove over bumps or cracks. Then they arrived. His homeroom teacher collected them, while Sushi was rescued from the depths of the vehicle by Mr. Yamada. The two men rode up the elevator from the parking garage to the school, where they parted. The raven-haired man to his classroom, and the blonde to the teacher's lounge, to set his Sushi up in one of the extra rooms. Izuku was taken out of the carrier and set on his desk, and his teacher walked away to crawl into his sleeping bag and await the bell to ring and class to arrive. Izuku sighed and curled up onto his desk, grooming his fur. After about 20 minutes of waiting, people began to enter the classroom. Izuku sat up and greeted his friends as they approached his desk and cooed at him. Todoroki walked over and rubbed his fur as well, and he even warmed his hand for Izuku to enjoy. It was very nice, and he purred softly for the boy and Finks. When the bell rang once more, they all sat down and classes began. His homeroom teacher just discussed updates on school things and explained that they would be doing an hero training this afternoon, before falling back over and going back to sleep. Once they were free to do as they pleased, everyone crowded around Izuku, who was a bit perturbed by the tension, though his friends tried not to touch him so much, which was nice. They were all quietly gossiped and talked to each other while Izuku listened from the desk below. After that, classes went by smoothly, and lunch came before he knew it. He was taken by his English teacher to the teacher's lounge. Inside, the man took him to the extra meeting room where Sushi was being kept. The cat in question perked up at the sound of somebody entering his domain, walking over to greet the newcomers. Izuku was set on the ground so the blonde could prepare their food, and Sushi trotted over to greet the other, grooming his fur and purring. Where did they take you, Kit? Was it the stinky place with all the animals and medicine? Izuku purred up at Sushi and licked his cheek in return, tail flicking amusedly behind him as he replied, The vet? No, they didn't. I was in class to learn things with my friends. The other cat looked down at him and sighed, shaking his head and continuing to groom Izuku, though he muttered something about strange street cat talk and let the conversation go, as he didn't want to explain it all anyway. Mr. Yamada bent down to set their bowls on the floor and called them both over gently. Sushi trotted over, claiming his bowl, so Izuku took the other one and crouched down to eat. His teacher pet him gently as he ate, muttering something quietly and to himself in English. Zuko didn't care to try and translate it with the limited amount of English he knew, so he just kept eating, tail flicking contentedly behind him. About when both he and Sushi were finished eating, his homeroom teacher entered the room, speaking up quietly. You ready to eat, Zosh? The blond man looked back at the other and nodded, standing up from where he was crouched. They both left the room, quietly conversing with one another. Izuku finished his food and licked his whiskers clean, looking over at Sushi, who finished with his own meal. Izuku left the other bee and walked over to the window, where the cat bed sat right in the sun. Izuku yawned and jumped up, curling up in the plush bedding. After a few moments, Izuku felt another weight join him. When he looked, he saw Sushi, crawling on top of him and laying beside him. The cat was kind enough to sit on the other side of him, so he could still lay in the sun. Sushi began to clean his fur, one paw lounging over Izuku's side to keep him still as he worked on the other's short yet curly and knotted fur. Izuku purred softly and closed his eyes and let Sushi work, the other cat curling around him all the more to purr louder and rattling his bones. Izuku sighed and let the other cat be, too tired to care. Eventually, he fell asleep against the white underbelly of the tabby behind him, full belly warmed and soothed by the sun. Izuku woke up a little while later to someone shaking him awake. He clearly looked up to see his English teacher once more, smiling down at him. The man snorted at the sight of his disgruntled face and pet his head soothingly and apologetically. Izuku sighed and forgave the man for his interference to his nap and stood from the plush bed. Or at least he tried to. Sushi growled softly at his movement and pulled him back down with the arm he had around Izuku's middle. Izuku huffed and flicked his tail, sliding out from the cat's hold, which was protested by the elder cat's soft growl of annoyance and the large thump of his tail. Izuku shook himself off once he was out of the cat's range, and was lifted by his English teacher into the blonde's arms. The man carried him out of the room, and he meowed his goodbye to Sushi, Meow, who responded with an agitated tail flick. Izuku chuckled to himself, and his English teacher walked out from the extra room. The man was heading up to Nezu's office. Izuku buzzed excitedly. As much as he enjoyed watching his friends train, he much preferred to be actually doing something. And with Nezu, he could be learning, and the man could help him write. His English teacher hesitantly knocked on the door to the principal's office and waited until he heard the cheerful voice of the rat bear thing call for them to enter. The blonde opened the door and poked his head in, scanning the room for the white creature. Izuku, on the other hand, saw the man sitting on his desk, down lower to the ground, made so that the creature wouldn't have to climb up somewhere to sit down. He wiggled out of the man's arms and walked over to the creature, much to the dismay of his English teacher, who was confused. Izuku walked over to the principal and sat on his hind legs so he could be eye to eye with the other, and looked over at Izuku and smiled, speaking up, which made the English teacher stop and sigh in relief. Hello, Izuku. I'm glad to see you today. Izuku meowed his own greeting. Meow, meow, and bowed his head as best as he could to the creature, who dipped his head at the small cat in return. The blond man sighed and smiled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Welp, if that's all, I'm gonna head out. The rat smiled at the blond man, looking back at him and waving him off. Indeed. Thank you for bringing him to me. I'll bring him back down when I'm done with him, so no need to come get him. The other man nodded before scurrying off, leaving Izuku and Nezu to their own devices. The rat turned around and began to work on what was on his small desk below him once more. Izuku tapped the other with his paw. He was curious, but he didn't want to disrespect the other and peek over at what the rat was working on. The rat smiled and held up a sheet of paper for Izuku to see. I'm working on some new designs for the pointer robots. Would you like to assist me? Izuku perked up and nodded enthusiastically, tail swishing happily behind him. The rat smiled devilishly and set the paper down, pointing to another small chair similar to the one he sat on now, on the other side of the room. Then bring that over here and let's get to work. Shota was sitting in the teacher's lounge, Sushi having been put away in his carrier and ready to go home. He was waiting on his husband to return with a reward from whatever the rat was subjecting him to and tainting his mind with. The thought of the rat teaching the young boy still made him shiver with dread, though he was shaken from his thoughts by the sound of the lounge door opening and his husband's long-awaited return, though with no child in his hold. Shota stood up and walked over to the man, who looked at him in turn. Shota looked him up and down before sighing and speaking up. Where's Izuku? The man sighed and pointed up towards Nezu's office lay. He told me not to come back for him, and that he would bring Izuku down himself. Shota let out a long-suffering sigh, rubbing his temples. School had ended just 10 minutes ago, and he would like to leave from the hellish place. But his ward was now entangled in whatever crazy plot Nezu probably had, and God knows where. Shota knew how much Nezu liked to move around the building during the day. He sighed and sat down in his chair, leaning back in it. He's about to tell Hisashi to do the same, though he's interrupted by a small black mass falling from the heavens and onto his stomach. He jerked forward and coughed, clutching his stomach. He heard small laughter from above and sighed. He felt the small black paw on his face and heard a small, apologetic meow from below him. Meow. He looked down at his ward, who was looking up at him with big green eyes that were wide with panic and fear. He pat the small monster on the head and looked up at where he'd fallen from. Shota sat under an air vent, as he got hot easily, though this did mean Nezu untauntedly bothered him from the ceiling above him while he was sitting at his desk. The rat hopped down, landing much more gracefully than Izuku on Shota's desk, rather than his stomach. The rat smiled at Shota with a mischievous grin, and Shota fought the urge to sigh yet again. His lugs were going to give out before he was 35 from all the sighing he had done. Apologies for our tardiness. We got caught up in our work. Shota nodded and rubbing his face and picked the small fluff bastard up from his lap. It's fine. Thanks for bringing him back in one piece. The small rat nodded, smiling devilishly. Shota set the small shit on his desk beside the rat and grabbed its carrier. Zuko shot inside the plastic container quickly, and Nezu bowed to Shota. Well, I shall let you all go home. Good evening. Nezu hopped down from Shota's desk and walked over to another vent, closer to the ground. He clambered into it and disappeared into the black, leaving the couple and their ward in the teacher's lounge. Hisashi sighed and rubbed his neck, watching where the rat had disappeared and shaking his head. I don't think I'll ever get used to his antics. Shoto stood, grabbing his things. Don't. He'll take advantage if you let your guard down or get comfortable. And he bites. The blond man snorted, and Shota left him in the room with that information. The other quickly scrambled to gather his things, and the other cat, while Shota waited for him by the elevator. While they waited, he looked down to Izuku, who was still standing curled up in his carrier. He lifted the plastic box up to his face and looked inside the door at the small black beast, who stared back at him with big green eyes. Shoto watched Izuku's ears pin back and he meowed once more, sounding apologetic. Meow, meow. He sighed and shook his head fondly, looking at the small thing. Kid, it's fine. You weigh like 4 pounds, if that. I get hit harder by your class. I'm not mad. It was just unexpected. Zuko perked up a little more, and his ears had moved to the point at Shota had as he spoke. Zuko meowed once more. Meow! Sounding like an affirmative. He let out a small breath of air, fondness for the child that had caused so much trouble filling him up. He let the carrier gently fall back to his side, and his husband came down just a few minutes later with the other little shit. Shota smiled to himself, and they began their way down the elevator, into the car, and away to their apartment, though Hisashi insisted they stop for some chicken. They've been so good, Sho. Let them have a treat. He relented to the treat, though the cats weren't allowed to leave it until they got to the apartment. Both because he didn't want them to get sick, but also it would be a good distraction while he checked their apartment for more intruders. Once they arrived at their apartment, Shota immediately got out of the car and let Hisashi entertain the rascals while he patrolled the area. He opened the door to the apartment and slid inside, as quietly as he could. He listened for a moment, but no sound came from within. He slid fully into the home and shut the door. He knew to himself how wrong it felt to navigate through these halls with his shoes still on. He checked the kitchen, every pantry, the fridge, the oven, even under the sink, though there was nothing. The living room was similar, with the balcony door seemingly untouched, and the floor spotless as they left it. He checked the guest room where Aerie slept. There was nothing there either, beside for one of her stuffies that she probably left. Then the bathroom. The shower held no seat, nor did the toilet. Then his and his husband's bedroom. It was just as they left it this morning. So he sighed and relaxed, but after checking the room over thoroughly, he found nothing else and walked out to alert his husband to come inside as it was safe. Only when he got outside, the man was not in the car. He was running down the street as fast as he could, chasing after a van that was currently racing far into the distance. Hisashi was fucking pissed. Some man had walked up to him while his husband was checking the house over. He wore a mail carrier suit and was asking about one of the tenants. Apparently, he had delivered to the wrong address the other day. He tilted his screen at Hisashi's face, and a plume of smoke came out and choked Hisashi's senses. Before he knew what was going on, he heard the door slam and the sound of wheels squealing off into the distance. He immediately jumped up from the car and rubbed his eyes, trying to clear them. He heard the vehicle zooming off, and he took off after them, half blind, though the bastards were already gone into the distance before Hisashi could even scream. He collapsed onto the ground as he heard the familiar whipping of his husband's capture weapon above him, chasing the van. Hisashi knew that he was going after them, and after a few minutes, the police arrived and checked him over. He was rushed to the hospital so they could make sure whatever gas he had been sprayed with wouldn't affect him anymore. But after he aired the drug out of his senses, he felt fine and biologically was normal. He left the hospital and was taken back home, where his husband stood in the center of all the chaos, slowly diminishing from the late hour and the lack of evidence to be collected. Though Hisashi immediately could see the anger and panic in his husband's eyes when he approached. The man turned to see him and walked over, and Hisashi physically saw the man's body relax, though not extremely. There was there was camera footage with multiple angles of the kidnappers, though it would take a while to find anything. They were promised to hear from them as soon as they found anything. Hisashi took over and thanked the detective, and the crowd departed. His husband was up in the apartment holding their cat, who was still in their carrier, pacing around the room. As soon as Hisashi entered, he picked up and walked over, and Hisashi gave him the update. The man sighed angrily, and his fists clenched. But Hisashi lifted one of his hands into both of his own and pulled him closer, and the man shoved his face into the blonde's shoulder and wept. Hisashi stood and rubbed his back comfortingly, already plotting on how to deafen the ears and boil of whoever decided to fuck with him and his family. Izuku was just waiting for his homeroom teacher to come back while he enjoyed his treat, when a strange man came up to the car and began talking with his English teacher. The next thing he knew, a strange dust filled the car, and he woke up in complete darkness with strange smells. He sat up, sniffing the air. It smelled like smoke, but sour, like leaves. There was also the smell of something rotting and alcohol, also cleaning supplies. He tried to sit up, but he didn't feel great and fell over onto his side as he sat up. He whined softly and curled up into a small ball and cried to himself. He was scared, and he didn't know where he was. He would take a sushi aggressively cleaning his fur rather than this. He stayed like that until he heard voices from somewhere outside space he was in. He still felt sick, so he didn't move out of where he was curled up, but he curled up a little more and hid his face. Fear rushed over him in waves, as he was powerless and the size of a kitten. There was a sudden rush of light as the cloth was removed off the cage he was in, and he heard the familiar voices of the two men that broke into his teacher's room above him. Is he dead? No, he's breathing. He is also listening to us. Look at his ears. They're slightly pointed at us. I mean, I kinda see it. He mostly just looks dead. The second man sighed, and Izuku waited for a moment for them to continue. But then the cage tilted to the side and he scrambled to find his footing. The dizziness returned and he yowled pitifully, landing hardly on the metal bars of the cage. His foot stuck between one of the bars. He looked at the two men above him, ears tilted back and pupils wide. There was a small man right in front of the cage. He was holding it on his eye. He had short brown hair and a small, scruffy, and kind of pathetic beard. He wore a thick and large coat with a black t-shirt under it. The other man was much taller and broader, and peering from behind the first to look at Izuku in the cage. He had curly, dirty blonde hair and was clean shaven. He smiled at Izuku, and he saw that most of the man's teeth were crooked or missing. The first man smiled and moved to the side so the other could see Izuku better. See? He's fine. The man let the cage fall, and Izuku fell with his foot still in the cage. He yowled in pain as his foot twisted and he fell. The larger man yelped nervously and ripped the cage door off, reaching in and gently prying Izuku's paw from the cage and bringing him closer to hold. The smaller man yelled unhappily, smacking the man's side and yelling at him, though the man was ignoring his partner in favor of checking Izuku's paw over. He nervously shifted in the man's hold, hyperventilating. The man could hold Izuku in his palm. He was so large, and he just ripped the metal door of the hinge. The man scrunched his face up happily at the sight of Izuku's now swelling paw inside. Put him down, you crazy ass. That's our hostage. You hurt him. I'm gonna fix him. Can't hurt little cats like that. He's a human, you dolt. Not a cat. He may look like a cute cat, but he's still a kid. The large man interrupted his partner and began to walk away, much to the dismay of his friend. He left the other man flabbergasted as he walked through the dingy building and up the stairs. The man carried Izuku into a small room where it seemed the two were staying. It wasn't far from where Izuku was held, just a room over. The man sat down on an old and gross bed, probably same bed that they had found within the building they were in. He reached over and grabbed something, and Izuku moved, gently setting him on something soft. It smelled like sweat and smoke, but the man smiled down at Izuku, seemingly trying to soothe his nerves. As Izuku trembled and swayed, the man slowly and exaggeratedly reached over and grabbed a bag. Izuku curled up a bit into himself, ignoring his now sprained ankle. The man pulled out what seemed to be soothing cream and some gauze. He set the items down and began to gently smear some of the cream onto Izuku's injury. It helped quite a bit and soothed the pain. Izuku looked back at it curiously and watched as the man gently took some of the gauze and wrapped his leg up so there would be some pressure on his brain, but not too much, and so the cream would stay on. Once he was all fixed up, the man lifted Izuku up in his hold once more and smiled down at him. Izuku was still unsure about the man, but he seemed sincere. It was when the other man interrupted, clearing his throat. "You done then, dumbass?" The other man looked up at his partner, who was leaning on the door to the room they were sitting in. He sighed and nodded, standing from the creaking bed, and walked over to the other. The shorter man sighed and walked out of the room, towards a tall metal box. The larger man clenched Izuku closer to his chest protectively, startling the small boy. The other man sighed and pointed into the box, looking at the larger man expectantly. "You broke the cage we had. This is all we got. This is what we've got. Give me the kid." The man glared at the smaller, putting Izuku slightly closer to himself. He shook his head and backed away slightly. Something dark flicked across the smaller man's face, and he stepped forward angrily. "Mammoth, you dare defy my orders? The orders of the boss? You don't want to be disloyal, do you? You know what happens to those that are." The man, Mammoth now, hesitated. He shook slightly, and Izuku could feel his heartbeat increase from where he was pressed against his hand and chest. He eventually sighed, and Izuku felt the defeat seep into his bones. Mammoth reluctantly released Izuku into the smaller man's hold, and the man smiled happily. "I'm sorry, Mirth." The man hummed and dropped Izuku into the box. Izuku landed with a yelp, and he heard the man speaking above him. "You'll behave right from now on, right?" Izuku heard Mammoth hum defeatedly and agreeingly. Mirth spoke up once more, a pleased tone in his voice. "Good. Let's not have any more deflections." Something heavy was set on top of the box, and Izuku was cast in darkness once more. There was a small hole in the bottom of the box that he looked through. He saw a mammoth being led away by Mirth. Though Izuku saw the large man look back at the box sadly. Izuku laid there for a while, but he heard heavy footsteps walk towards him a few minutes later. Trying to be quiet, the box lid was taken off, and Izuku saw a mammoth above him. The man smiled apologetically and gently sent down cloth he had set Izuku on earlier into the box. He smiled once more before whispering, "Sorry, kid," and shutting the lid to the box. He lingered outside the box for a moment before retreating back towards where their rooms were. Izuku curled up on the shirt he was given, because as bad as the smell was, the box was cold and hard. He curled up tight into the shirt and cried again, shaking slightly with the force of his grief. Izuku woke up shivering. It was still dark outside the box. Whether that was from the room being dark or something now covering the box, he wasn't sure. But his leg felt sore, and he whined as he tried to sit up and to move it. He flopped back into the smelly shirt he was given and whined, curling up in a small ball. His stomach grumbled softly and his ears pinned back in discomfort. He wanted to cry, but he was also thirsty and dehydrated, his mouth dry yet sticky with saliva. He shivered where he lay and curled up tight until he heard heavy footsteps coming towards the box he was stuck inside. He didn't move from his position and didn't look up as the lid of the box was lifted. He heard a distressed gasp, and suddenly there were giant hands surrounding him and lifting him up from the box. He cracked an eye open to look at the person holding him and saw Mammoth Man again. The giant was looking at Izuku worriedly, but Izuku saw him relax once he cracked his eye open. Mammoth rubbed Izuku's back with his thumb, where he laid in the man's palm. Izuku shifted uncomfortably in the man's hold. He frowned and set Izuku down on a table, and began checking his leg. Izuku whined unhappily, and the man frowned more, looking at the leg with worry in his eyes. He reached over and grabbed two bowls, one full of water and the other with cat food. Izuku didn't want to stoop so low, but he was hungry and the food smelled really good at the moment. He set the bowls down to the side and grabbed the pill bottle. He brought it up to Izuku for him to see and showed him the label. He spoke softly, whispering as if not to alert anyone. "Benadryl, to help with the swelling and pain. I'm sorry. The internet said all the other stuff was toxic to cats, and this was all I had." Zuko huffed and flicked his tail, watching the man with tired eyes. The man smiled and took a pill out and set it in front of Izuku, pushing the water closer to Izuku. The man then used his pointer finger and pushed down on the pill, snapping in half, so it was easier for Izuku to swallow. Izuku looked up at the man who was watching Izuku with both sincere and worried smile, before taking each half of the pill. Izuku leaned over and, with the help of the giant man, lapped up some of the water to help the pills go down. Once that was done, the man brought Izuku's food over, and Izuku dove into the cat food. He didn't know if it was just because he was currently a cat, or if he was just that hungry, but the food was so good. He purred softly as he ate, and when Mammoth began to pet him gently, he didn't protest. Once he had eaten his fill, Mammoth sighed and gave him more of the water, before gently placing him back in the box, on top of the shirt. Mammoth set another shirt into the box, which added more support and warmth for Izuku. Izuku looked up at the man and meowed, "Meow," quiet and thankful, and Mammoth smiled wide. He nodded in response and gently shut the box lid, quickly moving away. Suzuki watched him go from the small hole in the bottom of the box, and after a few minutes of silence, he began to try to clean himself. He did feel better, and his leg was no longer throbbing heavily. Once his fur seemed to be sufficiently clean, he tried to stand on his leg, though it collapsed under him when he tried to put weight on it. He sighed and laid back down, flicking his tail frustratedly. He didn't know what time it was, how long it's been. Nothing. The room the box was in was completely dark from all the windows being boarded up, and all the doors closed. He whined again to himself and curled up once more, covering himself with some new cloth that was given to him and kept warm. It helped, but only slightly. Izuku longed for the comfort of his teacher's pillow and the smell of his conditioner. He missed the sound of the English teacher snoring. The silence within the box was grating on his ears. The delicious food the two men made especially for him just made make him more comfortable. But most of all, he missed the two men. He curled up and tried to sleep in the cold metal of the box, hoping they would come soon. Shota was pacing again. It had been a day since Midoriya was taken. Hasashi watched his husband worriedly as he tore a hole in the carpet. The man wouldn't sit down or relax for anything, and Hasashi couldn't take it. He felt terrible himself, having failed to protect the kid he swore to protect. Hasashi sighed and stood, walking over to the man who was lost in thought. He stopped the man where he was walking and grabbed him, pulling him close. The man stopped and trembled slightly in his hold. Hasashi held him tighter, shoving his face into the crook of the man's neck. After a few minutes, the man hugged him back, pulling him impossibly closer. Hasashi felt tears well up in his eyes, and he sighed shakily, rubbing his husband's back, who did the same. They stood like that for a long time, until they got a call. Hasashi rushed over to check his phone and saw Tsukachi calling him. He immediately answered the phone and felt the other man walk up behind him and press against his back, listening to whatever was said. President Mike? Yes. What is it? Have you found anything? The man on the other end sighed and Hasashi tensed, feeling the other man behind him do the same. Yes, we have. Hurry over. Sashi didn't wait for goodbyes, hanging up immediately and rushing to put his hero gear on, foregoing the hair. His husband behind him followed his lead, tossing on his own gear. Sashi quickly grabbed his keys and both men rushed out the door to their car. And they moved location the day of the events. And over to UA, where Nezu had set up a small house for them both. They rushed out of the UA grounds and over to the police department, where they quickly ran inside to Sukachi's office. The man was sitting at his desk and looked over at the two men as they entered his office. Beside him sat another man, a detective from another city by the looks of his badge. Hasashi walked over to Sukachi, and his husband sat down in the chair in front of Sukachi's desk. Hasashi stood beside him, his hand resting on the back of the chair. What did you call us for? Sukachi pointed to the man beside him, who cleared his throat and spoke up. Hello, my name is Detective Makio. I'm the detective of a town south from here. Recently, we've been aware of a certain criminal who escaped from the area during a battle. We plan to move in and capture him this week. However, he and his crew are all on the move. We've been tracking them, and so far it seems they're heading back here to Mustafu. When I called Detective Scotchy in here regarding the situation, He alerted me to a child who was involved in the fight had been kidnapped. Hizashi saw Shota shift in his seat, leaning forward in the chair. You think these events are connected? We do. We think that since the child involved is a connection to you and the man who broke their code, they plan to use the child to either make an example of him or use him as bait to lure you in. Shota grimaced, fist clenching in his lap. Sashi reached over and rubbed the man's back comfortingly. He looked over at the two men, prompting the new detective to speak up once more. But we have the element of surprise. So, there's good news. We are tailing them and we are able to find where they're going. We will plan a raid. Shota grunted in affirmation, and Hizashi looked over to Sakachi, who smiled at the blonde. We would like you both to be involved in the rescue of Midoriya, as he knows you all best and can get in and out quickly. Also, we have information on both the men who kidnapped Izuku. We may need your quick quirk eraser to help subdue him. Shota looked at the detective, turned to his computer to reveal a dirty blonde man with crooked and ugly teeth. He was very tall and broad. It glared at the camera like it wronged him in more ways than one. No name on him yet, besides for the alias Mammoth. He can get big, mean, and strong. He's got the power of a mammoth, hence the name. Hizashi watched as Shota grit his teeth and memorized the man's face deep in his brain. Seeing as how he was not going to speak, Hizashi did. How much longer do you think until we can start planning? The first detective smiled and spoke, trying to comfort the pair. A week at the worst, a day at the best. Sashi kneaded and saw his husband clench his fist together in his lap. Sashi turned his screen back over to the side, and the detective spoke again. That's all I need to know for now. As soon as I know, I'll call you. Both men nodded and stood, walking out of the building. In the car, Zashi looked over at his husband, who was looking out the window and seething. He sighed and spoke up, breaking the silence. It's not your fault. I interrogated that man. Then they went after Izuku. Do you blame me for not being strong enough to stop them from taking him? The man sighed and relaxed his shoulders slightly. Sashi knew he was trying not to cry. Exactly. Don't blame yourself for shit that isn't your fault. The man sighed and rubbed his eyes, and Hizashi took one of his hands off the steering wheel and grabbed one of his, holding it and squeezing it slightly. The man let out a shaky breath and squeezed his hand back, letting Hizashi know that he was okay. But Hizashi held his hand all the way home. They only parted to get out of the car before collapsing on the couch together. They placed their phone by their heads, ringer all the way on, and the charger plugged in. Sashi held the man close inside. Waiting was hell. Sashi knew the man was now extra worried from how attached he had gotten to Izuku during the small cat's 2-week stay. And there was the worry as his teacher, and the worry he felt as a parent. The car was silent as the chauffeur drove them. The man sat on his phone, scrolling through gossip pages and magazines to see if anything was going on. Still, nothing was being said. It pissed him off, and everyone in the car could feel his displeasure. The 5 men behind him and the driver of the car shifted nervously as his angry aura continued to glow. He couldn't sit still. The world needed to know who he and his people were, and that bastard who assisted in arresting almost all of them and made one of his men talk would pay. He scrolled back over the messages he had gotten from one of his people called Mirth. A silly name, but the man had proclaimed he had captured a child who was associated with the man who pissed him off so greatly. The best part was, the young man had been touched by another one of his people's quirks. The one that made the bastard maid talk. Cat. The ability to make any person turn into a cat relative to how many years old they were. It had been almost 2 weeks since the battle, when Cat had been taken and the boy disappeared. 14 days, and the boy was 16. He looked at the files Worth had collected. It was the finger breaker kid from the sports festival. Powerful as shit. It probably mastered more of his quirk by now. Dangerous, but for now harmless, in the small black fur he was trapped in. The man looked at the picture once more, seeing the small black cat inside a cage, sleeping off a drug. It looked like a small kitten, but the man knew so much better. He chuckled. The group behind him in the back seat shifted nervously where they sat. He huffed at their shyness and looked back up to the road. When will we be arriving? The driver shifted and spoke up, their voice quiet but loud enough to hear. In about an hour and a half, sir. The man nodded and smiled, grinning. Good. Making an hour and 15. The driver nodded and began to speed up. The men leaned back in their seat and looked back at his phone, looking through the files on the man who had made one of his most loyal talk and had organized an attack on one of his most profitable and successful compounds. The attack took a third of his people, profit, and territory, and the man who had done this to him would pay. He was sad the child was involved, but sadly anyone now involved with the underground emo bitch would have to pay the price. Everyone would know what happens when you mess with the Harbingers. Azuku woke up groggy and sick. He shifted under the thin shirt he was given and shivered. Felix, a small fever began to form. He heard rustling outside and fast steps walking around outside the box. He shifted his head up to look through the hole in the bottom of the box, not having much energy to do anything else. He didn't see much from his position, but he saw feet walking past. Back and forth they went, excited and nervous, muttering, following behind the smaller pair of feet. He elected to ignore it, his head thudding in tune with his heartbeats. He tried to curl up more under the shirt, but he couldn't adjust with his hands. He didn't trust himself not to hurl if he brought his head up. He whined softly and brought his tail up to hold under his paw. Not quite a stuffed animal, but it would work for the purpose of comfort, even if it was slight. After a few minutes of shuffling, he heard an excited giggle approach the box. He looked up as the lid was lifted and saw the edited but kind of blurry face of Mirth, who grinned down at him, though the man's expression changed immediately when he saw the state of the young cat. The box lid was completely removed, and the man's face shifted from excited and nervous to angry and nervous. Hey kid, get up. He reached in and pushed on Izuku's side, and Izuku let out a small indignant meow in response. Ow! Ow! The moment was uncomfortable and allowing cold air to rush under the shirt he was covered with. The man growled and poked him harder, beginning to speak again before being stopped by Mammoth, who spoke up behind him. He's sick. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. He can't be sick. Boss wants him beat, not dead. If he's sick, the boss can't beat him. So, their boss was coming? That was worrying. What did they want with him? Zugu's thoughts raced as he was suddenly lifted by large yet familiar hands. Mammoth brought Izuku up to his face, looking the young boy deep in his eyes. Azuku flicked his tail, too tired to be frightened, and the man sighed. He walked over to the cat food and lifted it up. Setting the kibble down on the table, he opened the bag. Inside, the kibble looked fine. Mammoth grunted and sniffed the contents. With a grunt of surprise, he dumped the bag onto the table. Murph yelled and was ignored by the larger man. Inside the bag was the answer to why Izuku was so sick. A dead and decaying mouse sat within the kibble, inconspicuously waiting to be found. Mammoth stepped aside to let Murph see who grunted inside. Okay, probably should have checked the food when I took it out of that dumpster. Mammoth grunted angrily. The food was shoved off the table, and Izuku was laid in the man's hand, with his head leaning down towards the table. Mirth asked what was happening. Once again, when ignored, as Mammoth whispered an apology and gently pushed on Izuku's stomach. A wave of nausea rolled over Izuku as he threw up. The sensation was painful, and it didn't stop until much of his stomach had emptied. Izuku laid there panting while he was done, and Mammoth lifted up away from the now puke-covered table. Mammoth walked away from the angry Mirth, continuing to ignore the man. Izuku once again laid on the man's bed, but on his blanket this time. A bowl of water was set beside him, and Mammoth gestured it. Drink. I have some medicine, but you need water first. Izuku sighed and shakily sat up, though Mammoth took a large finger and placed it on his side, helping him sit up and steady himself. Once Izuku could sit on his own, the man walked away, soon returning with a stick of jerky. He ripped a chunk of the meat off and ripped it into tiny bits, before setting it on a plastic bag the jerky came in. He also crushed a pill, spreading it into the meat, before gently sliding it over to Izuku. The young boy didn't want to eat, but the man insisted, and Izuku didn't feel like being force-fed if the man decided he was going to make him eat. So Izuku took a deep breath and ate the cheap beef jerky. It tasted sour in his mouth, probably because of the medicine, but also now his changed taste bud. He grimaced, but ate as much as the meat he could, before backing away from it slightly. Mammoth smiled and nodded, bringing the water back over to Izuku, who drank a little bit more before lying his head down. While his headache was in full swing now, the ache in his stomach and fever had gone away, leaving him with cold sweats and soreness. Mammoth lifted up and held him close, gently blowing his warm breath onto the boy. Izuku heard someone clear their throat from the door, and Izuku cracked an eye to see Mirth standing there, glaring at Mammoth. So, now you acknowledge me? Mammoth grunted and went back to trying to warm Izuku. Mirth stomped forward, and Mammoth stepped back, clutching Izuku close to his chest and away from the smaller man. Mirth walked until Mammoth's back was pressed against the wall. It came up right in front of the burly man. You are being disloyal to the cause, Mammoth. Must I remind you where you stand? Blood sighed and shook his head, much to the pleasure of Mirth. But it wasn't enough for the smaller, who forcefully grabbed Bea's hands, which were hiding Izuku, and pulled. Give me the kid. Mammoth shook his head, looking down at Izuku, conflicted and scared. It was obvious the man didn't want to give Izuku to the other, but he also wanted to follow the orders of the smaller man. The man became more insistent, tugging harder. You dare disobey me, Mammoth? Mammoth grunted and shook his head, his whole body shaking. Izuku could feel it, but he could do nothing but lay in the palm of the large man. Mirth eventually got tired of this, and his hand turned flat. He raised it up and slashed it across Mammoth's arm. The larger man called out and jerked, but never dropped Izuku. Instead, his grip on the boy became tighter, but not suffocating. Izuku smelled blood suddenly, and Mirth grunted. Give me the child, or I will continue to use force until you do, and I will make sure the child feels it too. Mammoth paused at the mention of Izuku. The threat stood in his mind, and shakily he handed the small boy over to Mirth. who lifted the black cat by the scruff. Izuku called out, the rough housing rough on his frail body. Mammoth looked at the young boy with panic clear in his eyes, but it was Mirth's turn to ignore the other, and he walked out of the room with no further instructions than to patch himself up. Before walking back towards the box Suzuki was being kept inside, it dropped him in. Suzuki landed with a thump, and luckily onto the shirts he was gifted by Mammoth, and looked up at Mirth, who grinned malically. Night night, you little fucking shit. The lid of the box, and Izuku was once again left alone in the dark, cold and musty box. He shuffled around in the dim light, adjusting the shirts he had been given so they made a nest of sorts he could curl under. The medicine and good food seemed to be helping. He was no longer dizzy and sick. While his head throbbed, his leg cried out with each movement, and his body ached. He felt much better. He curled up under one of the shirts and sighed. He watched the whole of the box for any sign of either man. He saw nothing for a long time. As he was trying to go to sleep, he heard voices, a lot of them, but Mirth stood out the most. After a few moments, a group of people entered the room where he was being kept. Izuku curled up tighter under the shirt. This must be the boss Mirth was so anxious about. A deep yet smooth voice spoke up, walking closer to the box. So where's is the little rascal? I was told he's being kept in a cage, but I see no cage nor no cat. Mirth chuckled almost nervously. We had an incident. Sadly, the cage was destroyed. The young boy got his leg caught in the bars, and Mammoth here panicked. So we had to relocate the boy. A set of footsteps walked over to the box and lifted the cover. Mirth reached inside the beast and pulled out Izuku by his scruff. Izuku whined uncomfortably as he was lifted high in the air, presented to the group. There were 7 new people in total, but one of them stood out the most was in the front, watching him with a calculating glare. Izuku knew this man was the boss, not just of the compound, but the entire group, which componed they had raided part of, the Harbingers. The man was tall, lithe, and thin. He had bright red hair and hazel brown eyes. He had known for his cruelty and his skill in a fight. It was the main reason such a disorganized and unpopular group of villains had succeeded so well. The man sauntered closer to the Izuku, inspecting the other boy carefully. Izuku tried to curl into himself to make himself smaller, which only served to make the man grin. Izuku watched as the man poked at his wrapped leg, chuckling softly. At least you left me some other things to break. But I think this kid is already used to having his bones broken. The finger breaker from the UA Sports Festival, ladies and gentlemen. Izuku Midoriya. Oh, Izuku was fucked with the capital F. He curled deeper into himself as the group of people behind the boss stared in an array of emotion, awe, amusement, nervousness, fear. But Izuku's gaze eventually traveled to the burly man who stood behind them all, towering over the small crowd. His gaze was full of nothing but pure fear and panic. And Izuku matched his gaze tenfold. He prayed his teachers would hurry and find him soon. He closed his eyes as the large hand enveloped his vision. It took him from Murph's grasp. The 2 men got called not a day later. Shota had been pacing the kitchen while his husband cleaned. As soon as the phone rang, Hisashi rushed over and grabbed it before the second ring even had a chance to go off. Hisashi stopped and looked over at the other man, who was talking to someone on the other end. With a nod, the blonde hung up and ran to their bedroom, grabbing the gear he left when he wasn't working. It was uncomfortable. Shota quickly did the same, double-checking the house security and their other cat, Sushi, who had not moved from the couch where Izuku used to lay, and the blanket he was curled on with Airy during the weekends he was here. The man sighed sadly and pet the cat, who leaned into his hand with a soft purr. But once the blonde was rushing out the bedroom, he bid the tabby goodbye and followed the man out of the house, locking the door behind him. They rushed to the car and clambered inside before taking off. Shota took this time to ask what was going on to the other man, smiled. They've got him. They found him, Sho. We're going to hear the plan and save Midoriya. Shota smiled and felt the weight fall from his chest, but another replaced it. That meant the boss, a very dangerous man, was near a defenseless and small Izuku. He was probably being targeted. He sighed and looked forward, trying to focus on finding the young kid, hopefully unhurt and alive. After the men were done with him, they tossed him back into the box he had come from, shutting the lid harshly and laughing. The boss had beaten him and used his quirk on Izuku. He shivered at the reminder, a still sizzling bald patch resting on his side. He couldn't move, not from his bones being broken, luckily, but rather from exhaustion. The boss stated he didn't want him dead, at least not yet. And so they had taken to tying him up and throwing him around the room until the boss was pleased. Then he had used his quirk, a bright blue electricity. Izuku recalled how the flickering light had trailed up his arm like a snake, curling around his arm till it reached his hand and coiled up like it was about to strike. He had monologued for a moment, but Izuku's brain was still trying to right itself again, so he didn't hear nor understand the man, though he quickly yowled in pain as the lightning struck his side. He huffed, closing his eyes and trying to rest, small tears forming from his eyes. The other men had left, leaving Izuku alone in the box and the dark. He didn't even have the strength to turn around and see out the small hole behind him, or cover himself with the shirt that Mammoth had provided. He was lucky the men simply tossed him in without a care, not looking inside, and he was even luckier that he landed on the cloth. If they had looked inside and saw the items within the box, they probably would have taken them. He whined softly and twitched. His entire body hurt, and his side burned. Luckily, the men seemed to be talking about celebrating and leaving, so he would be alone for a while. He was thankful the only lights in the warehouse came from the broken windows, as they couldn't shut them off. Small things, he supposed. He wasn't left in total darkness, though the silence was grating. He'd rather it than the boss and his lackeys return, though. He sighed and figured he should try and sleep, so he turned his brain off with one final call for help to his teachers, a request for them to please hurry and find him. Everyone knows the plan, right? Zukachi asked as he finished his presentation. The heroes in the room all nodded, eager to get going. Shota especially was practically vibrating in his seat, ready to burst into the warehouse and kick that bastard's ass. He was going to be bait, as apparently the man was dead set on punishing him for his crimes. A few other stealth heroes would get in close, and they would attack when the villain was surrounded. Once they had begun the initial attack, the other heroes would flood inside, and the police would surround the place. A sound plan. The only problem in Shota's eyes was the fact they were not going to begin until late into the night. Izuku only had less than 24 hours left as a feline, and who knew what those bastards would do if they got a hold of him in human form, or what he would do to himself. Currently, Shota was pacing in the police department, listening to the hustle and bustle of the police station. He tried to keep out of the way, keeping to one corner cleared for heroes like him. Shota watched him, worried look adoring his features. Shota hated to worry the other, but he couldn't sit or calm down. He wanted to move. He wanted to move now. Every instinct in his body was telling him to move, to go, to get the young boy back. But he wasn't allowed to go, especially not on his own. He grit his teeth and paced some more until the blond man finally had enough. He sighed and stood, walking over to the pacing man who stopped to look at his husband. The man smiled softly, a comforting gesture, and spoke softly to the other. You need to rest. You can't save him if you're tired from pacing. Shota sighed to himself and slumped, his head falling onto his husband's shoulder. The man smiled softly and rubbed the man's back gently, slowly walking backwards and helping the man sit down on the chairs behind him. Shota curled up and laid his head onto the man's shoulder, closing his eyes with a soft huff. Zashi smiled softly and rubbed his back till the other man went to sleep. Shota woke not 2 hours later, and both men went to get some food and water. They spoke quietly to each other for some time, finishing their food and discussing random things to keep their mind off the trail ahead. Their conversation only lasted half an hour. However, the raid party began to head out. Both men followed behind, preparing themselves. Once they had arrived at the rendezvous point, they reiterated the plan one final time. Then the police department, preparing to surround the building, and Shota split away from the group to approach the building. He went around the side, careful of any security measures the villains may have put in place, and looked through a broken part of the window. Inside, he saw 9 of the bastards sitting in the old warehouse, drinking and celebrating. There was no sign of a Midoriya, both a good and bad thing. He grunted and quietly spoke into his calm. I have eyes on all 9. They're in the warehouse, dead center. No sign of Midoriya. He heard a confirmation and a command for everyone else to begin surrounding the place, and then he instructed to begin Phase 2. He confirmed that he heard the command and climbed up into a window that he could slide into. He heard the comms flare to life as commands were shot through it, but Shota ignored them. He focused on the scene below. The 9 villains were none the wiser to his present, most of them too drunk and unsteady to even see a few feet in front of him. He looked around the warehouse and tried to see if there was any sign of his student, but he didn't find any. There was a crash below and he curled closer to the beam he sat on and peered over at the group. But one of them had thrown their beer bottle and was cheering. He relaxed slightly, curling closer to the beam and out of sight, and whispered into his calm. They seemed to be drunk, all 9 still accounted for. Still no sign of Midoriya. The comm flickered to life once more, and he heard a response from the raid leader. Affirmative. We have surrounded the building, and pros are around the area. Whenever you're ready, Eraserhead. Shooter sighed and spoke into his comm once more. I'm good to go. Affirmative. Move in, everyone. Azuki was trying to sleep. He felt like shit, but the villains outside the metal box he was contained in decided to have a party. He sighed once more and tried to sleep again, but one of the men threw a bottle and shattered it on the wall, spooking him. Their cheers made him all the more fearful and uncomfortable. He just wanted to go home. It seemed the gods heard his wish, as in the next minute he heard multiple loud crashes all around the walls of the room, and they were situated in the enraged and confused calls of villains outside. They called out that heroes had arrived, and Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. He tried to sit up and look out the small hole in the bottom of the metal crate, but it was for naught, as someone slammed into the side of the box as the fight broke out. Izuku was tossed aside as the box tumbled and he let out a loud and pained yowl. Then he landed on his bad leg and sore side. He laid unmoving, trying to get the dark world around him to stop spinning so quickly. Before he could even attempt to stand to try and get his footing, the lid of the box was ripped off from where it laid on its side, and a hand harshly grabbed the scruff. He yowled once more as he was yanked from the dark space and into the bright light. He was thrown around by his scruff as the person who held him ran, and his head spun with the motions. He could only hear loud thuds and cries as his ears began to clog. They could only see blurry figures as his vision swayed. He had closed his eyes once the motions had started, trying to keep from hacking up what little was in his stomach. All of the commotion stopped as he was yanked high into the air, and something sharp and cold was pressed to his throat. He tried to open one of his eyes, but he was up closer to a light, and he found opening his eyes hurt. He shut them and curled tighter into a ball. His autonomy forced him into when held by the scruff. He whined as the man behind him began to yell, his voice reverberating in Izuku's skull. Now then, if you want to see this little fuck alive, you'll drop your weapons and surrender now. There was a pause, and then Izuku heard a clatter of metal. He whimpered in distress. The heroes were surrendering for his sake and putting themselves in danger. He forced his eyes open to see many heroes he knew, being restrained by the villains that had tortured him. He didn't want them to be hurt because of him. Now they were all at the mercy of the villains. The man holding Izuku laughed and brought the small cat down from where he'd been holding him high in the air. He kept the sharp thing close to Izuku's throat and hummed thoughtfully. There we go. Now then, Eraser, you and I seem to have some unfinished business. Why don't you come with us and tell us how you made our friend talk? Izuku looked to see his teacher, hands raised in surrender, walking up to them. There was one of the villains behind him, following along with a wicked smile on his face. The rest of the heroes were restrained by villains and tied to a post in the center of the building. He grit his teeth and tried not to cry. His stupid kitten body wouldn't let him move more than his face and his tail when he was held by the scruff. It was infuriating and made him useless. The man holding Izuku walked over as Izuku's teacher approached. And Izuku saw the man look at Izuku, worriedly checking him over. He saw the man stiffen when he got a good look at Izuku's injuries. Though before the Raven Man could do anything more, he was punched in the jaw by the man holding him, and held up by the villain behind him. The man laughed and shook Izuku around a bit. Well, 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 let's have a discussion, shall we? The raven-haired man did nothing but glare, and the boss laughed more. His teacher was roughly shoved towards the back rooms, followed by all the villains. Izuku heard that they were going to try and make an escape. He tried to wiggle, but all his body did was twitch a little bit. They made their way into the dark hall of the rooms where the men stayed, and they grabbed their things before walking out towards the secret exit down below. Before any of them could get far, something grabbed the wrist of the man holding Izuku from the dark room they passed. The group paused and looked over. Izuku perked up when he saw the man responsible. Mammoth stood there, angrily looking down at the man holding Izuku and grunted angrily. Let them go. The boss laughed and tightened his grip on Izuku, making him whimper. The group turned to Mammoth, glaring daggers into the large man. What will you do, Mammoth? There's 8 of us and 1 of you. Mammoth sighed and began to speak. He looked down at the group, eyes filled with hatred and anger, but also a hint of satisfaction. You underestimate me. You hurt me. You think I'm dumb because I'm big and strong, and I do everything I'm told. Sure, I may be a bit less smart than all of you here, but I'm no less capable. And besides, 2 of you are gonna have to hold that hero, and you've gotta hold that hostage. That betters my chances. The men stiffened and the boss scoffed. He further tightened his hold on Izuku's scruff, making him whimper again. Though this action did not go unpunished. Mammoth began tightening his hold dangerously on the boss's wrist, making the man cry out and drop Izuku. The small cat fell, but was quickly caught by the large man in a familiar hand. Izuku looked up to see Mammoth worriedly looking down at Izuku, and Izuku purred softly to let the other know he was okay. The giant smiled and sighed, relieved, looking back at the group. As he did, the boss grit his teeth and yelled out, "Well, what are you scum waiting for? Get him!" The group immediately sprang into action, all at once, but Mammoth simply grunted, and with one of his giant arms, he swung it to the side and tossed the 5 men that charged him, flying back down the hall. 2 more sprang at Mammoth, electricity quirks at the ready, and Mammoth brought Izuku close to his chest and blocked their attacks with one of his arms. He grunted in pain before shoving the 2 back, arms smoking. Izuku looked up at him and meowed worriedly. Meow! 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 But the man smiled down at him reassuringly. Boss grit his teeth and tried to attack himself, but before he could, Izuku's teacher sprang into action and knocked the villain down. Man seemed surprised for a moment, but sighed and smiled at the other. His teacher looked up at Mammoth, distrust written in his eyes, but Mammoth simply held out his arms, giving Izuku back to his teacher. The man quickly grabbed him and looked him over. The man was shaking, and so Izuku purred softly to try and soothe the man. It worked somewhat. As the man calmed down and took a breath, he gently inspected Izuku's side, and Izuku tried not to squirm. His face became one of displeasure and worry, his eyebrows frowning. He took a breath and hugged Izuku close to his chest. Izuku let the man do as he needed, and he closed his eyes and breathed the familiar scent happily. He both heard and felt the man talk to where he was pressed against his chest, and looked up to address Mammoth. Are you all right? Mammoth looked at his teacher, surprised, but nodded, covering the large smoldering mark on his arm. His teacher huffed disbelievingly, but did not press further. He instead looked over towards the exit where the previous fight had been to see many heroes rushing in. They all pushed as they saw the scene, but then President Mike pushed past them and rushed over to the raven-haired man, taking his face into his hands and looking the other over. Azuka trilled up happily at the man, and he looked down with a relieved smile. Though, like his husband, once he caught sight of the wounds, he worried. Mammoth cleared his throat, and when they looked over at the giant was nervously twitching his hands together, keeping his injured arm out of sight. President Mike looked over his husband confusedly, to which the man sighed and spoke up. He saved us. He stopped them before they tried anything. The blonde sighed and nodded. The other heroes that had been leaving them alone in favor of restraining the other villains finally approaching the giant man. Zuko flicked his tail and trilled at the giant, who blinked surprisingly down at him. Zuko dipped his head, bowing to the best he could to the man to thank him. The man smiled softly and bowed back, allowing the heroes to lead him down the hallway. His teachers watched him confused before walking out of the hallway themselves, taking Zuko to the EMT nearby. He was rushed to the hospital, being checked over in an ambulance by nurses who knew enough animal first aid to prepare him for the hospital. Exhausted, Zuko lay limp as they worked, watching his teachers who were huddled close together, watching him like a hawk. He chirped happily at them, closing his eyes and attempting to smile. They huffed amusedly, his homeroom teacher reaching over to where he was and laid on the bed to rub his head gently. With his teachers close and everyone safe and sound, he finally closed his eyes and went to sleep. His teacher watched, relief flooding through them at their ward being safe and sound in their arms once more. Izuku woke up slowly, bright lights and grating beeping flooding his senses as he came to. He groaned and blinked his eyes open. The first thing he noticed was how things seemed to be more vibrant, bright and warm tones. It was weird. He brought his hand up to his face before he paused. He quickly sat up and looked at himself. Had indeed turned back into a human. But the quick motion made his side burn, and he hissed in pain. Once the pain subsided slightly, he looked around at his surroundings. He was in the hospital, hooked up to a bunch of machines. He looked down and saw small bandages that looked like they had been ripped apart the night by his injured side. He assumed he had turned back into a human sometime in the night. He checked under the covers and found himself as bare as a baby, though there was also some more bandages by his leg that also looked like they had been ripped in the night. He sighed and covered himself once more, for some semblance of privacy. He sat still for a moment, debating on trying to walk to get assistance, though just a minute or two later, the door to his room opened. He looked over and saw his homeroom teacher tiredly walk in. The man looked up and paused at the sight before him, and both of them stared at each other for a good minute or so. Eventually, though, his teacher smiled softly and sighed, pressing a button on the wall and walking over to the younger. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Azuka smiled and laughed softly, looking up at his teacher. Sore, but all right. Probably would feel better if I had pants. This made the man laugh softly. He shook his head fondly as he did so. Looking down, he patted the side of the bed gently before nodding and looking back up at the green-haired boy. I'm sure that can be arranged. Izuku smiled and nodded to the man, and they sat together for another few seconds, before nurses rushed into the room and began assessing him. Izuku allowed them to do as they needed and tried his best to do as they requested. His teacher watched him, a noticeable relief in his eyes. Izuku was deemed fit to leave the hospital a day later. The hospital had expedited the healing process with healing quirks, and there wasn't much left that wouldn't heal on its own. A few small cuts and burns along with a sore leg. He was driven home by his English teacher and his homeroom teacher, who walked with him up to the apartment he and his mother lived in. He knocked once on the door and was almost bowled over by his mother as she swung the door open and embraced him. He hugged her back, smiling and trying to reassure her, but she simply cried. Neither of his teachers commented on the display. Once the small woman was finished, she looked over at the men and smiled, bowing to them and thanking them. The blonde smiled and told her it was all right, and Izuku was an angel for them despite the circumstances, though his homeroom teacher just watched. Once they were finished, they bowed goodbye before walking back down and leaving Izuku and his mother be. Izuku waved them off before walking inside with his mother, where he was smacked in the face with the smell of katsudon. He smiled and looked down at his mother, who, who was happily leading him to the kitchen. They sat down together at the table and ate happily, large smiles on their faces as they spoke about their times apart. Izuku made sure to leave out the scary bits, though his mother certainly got a kick out of Sushi's slow acceptance of the boy and his aggressive way of cleaning. Once supper was done, he and his mother sat down for a movie, and he texted his friend to let him know he was okay. They were all relieved at the news, and most of them wanted to schedule a small get-together after he had returned. He allowed them to talk about it as he sat with his mother right at home. When he returned to school 2 days later, he was immediately enveloped by his friends in a bone-crushing hug. He laughed as they attempted to suffocate him with their embrace, or tears in a few cases. They all spoke in chorus, telling him, "I thought you were dead," or "We were so worried," or "I'm glad you're okay," or other such things. He smiled at them all and let them know he was okay. Once the Once the first teacher of the day came in, they all sat down. Bakugo kept glaring at Izuku whenever he had the chance, but besides for that, the day went relatively normally. He was given all the notes he had missed, and his friends helped him catch up on the work he had missed. They all spent time working together at lunch, helping him out while eating. Izuku felt a bit cramped in his seat, but he was happy to be home at last. Next came heroics, and his homeroom teacher nodded at him as he sat down in his seat and began lecturing them on the fundamentals of a hero, continuing the lesson he had begun the last time he was sitting in class. They spent 20 minutes on this before he instructed them all to change into their gym clothes and meet him in the weightlifting gym. Everyone groaned, and Mr. Ozawa dismissed them all, but asked for Izuku to stay behind. Bakugo kept glaring at Izuku as he walked away, but he went ignored, at least for now. His teacher sighed and rested his head on Izuku's shoulder. He looked up at the older man, who sighed softly. "How are you feeling?" Izuku smiled at him and responded, "I'm fine, sir. I feel more antsy than anything." The man sighed and shook his head fondly. He patted Izuku's shoulder gently and backed away, letting Izuku go. "Just don't overdo it. No quirks today." Izuku nodded to the man and ran off to rejoin his friends. The man watched him go and sighed softly. He waited a moment before walking out himself down to the gym, where he would have to supervise the little hellions. Izuku stood and waved goodbye to his friends as they split to go to their own separate ways. He wanted to go straight home, though he was stopped once more by someone grabbing his bag as he passed a dark alley. He squirmed and kicked, activating his quirk, but he felt a familiar sweaty palm covering his mouth, and the scent of nitroglycerin filled his nose. "Stop for a moment, would ya?" He stopped struggling as the hands that held him lit up. He turned his quirk off and looked back at the person who had been holding him, only to confirm their identity with the sight of the very guilty-looking Bakugo Katsuki. He looked the other up and down before sighing and crossing his arms. "What?" Bakugo grit his teeth and grabbed Izuku again by his collar. Though he didn't burn the other clothes, he did begin screaming in his face. It was familiar for Izuku, so he relaxed and let the boy have his moment. "How could you be so reckless? You got caught by a quirk and then by a villain. What do you—" Izuku tuned him out for a while. Though, once the boy was panting and staring at him expectantly, Izuku smiled and replied, "Thanks, I'm okay." The other looked at him bewildered before dropping him. Izuku tumbled just for a second, but regained his balance. He looked up to the other to see him still glaring at him contemplatively. Izuku shuffled in place for a moment, becoming nervous under the other's silent gaze. After a while, the blonde sighed and hugged Izuku tightly. Izuku squeaked, as this was a surprise, but hugged the other back after a moment. He felt the blonde's shoulders relax as he did. "Don't do that again, dumbass nerd." Izuku chuckled and hugged the other a little tighter. "I'll try, Kacchan." The other huffed softly and continued to hug until they both got uncomfortable. They said their goodbyes, Bakugo apologizing for scaring Izuku and dragging him into an alley, much to Izuku's surprise, even though the apology was very curt and quiet, and they parted ways. Izuku walked up and into his apartment and took a deep breath. His mother was cooking and called out for him when he entered. He smiled and answered her, enjoying the smell of the home as he took off his shoes and walked into the kitchen to hug his mother. He sat in a small, cold cell, thinking about the small black cat and his caretaker. He also thought about the people he had associated with in his life. He wasn't proud of what he had done, not by a long shot, but he had no choice. He sighed again, thinking thanking the heavens that they took him to an entirely different jail than where the others he had betrayed had gone. The cycles were monotonous. Wake up, food would be slid through the door, they would eat, use the restroom. The guards would come after 2 hours to let him out for another 2 hours. He would go back. Another 6 hours would pass. Then dinner would be served. Then another hour more. And then it was lights out. The cycle repeated endlessly for a month. And he thought he was about to go to insane from it all. While the repetition was comforting, he was beginning to be bored out of his mind. The guards were kind to him, though, as long as he behaved. He had no intention of acting up anyway. He just wanted to pay for his crimes, for his actions in peace. If this is what society deemed he deserved, then he had no complaints. It was better than Tartarus. Today, the cycle was different, though. The guards told him he had a visitor today. This was strange. His family were all dead. He had no friends, no love or anything. Who would want to visit him? He let the guards lead him to a small interrogation room and handcuffed him to the table. He sighed and watched as they all left the small room. A few minutes later, the door opened again. He looked back to see two men, one of whom he recognized. There was a detective who sat down across from him, and the other man who leaned against the back wall, watching him. He knew this man, the small black kitten's caretaker. The detective cleared his throat and began to speak. Hello, my name is Detective Sakachi. This is Eraserhead. He has come forward to me to vouch for you. He looked over at the other dark-haired man, who simply nodded. He was confused. Had he not hurt the dark-haired hero's ward? Had he not been involved in the torture and kidnapping of the young boy turned kitten? It didn't make sense to the brutish man. He looked back at the detective, who was still smiling, and spoke up the most he had heard since his incineration. Why? I hurt your kid. The detective smiled and spoke up again. It seems that both Eraserhead and the young boy you assisted in rescue have both vouched for you. He stated that you didn't hurt him, but instead were being forced to be near. And from the records, you assisted when the heroes had been overrun, before Eraserhead and the boy could be further abducted, correct? He nodded his head. Yes, he had done that. He didn't engage in injuring of the boy, but he barely did anything to stop it either. So why were these people talking to him? The detective looked down at his paper he had brought with him and smiled. According to your behavior file, the past month you've been here, you've done nothing. No complaints, no fighting, nothing. The man sighed softly. He was tired of this. He wanted to know the point. Why were these people here? Due to circumstances and those who have vouched for you, I have a proposition for you. If you would like, I can help you get parole, get you out of here quicker, but only if you want. No strings attached. He perked up at this. They wanted to give him parole, but why? He had done nothing good. Simply what should have been done a very long time ago. He wanted to decline, but the man in the corner was watching him encouragingly, and he thought about what it might be like to go free. Walk in a park without someone screaming at him. Maybe feed some ducks. It'd be much sooner if he took their offer. So he smiled gently and nodded. Please. The detective nodded and stood, telling him that he would arrange for parole before leaving. The hero remained, and he watched the man kick off the wall and slowly walked over to him before pausing and bowing in front of him. He was shocked. What was this hero doing now? Thank you, for saving me and my student, Mammoth. He stared in shock. This hero was thanking him? It was almost too much. He smiled more and sniffled, leaning down to wipe his eyes with his hands. The other man straightened slightly, concerned at the noise, though it was quickly soothed by the other's large smile. He sniffled a bit before straightening up and looking at the other man. Please call me Hal, and you are welcome. And you are always welcome, hero. Chapter 29 is this little note. I'm just going to summarize it. Hello there. It has come to my attention. Well, not summarize it. Basically, someone on YouTube was using AI on their fic, like, and saying it was a podfic, which isn't what it was. It was It's stupid text to speech appers or whatever you want to call them. That's not what a podficker is, and it's very annoying, in my opinion too. But basically, the author did not like that, and they did not want people to have AI put on their work, which is not a problem with me. All the art I've done was done by me, and this is my voice. Hi. After editing Pika here. Holy shit, I'm so happy to get this done. Anyway, you already heard in the rambles there about the whole art thing and all that jazz. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope I did a good job cutting at least the beginnings and ends of each chapter so it's going in order and all that jazz, you know. Oh god, I'm a little tired. I've been doing this for a few hours, and my body wants to move or do something else. Um, I wanted to say thank you for listening to my rambles, and I wanted to say thank you to anyone that saw my things on Tumblr and liked them for the art, you know, all that. I hope you enjoyed. This is Black Cats Are Bad Luck, and so are you, kid. By Holly. And the end.